Oh, yeah, stand on by. We have just come on live. We got two channels rocking for you. We have a vertical stream if you just want to listen, and we have, that's a royal we have, of course, the regular old horizontal in brand new and revised high definition. So stand by while we adjust to your own personal level. And as always, this is a 21 and only, 18 plus, adult-oriented content, generally not safe for work show. The following may be disturbing and may be graphic. I may use curse words. I may curse at people. Highly unsettling, and the use of flashing lights, complex, fast-moving images may affect some sensitive viewers out there. But viewer discretion is highly advised. You know where you are. At least I hope you do. And good evening, Zero. Good evening, Lizard Tree. Good evening, Emily. Good evening, Lori Sue. It's so good to see all of you, and those of you in the vertical chat. It's so good to see you, Abe, Abe. Yes, you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. I dig you too. Thanks for inviting me over to that spot over there. It's entertaining. Today, we got a lot going on. This is unusual, but it's totally normal. Because, my friends, I'm gonna troll the motherfucking trolls. I don't give a fuck. I'm a subgenius. We invented that shit long before anybody ever called it a troll. So some people can take it right in the ear. I'm gonna point out people. I'm gonna be ruthless. Because as usual, I don't care. They're just lowlives. Demented. Sad, lonely. And boy, I will point and laugh. Because they seek to hurt people and divide them. They seek to find the worst in folks. They seek to make themselves better like a McCarthy estate. And I'm not pointing out that I'm any better than any other schlub with an asshole and an opinion, because both of them stink. And we all got it. No, my friends, I'm here to show and observe the insane animals in the zoo. That's right, you heard me right. I'm looking at all the animals out there. And by animals, I mean, other humans with really, really bad behavior. Oh, no problem, Lori. We will. If you jump in Discord at that point, I'll just, I'll send you a separate so you can verify and make sure it's worthy. Hey, but for the meanwhile, stand by. Let me change the channel for you.
honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Fighting to be the biggest blue. I know how I got here, but I know what I did to get here. Look up, save it from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when they sound you out. But
okay, it was an accident. Okay.
Appreciate all of you. The song says it all. Keep your head high. But most importantly, look up.
the world needs you to raise your head. Look up, save you from getting hit by the bus one day. When the bar gets too low, that's when they sound you out. Look up. Look up. Look up. Look up. The world needs you to raise your head. Look up. The world saved you from getting hit by the bus one day. That's when they sound you out. Look up.
When you did approach her, what was the response?
That she was just like taking on board what I was saying.
Again! You fucking idiots!
Myron, you were in MySpace the other day, and I said, you know, you're doing a great job calling these Jews, but, you know, if we take this country back, we want it for white folks, and would you go home? And you said, I was born here, and I'm not going anywhere. And this is where I think the problem is with working with non-whites, is that once you think you help us, that you're just going to stay in our country. Do you still stand? Why?
What? Who the fuck does this degenerate, probably Irish, former immigrant, probably held in indentured servitude in his fucking grandparents' basement? What the fuck is going on? I swear to God. Some of these unhinged minds out here. And good evening, Lori Sue. Thank you. Some of the unhinged minds out here are so hell-bent on ignoring the fact that we are a nation of immigrants, and it is the most anti-American thing to stand on a platform of white nationalist hatred. Yeah, fuck them, not cool. Get back in the basement that we shoved you into a generation ago. And I'm talking about us. Gen X shoved you down into your little minimalized, shaved head, two-tone bitch ass, and even the other two-tones got taken because, you know, my friends who were fair play, who were two-tones that didn't like racists, you know, would embed themselves and make sure those folks didn't bother us. And, you know, we thought we did pretty well of minimizing all of the bigotry and all of the hate groups into little corners that they couldn't really, one, hide from, and that we knew who they were. It was obvious, but now it's your fucking neighbors. Now it's the people right next to you. Americans seem to forget that they invaded this country. Absolutely, Lori. We, you and I, anybody who has basically white skin in any way, shape, or form did not come from here. And if you're an African, if you have African heritage, you didn't come from here. You were forced to be here. And, you know, now that has changed. We have made our own nation. But this kind of talk is a revision to a time 100 plus years ago that you're not going to get back. See, the Civil War was lost by those who wanted, the Confederates who wanted to keep slaves, those who saw others as different. And then in the 1950s, they lost again. And we're going to talk a lot about McCarthyism today, by the way, folks. I am revved the fuck up because the most anti-Americans have become the loudest amongst us. And I simply will not abide. And I hope you get anxious, angry, and there with me too. Not only that, I hope you get hopeful that there is a better day coming, that there's more people like you who aren't afraid to step up and say, you know what? That bigotry doesn't fly here. We're a nation of everybody. And you don't like it, you must not have a lot of faith in the things you're preaching. If you're so great, if this is such a great land, then why can't you include other people? Why can't you see that this is dead, done, and a conversation that ended in the last motherfucking century? Oh, because their revisionist historian minds can't actually cope with the fact that they lost every single time on the wrong side of history. There is no superior race other than the human race. And that's real, my friends. Which leads me to, good evening, everybody. I'm AronMSound, and this is the show known as Look Up, where I interject myself into a conversation that most people don't want me anywhere near, at least not with a 10-foot pole. And today, I interject myself into all kinds of conversations. I got all kinds of stuff, from bigotry, racism as normalized, to PDFs being normalized on our chat conversations as if it's just funny and jokes to talk about, wanting to marry a 12-year-old as a norm. And this being somebody from overseas, no less. And it's well proven. But anyways, people accepting folks into their communities happily, even though it's on video. These people saying terrible, horrible things you don't joke about on video. Yes. So, that's it. Let's get into the show. It's been a minute since I did one of these longer streams, so I figured, oh, Mystery Sky, good to see you. I didn't see you over there in the Slim chat. I'm sorry. I don't have them both put together yet. I'm still waiting for Botrix to actually work properly, and it may be my fault for that. So, oh, hey, wait, hold on a second. Did Botrix work? Let me see if we can actually read it today. Because I didn't have it quite correct the other day. No, I did not. The terrible accent. Mystery Sky. Yes, I see that one. If someone could check in the normal chat. Yes, I am. I'm on two different channels, right? Well, no, I'm on my one channel, but I've got two streams going on right now. So if you just want to listen, we have the vertical stream, which has a slightly different look to it. It's about the same. It actually has all of the same effects, all the same things going on. So if I get a close up, you get it in there too. And if I suddenly go like this, suddenly that's like that there too. But for the most part, Wait, where? There. Oh, there I am. Yes. And there I am. Okay. Yes. So we have more than one stream. If you choose to just want to listen in the background, you can always go to the vertical stream. And really, I've done that because I kind of want to, instead of going on other panels and stuff like that, I figure people could find me easier and maybe find a different kind of entertaining show. And as you know, influence to change in tiny little ways like a butterfly's wing is what this is all about. Oh, look at that. My chat is actually working. Woo. Let me see. They're not both in there, huh? And okay. Well, I'll figure that one out. Maybe I do have to overlay here. Hold on a second. No, that's not it. That's not the one I wanted. There's the one I wanted. Okay. Oh, good. It just gets small. Don't get small. Let me resize. Transform. Stretch the screen. Enhance. And since the other one is just so tiny, I can put it up here. And then I can put the other one over here. The other one won't show up. That won't show up. Oh, no, that hurts. Not that one. This one or that one. Chitter. Anyways, I'm sorry to waste your time. I don't mean to, have you hanging for no apparent reason. Trying out all kinds of new things here, as usual. Never ceases to stop me from just doing this live, even though I've been setting it up for hours. All right, cool. Yeah, Bodrix is not doing both of them. I'm gonna have to figure out why. I gotta figure out why. In any case, let's watch a little bit more of this Auburn preach to give you an idea of what's going on here. Because really what this is this is a white nationalist, a supremacist, a KKK motherfucker, a hateful bigot, a traitor to the national interest, can we even say now? Because I think that's pretty much, we know that white nationalism is a danger to us all. Oh, I'll just put this one down here. I don't mind that down there. That's fine. It'll be fine. I'll figure that out later. You can't actually test this one live either. This one right here live, you have to test it while it's live. It's just so stupid. Anyways, I may just, yeah. Anyways, apparently, an orange man with a bad comb over, and at one point $860 million in debt, and actually $6 billion overdue in payments at the time, at one point in time in his life, is the impetus, is the interest, is the factor that has been really allowing all of these bigots, white nationalists who think that Gilead and taking away our Constitution is something that should be done. It's been allowing these folks to raise their head, and I hate to quote him because it's such a sour note, but he was right on the money. My good friend Akil, the J5MC, said to me one time in the back of a bus that he'd rather Trump become president so he could see all the bigots out there and show us all how many of them were in hiding. And he was damn fucking right, and I'm sad to say that he was. Anyways, let's take a look at a little Auburn preach, just to get an idea of how Myron Gaines, the Zeke Eiling, Ethiopian, former FBI agent, could that be the same convicted felon and twice impeached president? That could be. Isn't that amazing how that happened? Isn't that amazing how that motherfucker happened? And they're still like, I love him. I love him. It's just no collusion. Okay, first off, it's called conspiracy to commit sedition. That's what people are getting thrown in prison for. And he has been convicted of fraud. And he's by the way, Lori Sue, do not forget that he's a rapist. That is quantifiable. I got into a disagreement the other night in a chat. Hey, the dude is a rapist. A rapist. And so that's just how that goes. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. Suck a big one. And I mean a tall, cool one. From between your own legs. Anyway, yeah. Not to be mean. No, totally. To be mean. To be mean. If this offends you, then this is definitely not the space for you. Because I'm going to sit here and do nothing but talk shit about people like this.
Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country?
Today, on another episode of Jeez, I Wish I Was White.
Oh, shit. By the way, this is Canadians talking about it this way, so we should feel complete shame over this factor. And if you're in any case, in any way, shape, or form, a decent, actual Mickey freaking American, if this thing right here, if this little item behind me makes you feel a certain way in the depths of your being, then you know that you feel shame when you hear about folks from Canada laughing about the bigots spewing hatred on Elon Musk's platform. And I used to love Cheetos too. Now I just have to put the thought out of my mind. And I think, how does this happen, Lori? This happens because a small subset of America has decided that if they scream loud enough, if they deny, if they revise history in real time, that everybody else will somehow forget, even though they are the minority. No, nobody else but that little subset within America that we're fighting with, who have been manipulated and basically utilized by foreign nations to undermine our conversation. And it's been done to both sides on the extreme, but none so apparent as white nationalist Christians who just simply have always wanted to overthrow our nation, and really truly since the Confederacy, because that's what this is totally associated with if you're not familiar. It's the same group who created McCarthyism. And we're going to look up McCarthy too today if you're not familiar with that is. I don't have it prepped. This is a total long stream, folks, so get ready to get into it. I'm about to skewer some motherfuckers with the longest ass American dick you ever fucking seen. And I'm sorry if I'm a little not safe for work for today. I am hyped because you know what? I'm a fucking patriot at heart. In the truth, when I'm not playing this goddamn character, I am centrist, neocon, with liberal-leaning beliefs because I believe that we should all be equal, that we should all have the right to enjoy this amazing goddamn country. Because I've been through it all. I've been across the planet. I've been in all the countries that these people think are amazing. Hungary, Germany, I'm sorry, I mentioned Germany. I don't know why that came into my head. I've been there many, many times. I've been throughout Europe and Eastern Europe, and I've actually lived in Moscow for a period in time. During the winter, no less. So, if you're thinking you're just listening to just somebody spurg out, well, that's partially true. Oh I need a little more bandwidth in my gate, driving me nuts. Give me 1 second. My apologies. I killed the energy there. Now, some of you might actually feel like, in one way or another, you're watching somebody who also is in small, dark areas of the internet, YouTube, streaming. You might see me out there giving somebody a hard time. You might see me taking a part in silliness. And yeah, I absolutely do. And why? Because if I don't keep an eye, just like you, and just like everybody else, on the things going on, we won't know that these things exist. And sometimes you gotta prod them to find out what's really happening. And sometimes you gotta challenge the systems. And sometimes you gotta take part in them to actually do anything in them to make an example or be an example of what the change can be. And Lori Sue says, however, the Canadians are disgusted by the influence of American politics and the born and raised in Germany. Oh, Mystery Sky, yes, absolutely. My whole section of my family is essentially from the area outside of Berlin. And then before that, the pogroms had them in Poland. Canadians are disgusted by the influence of American politics and the grifting influence it continues to have on white religious fascists in Canadian politics. And this is it's not just worldwide, but it is spreading. And we have a separation of church and state, despite the fact that the words "in God we trust" is on our money. But if you're one of those extremists who doesn't trust the Fed anyways, why would you trust if our dollar said "in God we trust"? Wouldn't that make you mistrust it if it's the Fed? Make sense of your own logic, folks. And this is the kind of thing that occurs to me. And if I was to say the Pledge of Allegiance now, honestly, I'd leave that line out because that's how it was originally written in the early 20th century, because before that, there was no Pledge of Allegiance. That was changed during the McCarthy era, and specifically from a Confederate group. So I think it's so strange to me that we are actually taking that pledge and saying "in God," under God, just simply for the fact that it does exclude some. And it shouldn't, because that is a pledge that allows all of us to recognize that we can have pride in the thing behind us. The flag of unification. Flag of our blood, the flag of our belief, the flag of our general initiative to our own truth. And that's, by the way, what the white stands for. It's not white skin, it's not white representation. The white represents truth. It is the New World Order, Lori. There's definitely something about except I would say that we do need a new world order. We do need a new world of recognizing that we are all one and figuring out how to do that without an autocracy and without a monopolizing force that takes away sovereignty. So I do believe in that. I always have. And I think we were on a track to getting some of that for a period in time. But it has such large pratfalls to it. So I'm watching, waiting to see if Mo tries her shit. Canadians need to build a wall and make American pay for it. Yeah, that would do it. That would hella do it. By the way, I will say this. I love all of Europe. It's all fantastic, especially nowadays. Modern world, you know. Oh, what was that? Here. Oh, here. Do you ever get that just little like something you didn't expect? And it's probably just, you know, grounds. You go, oh God! Yeah. Anyways, what we're really talking about? Okay, so the Canadians are making fun of us because not only that, Myron Gaines, who is the most clearly repressed gay man doing a show for red pillars just to grift off of their stupidity and loneliness. Regularly having OnlyFans and very unintelligent people on so that he can attempt to slam them in what he and some of the 16-year-old audience that's sending him money, simping, as they would say, for a grown-ass man who is a repressed, clearly gay man. And I'll say this over and over because there's so much evidence to show that, you know, this is not a straight man in any way, in his belief practices. And I hearken back to the time when he said women don't need orgasms, it's a waste of time, and that he doesn't like the vagina. So generally somebody who feels that way is gay. Let's just talk about that as truth. In any case, Myron Gaines, who is in some Twitter platform because he can't be anywhere else, talking with a bunch of white nationalists, and this is how it comes out.
You not like us. You not like us. You not like us. That's what they say to him. God damn. You the drink of the white people. Fuck.
That is a wild thing. To have your white super buddies basically sing that while they're deporting your booty.
God damn.
Right?
Yeah, right?
You're not whites.
But let's listen, you know, because Myron's in this white space where he's basically yapping about how he thinks white supremacy is good. Let's see how they feel about his bootlicking.
Look, man, I know you're trying to get a couple.
Oh, you know how they'll feel about his bootlicking.
No, it's the truth, man. This is the issue with whites working with non-whites.
About a problem. We're over here talking about a problem, then you bring it right back into.
Which is insane to say.
Shut the fuck up.
This whole white thing is what built this country, Myron.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Hey, you.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's get that correct. This whole white thing is what built this country. First off, it started with natives. We stole the land, and the early wealth and ability to build the country was built out of slavery. So that would be brown people. Hold, stop. I know it's not convenient to the supremacist do-nothing mindset and the revisionism of lying, gaslighting just to feel supreme. But it's never going to get past the fact that we've all been here. We've all learned the history. We've all seen it go down in front of us. Just never going to get past that. I know folks wanted to get past that, but it ain't never, not never, never ever, never, ain't never gonna get past that. Just so y'all know. And thank goodness for it. Oh my goodness. Anyways. Anyhow. Anywho.
You're in a whites only space, my guy. What you are.
Yeah.
This
whole
wild thing is what this all about. You're with a white supremacist. Yeah.
I mean, if this isn't cognitive dissonance.
Black Panther Party movie premiere and be like, oh, you guys are gonna keep obsessing over this whole. That's what this whole thing is about.
I just see the scene in my head where.
Hey, Ali!
White supremacy.
What's happening? I keep forgetting to.
Huh?
At each one of the scenes, I'm gonna have to change this back over.
On them, man. It's like, yo, your turn. No, hey, huh? We did it, and then like we didn't completely did it.
Good evening, Ali. Hope you're doing well.
No, we're buddies, boys. No.
If you guys have
boys being boys.
It's because right now everyone's discussing Jews. So right now, a lot of these weirdos in the red pill space
this is true.
Are trying to appeal and ally themselves with these white supremacists who also want them dead and gone because right now they want to focus on the Jews. But the white supremacists are like, bro, why we take
Look. I know we're awesome and all. I know you're trying to focus in on the awesomeness and figure out how it is so awesome. But let's just be real. We're all humans, okay? We're all humans. Oh, and Jesus was a Jew. Oh, and you could be like, oh, well, first off, Aaron didn't exist. There's no record of the goddamn dude. And if Jesus did exist, he absolutely was strung up by Romans, no question if and or what. And really, you should be concerned about the fact that the entire belief is built out of the Council of Nicaea's formation in the Bible, which is a political piece of writing that was then rewritten by more than one Roman leader, and then rewritten specifically for a king so he could, do what he wanted. And that king actually, before he did that, did a whole dissertation on demons and how to kill witches. So, clearly legit. Yeah. Anyhow.
Don't forget, we still want your ass up out of here. We don't care you've been paying taxes. We gonna keep your money. We gonna keep your properties. We gonna give you a little check. Get the fuck up out of this country. Yo. And Myron's like, well, I was born here. They're like, so?
We don't give a fuck.
Our idea.
Which other channels? Oh, I haven't even gotten there. I'm going to get to the Team Fatty issue because I actually watched Team Fatty live. Oh, let me just, before, I'm going to get to a couple things, including Team Fatty tonight and the strange fact that there are so many willing to let somebody who said he was happy and interested and would marry a 12-year-old if it was allowed where he was. And then on another stream came up with a map of the world that showed where and what the ages of consent were around the world and pointed out where 12, 14, and 16 was allowed. And this is not a joke. No matter what this guy says, we have him very seriously saying this multiple times. And then let's put a pin in it by the fact that you can't get past the fact that he held video that he thought contained Jay Prince's naked children on it, and he held it and tried to blackmail Jay Prince with it. And that's why he got busted out of that whole sector, because none of them wanted to put up with Team Fatty anymore. I mean, I could even get to the point where this motherfucker is giving everybody a fake name that's clean, but that name is actually a mid-tier basketball player. And how do I know this? Because I found him. It's the only person who comes up with that name on the entirety of the internet. And Team Fatty's whole background is in being a basketball stan. His whole show is based around that. That's where those subs come from if he didn't buy them in the first place. Oh yeah, Lizard Tree. And Vern Vision, thanks for becoming a subscriber. Oh, hold on a second, speaking of which. Yes, yes. Oh, Jesus, what's happening there? Oh, it doesn't know it's hooked up. There we go. Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. Let's see if I can get this on this side, huh? Yeah, there it is. Yes, show that video out so I can get the loud. Yes. Yes, the real sound. Give you a little. Let me give you a little. Hold on a second. Let me give you the. Yeah. Thank you. Much appreciated. So you might think, oh, this guy's pretty spirking out. He's kind of crazy. No, I'm a fucking performer, folks. And I'm one of those people who doesn't believe that non-performers should be in front of a camera because, as you see, psychosis is rampant on the internet. So much so that folks are willing, just to be included, to let somebody who happily said that they would marry, very seriously so, a 12-year-old. That's some crazy fucking shit. Holy, what the fuck, Lizard Tree? Where are we? What planet are we in? On. And how and why? Anyhow, the fact that other people, including trans people, are willing to hang out and just let that person be on a panel suggests that there is more problematic behavior of loneliness, of needing to be included by people that, yo, In normal everyday life, we would never talk to these people. We would, find some law enforcement. We would be like, what the fuck is what? We wouldn't let our children next to them. But no, we're happy to share that on the internet and share space and argue about red pill topics. I'm sorry, are you crazy? What the hell, man? What, ladies? People. Look, it's okay to have intense discussions. It's okay to talk about really edgy topics. It's okay to really get into them. But when somebody on the panel turns and goes, oh, no, I definitely marry a 12-year-old. That's when everybody should go, yeah. Time out. That's a red card on the field, motherfucker. What the fuck did you say? And let's talk about a moment where this same person says, sometimes I like children, sometimes I like women. No, wait. Flow State, I'm calling you out on that one, brother. I normally am totally enjoying your show, but the fact that several of you, what the hell? Is it the Midwest problematic that you just don't give a fuck and don't take shit seriously? Holy shit. Because I seem to remember some of y'all having a problem with flyers being up in some bathrooms, but... Oh! Thank you so much. Finally, a notification 22 minutes late. But VernVision, thank you so much for joining us. And thank you for subscribing. Yeah. I'm just ashamed. I'm just saddened. I'm not really saddened. It just surprises me. It doesn't really shock me, but it surprises me because it becomes a point of like, there's some things that are just taboo, that are just fucked up, that you have to go, it doesn't matter how much you think it's going to create a content. That's fucked up. And then we also can get to the narrative building of some here on the internet who really, really need to turn anything into a stranger story that doesn't actually include any of the facts other than their projection, and then they'll stick to it and repeat it as if that's fact. I've seen it across the drama. I've seen it in certain people who act and act as if what they're saying is just what it is. And meanwhile, these are people with no real life experience who are living out projected fantasies and are telling you everything that they're actually either doing or completely unreasonably afraid of. And let me just say to you this, you don't have to hang out with those people. There's a million other shows on. That's why I do what I do. Because, people are fucking nuts. And at least when you're watching me, this nuts is a show. Okay, let's get back to it. Woo!
Gotta bleep that out.
Oh yeah, the N-bombs got dropped. And by the way, not long ago, Tomfoolery got put off for a week for something that
I'm not even gonna be mad
Gaines said.
Because this guy's here volunteering himself to.
And by the way, don't take me wrong either. I'm all inclusive. Like love who you want to love. But I will make fun of a completely repressed gay man who is very much denying his reality and selling that anger and repression to a whole bunch of disturbed incels. I absolutely will make fun of that. I will absolutely point that out as insane, as hypocrisy, as what the fuckism. All right.
Right? Like, if you go to a Klan meeting and then receive some racism, what do I care? Boy, why are you there?
And they're gonna call you boy too.
Yeah, they will. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Look, no, it's the truth. You didn't build this country, Myron. You're not from here.
Address you right now.
You're not from this country. Why do you think you can stay?
Anyway,
no, it's a point.
That's by the way, that's some really weird logic. You're not from this country. Why do you think it, bro? What's your last name? Are you Polish, Irish, Greek? I mean, what's your background? Just being white, that doesn't. Are you German? Yeah. Any of y'all, including him, if you think everybody's an immigrant, bro, this is a country of immigrants. Fucking weirdos. Super weirdos. What do you think? You've just been here forever? Okay, so maybe you've been here for 5 or 6 generations. You still came over at some point in time, likely an indentured servant. Unless you can point back to the fact that you're old world money. But here's the secret about that, folks. Here's a little secret about old world money that you may not fucking know. Most of those people went back to Europe. The end of the 19th century, taking their wealth with them when they saw slavery ended. And those that stayed, yeah, they lost their wealth. Very few. That's why they call the nouveau riche of the turn of the century and the robber barons the new wealth. Because that is blue blood money. Maybe you don't know the history very well, and you're just imagining that you do. Okay. But no. A lot of those people, most of those families went back to Europe. Yeah, so let's hear more of the imagination. By the way, if you feel like calling in and telling me I'm wrong about anything,
I'm not going to have violence in
the call in is pinned to the chat in both the vertical.
It's mutual combat.
And
I understand, but like, listen, people are listening.
It's mutual combat. They're so see. This is how you know that these guys are actually.
What happened? He said he gonna drive.
They
down the
are.
you don't want to box right now?
They're actually scared little guys. They're totally afraid. They're totally actually afraid. Of dealing with others in an earnest way, so everything has to be some violent interaction, as if they've got to show up, because there's no such thing as a fucking alpha male. I mean, if you want, I can bring that up, but I think everybody is already who's here right now has already seen the video of
No, he certainly don't.
Of the scientist who came up with the term alpha male when talking about actual animal classifications, and even he said that was a misspeak, and that the right wing had at some point in the 90s picked up on his language and run with it. Well, yeah, he was talking about wolves, but even then he said that that classification was incorrect. And actually, to correct that, the proper thing, and good evening, Mo Love. Yeah, he admitted it was all wrong. Yeah, I actually show video on one of my, more than one of my streams, I think, of that stuff. So, yeah, he has, because there is an alpha female, but that's because other women in a pack will actually adjust to the alpha female's hormones, but that does not occur in masculinity. Just doesn't. So, anyhow. But let's look back at more of what Alvin Preach have to say about Myron Gaines trying to fit in with racists.
Boxes white zaddies.
Why?
Look at this fucking guy. Look,
no, it's the truth. This you didn't build this country, Myron. You're not
Well,
from here.
well, technically, you know,
You're not from this country. Why do you think you can stay?
Anyway.
Technically, yeah, okay, yeah, he is Ethiopian, so he wasn't here for all that, but neither did you or your people, clearly, and you know, unless they were owning slaves, and even then the slaves were the ones who did the building. That's called liquid truth, my friends. All
It's
right.
a point. Well, then why are you in? Why do you Browns think you could stay in my country?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, man.
That's some crazy.
Demonetization hit y'all hard.
Yeah,
It is
seriously,
crazy.
demonetization
When
did
you
hit them
are
hard, didn't
desperate
it?
For money, and all of your inner issues are starting to show out. You're like trying to ally with the.
It
fucking
absolutely
worst people in
is, because the
society.
truth is by having to portray themselves as something greater than they are, they make themselves into the beta that they describe. They're peacocking as if it's something that somebody who is self-assured has to do. Somebody who's self-assured never has to fucking mention it, never has to worry about it, never has to show you. Until it comes to a point where you know, it breaks down like, bro, you're just an X, and at this point, all I can tell you is that I've done X, Y, and Z, and compared to you're clearly a piece of shit. That's the only time it comes up, is like, well, they are losing everything currently, Mo.
It is crazy what you'll do. Like, I don't care if I lose this thing. I'll just go get a regular job. You will never see me in a whites only Twitter space talking about, Master, I would love to help you against the Jews. I would love to help you against them big nose.
And by the way, he is also Ethiopian, so you all know I find it very fascinating.
Oh my god, like
Yeah, it's very silly, Mo. It makes no sense except to the people who are using it to rationalize bad fucking
You
behavior.
hate the Jews, but at the same time, you are a Jewish bioweapon. You are a Jewish bioweapon, Myron.
A Jewish
Yes, I
bio.
am.
What
My
is
DNA test
it?
is
What
out
does
there,
that
Myron.
even mean?
Fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking Mexican. Shut the fuck up, Jorge. Over here trying to sit there and say, I'm white. Shut
My
up, dude.
DNA test
You're
is
wearing
out there,
a
Myron.
sombrero
Is
right
yours?
now.
Is
You're
yours,
wearing a
Myron? Myron,
I'm not
answer.
Well,
talking to you, man.
actually,
I'm not talking to
here's
you.
a better point. I'm gonna listen. Here's actually a good. You know, we've been talking about an alliance all night tonight. You know,
They're talking about an alliance. Holy fuck.
What do we do? Listen, free speech on Twitter is an alliance worthy fight, right? Like where we
What
can
happened
all
here?
come together around the principle
Okay, yeah.
of free speech. African, Muslim, Christian, it doesn't.
They muted themselves and they're like, fuck this, fuck that guy, fuck this. Ah!
Everybody should
I love it. I love it. African, black, white, Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter unless you're Jewish. In which case, little Zionist
Gross.
side. You.
I
Gross.
don't think you can say that, even as a joke.
Yeah, you know, you can't.
No, we won't.
Yes, we will.
No, we won't.
Yes, we will.
No, we won't.
No, you can't. I hate to tell him, yeah, you
I
can.
still have access, and I'm gonna take that shit down.
Upload that shit right away. You can't censor me. You can't censor the truth.
be united around free speech.
I didn't realize
These
you
two
were afraid of these Jews.
I'm not afraid of nothing.
Well, I
damn.
got some juice in the fridge right now. You thirsty?
Bruh.
No.
Thing
Listen,
here,
Myron.
And he comes in here trying to get a clip or some shit. Boots me
Myron,
out of
I'm
his
doing just
fucking
fine.
chat.
I'm doing just fine,
Boots me
bud.
out of his thing because obviously he's like,
Because you're not white.
I'm
They
not
do.
gonna
I mean, like,
do
all of, if we put together all of the strange rhetoric that they keep repeating from the early 20th century and before that, the pogroms, it's as if they don't recognize that anybody with half a brain and the understanding of the history classes that they fucking ignored, you know, it's as if they don't realize that everybody knows their fucking bullshit or has heard it, knows where it comes from, can point it out, give reference to it. It's, you know, they want to be canceled because cancel culture literally doesn't exist. Well, it's not so much that is that they want to have the little flag on their shoulder that says, look, I got canceled by people who respect others, which they would call liberal, which we got to take back all of the words that they're using for code, that they're covering up what we used to just say, oh, you're trying to say that you just don't respect anybody, that you don't have to give a fuck, and that you're trying to use other names to cover it up, which engages people in having to point out all of these fallacies instead of directly associating to the thing that you're actually saying, which is that you don't want to have to respect your friends and or your neighbors. You don't want to have to be a part of the system that you're in of immigrants and integration. You don't want to actually give rights to other people because you think it's an either or, which is the mindset of a child. And really, truly, at the bottom of it all, what these people actually want is a national state so that they can create Gilead, so, you know, they can force women to be with men, so they can force slave classes, so that they can stop people from immigrating and only be white people so they feel safe despite none of their fears having any validity other than a Hallmark fucking television station that plays fear porn. Because that's what they're coming from. Yeah, they want to cancel people's rights. And if you are familiar with it, I actually went through and read a good portion of Project 2025, which asserts that it would need to basically revert and cancel out the Constitution, which is as anti-American as one could get. That's an overthrow of our rights. Margaret Atwood, yeah. True. You know, I'm quite surprised that I'm not seeing more spurgalicious bigots in the short stream. But, you know, one can hope. One can hope. Speaking of which, if anybody disagrees with me and wants to, you know, take the other side, the chat is open if you have anything to say to me.
You're an invader.
And you might have to let me know that you're in the Discord because
You are a Jewish bioweapon. You are a Jewish
I'm not really paying any
bioweapon.
attention.
Shut up.
Yes, I am.
The Jewish
My DNA test is
bioweapon.
out there, Myron.
What does that
Get out of here,
mean?
dude. You're a fucking Mexican. Shut the fuck up, Jorge. Over here trying to sit there and say, I'm white.
Oh my God, and the guy's Mexican?
What does that have to do with anything? He's a white supremacist, bro. Wake the fuck up.
White supremacy.
So he doesn't want to speak.
You could be a Chinese guy. You could be a black dude. It doesn't fucking matter, as we well know. It's actually, by the way, the idea that one person is supreme over another is an actual affectation of brain damage, meaning that you don't have an empathy nerve, or that you're missing the little bit in your brain that allows you to empathize with other humans, that your tribalism is overriding your actual sensitivity. That's what that is. It also tends to go hand in hand with people who have delusions of grandeur and a certain bit of bicameral. Bicameral meaning you think that the interior of your thoughts, the voice in your head, is somehow God still speaking to you, as opposed to knowing that it's your own voice. Brainworms, yes, let's call them brainworms. That is that's very apt. And I think that is the case. Once again, you don't like what I'm saying? Feel free to call in. I'd love to talk to you about your thoughts. Just let me know you're in the green room waiting for me to to take you on. Lori. Oh, hey. If there's an issue, you can always go to the shorts chat. Keep it friendly. And don't forget the block button keeps everybody friendly, because then you just don't know when somebody's there. You got to read up on the screen. That's also why I give everybody the moderation. It just makes life easy. Just Frank, hello. Brain room when you were 12 and had to wear a helmet for 3 weeks, but you're okay now. Well, I'll tell you, Just Frank, I'm glad you're back with us, and I hope it didn't eat too much. I hope it only ate the right area, the correct area of the brain that left you a genius. Wouldn't that be rad? You're like, I got a brain worm, made me a genius. That'd be amazing. Anyway, so we're just wrapping up on the Abba and Preach, pointing out the incredible hypocrisy of an Ethiopian black man hanging out in a white nationalist space, specifically Myra Gaines of the Red Pill fame, aka fresh and fruity, fresh and fit, mentally not fit. Oh, Laurie, that's why we do have 2 streams, so you're always welcome over there in the shorts. And everybody's a mod here, so. Unless it's Lizard Tree, Bridget, or Lita, you actually aren't getting trolled by a technical mod, but rather a member. I didn't become any smarter, just constipated. Damn you! See how they do you? Mo, I know where you got that from. Somebody was saying that the other night, constantly. I know. Sorry, it is a decent line. Lori, we love you. Come on over to the, if you need a little space, you know, the shorts chat is same show. But yeah, Just Frank, not any smarter and just constipated. See how they do us? See?
And Myron's just like, you're Mexican. That's how bootlicking this dude is.
I don't know why I'm looking over at the other screen. I have it in front of me. Fucking chat.
Who's that dude?
Just a creator. He's a known, been on news, does the whole hell. Absolutely. You guys can go look him up.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't really get into too much of it.
Of white people being able to have this and be able to practice it without.
I do know that you.
Like this Mexican coming in.
There's some issues clearly going on.
For no fucking reason talking.
I'm not Mexican, you camel jockey.
Bro.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, they are clowning this man.
Don't get the f out of here. Yo,
oh, hey, what just happened? I just got totally ground down on the computer. What just happened here?
Sad, bro.
Yeah, look at this. But I hate the Jews too.
Wow.
This is really what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Someone who's, of Arab and black descent, I've been very vocal about whites, right? Having the ability to to claim to say, hey, like, I don't think white supremacy is a bad thing. I don't have an issue with whites saying like, yo, our country was founded by whites.
Still feel bad for him?
I said I was joking. His name is not Myron no more. His name is Clayton Bixby. Motherfucker's blind.
Yeah. Oh, he said Clayton Bixby.
He's white.
Yo.
Wow.
Ain't that what it is? He is
Crazy.
Clayton Bixby.
Clayton Bixby.
That's who he is.
Wow.
He's white. Dude is blind, dude.
You know, listen, at the end of the day, if people want to bootlick for white supremacists or whatever, that's their choice. And I'm going to sit back here and laugh. Just watching you lick the boot of somebody.
You want to lick the boot of somebody that's going to take the same boot and shove it out in your throat.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Most of the time, that's what they will do.
You won't have a taste of that boot before it enters your mouth. That's crazy.
I ain't never seen a Clayton Bixby type in real life when you are really it.
I thought it was really just a joke. But it's not.
Mo, you did introduce me. That's very funny.
Man, you're
I honestly
Blessings
think if
and
Myron woke
love.
up tomorrow
True.
and he was white, he would be happy.
Oh, 100%.
Genuinely believe that. But hey, maybe you guys feel differently. Do you guys want to appeal to groups of people that want to destroy you and your family?
Some do. Apparently they do. No, for real. I think people are just that short-sighted.
Imagine trying to appeal to somebody who's trying to deport your ass.
Yeah,
Hey,
it makes no fucking
They
sense.
don't care where you were born.
No, they don't give a fuck.
They don't care about where you were
It's
born.
just
They don't
it's
care about
just
this
a
guy.
skin deep, petty ass, nothing less than, bigotry that they heard from their dad or their grandpa and their friends, or something happened to them, or a girlfriend got stolen, or a boyfriend got stolen, or something got stolen, or they saw something on the news, or all they watch is Fox, or they've just never had any black friends or any friends of any other color or any other religion, or they're literally just that uneducated, plain out ignorant. And that's normally what drives the bigotry. I'm sorry to hear that, Mo. I'd rather stay out of it, and not know. If you guys have something to deal with as well, you guys are welcome in my server. I do have a 1v1 room that, people can handle things all on their own outside anywhere else and have a moderator come in separately. I also, if you guys want to talk about it on air or off air, more than welcome to hit me up separately. Or if you just want to, not deal with it all together and go your own ways, maybe one person goes into the shorts chat and the other person goes here. Everybody's welcome here. So I just, rather than hear people throw accusations at one another, because it's all internet beef. Just don't be stealing from each other. That's really what comes down. Don't steal. Well, let me just put it to you bluntly, Mo. None of this affects anybody's life. And when it does, it's normally just because of something that is really actually bad that they did. So I wouldn't take it too seriously. And when you start taking it too seriously, that's when the mistakes happen, when you get caught up in too much of this shit. That's half of what my show is about, reminding people that this is a show. And if it isn't a show for you anymore, it's time to turn the camera off and take a break. Where's Lita? Oh, Lita's East Coast, and she's a mom, and she normally cloud watches nowadays because she's all over there. She's in Neve's world, and she probably can't tell Neve that she's or doesn't tell Neve and Jelly and all those people that were backstabbers back in the day. Same kind of situation where it's a bunch of folks who just basically created a narrative so they could feel important and still be on speakeasy because they still thought that dude was one telling the truth about anything. So, it was in my chat. When? How did I miss that? I know she said that, but I don't know neither here or there. So, and I'm sorry that happened. On both sides. I'm sorry that she feels that way, and I'm sorry that whatever happened, that happened. So, but once again, you guys are welcome to use my space. Hold on a second. I'll tell Lita you're looking for her. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds, Lizard Tree. Lita, you are being summoned by Lizard Tree. She misses you. Booyah! Well, once again, I would take a big breath and, you know, it's really about what you allow those things to do to you in many cases and how you also interact with them. I mean, like, if it's not true, then you shouldn't be concerned. And just somebody simply saying something shouldn't be able to destroy you, you know, and that's where it's like, take it with a grain of salt and, you know, look up and move away. That's that, you know, leave it behind you, take a breath. And especially if your life is impacted for real because of something somebody said on the internet, it is time to turn the camera off for a while. I have a very strong belief in that stuff. Because sticks and stones may break my bones, but bullshit will never hurt me. Okay, let's move on to some more skullduggery fuckery and Shoddy McLarenson. Stay gold rate. Whoa! I just saw. I don't know. I didn't. Oh. When did that come in? Hold on a second. Yeah. Stay Gold Radio with a $5 super chat. Gave it the heads up on this music industry happening, bro. Serious. No. You knew. And actually, you know, there's a whole thing, actually, yeah, we could talk about it at some point in time. Lita and I had talked about it a while back, and I had told her about somebody that I knew that confirmed some of these things separately. But I mean, like, it's not industry-wide. It's like it's very specific groups of people. And in the case of Diddy. I mean, that's something everybody fucking knew. That's one of those things that, like, you know, like R. Kelly, everybody kind of fucking knew it. And even weirder, I knew somebody who had been pinned into something that I actually kind of personally thought, well, there's no way that could be what's happening with her is just rampant. Oh my God, that shit is rampant. Ladies and gentlemen, Lita Cabrera! You were missed, Lita. You were missed. In the house. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Pops was right. You're absolutely no. That's Pops was Pops nailed that one specifically. It's based on that conversation that we had. But your Pops nailed it. Like, yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, Lita's over in the vertical. I'm sorry. Yeah, in the horizontal. Mambo. There's two streams. There's a vertical and a horizontal. And it just depends on whether you're listening in the background or watching on your TV or whatever. The one with me on it, with a house on fire, that's the vertical, and the one that's a nuclear explosion. Lord Kiss Freak, hey, thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. Very, very appreciate you for subscribing. Let's get back into some of this skullduggery and fuckery. By the way, oh my God, stay gold. Stay gold. I need you to stick around for a hot second because I'm going into the Team Fatty lore. And you are one of the people who was there for all of the Team Fatty lore along with me. We all saw that shit go down live, real time, and the white kids on the fucking crazy ass loopy panels. Bro. We saw it real time. They are denying it. They are denying it. They're acting like he was joking. Yeah, oh my God, Mo, you were there. Mo was there. We were all fucking there. And no, we all know. It's not even his real fucking name. So they're acting like he was just joking. He was just the same shit they did. And as you well know, because I believe that you were actually in one of the streams while Jay Prince was going at Fatty for holding footage and trying to blackmail with what Fatty thought was footage of his naked child on stream. And Mo says it's been years, Brazilian Portuguese creep. Yep. No, we all saw this shit. The white kids are completely in fucking, and I say this because it pretty much is. It's like the semi-red pill, the up 12-hour stream guys who just, open panel. They're like, nah, Fatty has a bunch of viewers and we want more viewers. So, the fact that there's plenty of footage of him saying very seriously, no, I would marry it. This is Fatty saying this, I would marry, and I'll pull it up very shortly. Thank you, Toxic, for putting it back out there, because a lot of this footage was buried when Taz Media went down. Yeah. Even as a panelist, you and I both, man. You and I both, beyond just the Mike TV scenario, but there's just, you can't go anywhere without that dude, and if you're sitting on a panel with that dude, you're associated to that dude. Sorry. I hate to say it, and it's like, I don't draw that line very easily. That distinction has to be drawn. Which is that I'm like, oh, I know that you're somebody who really supports that shit? No, hell no. I won't put up with it. Jumbi is investigating since Mike TV. Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, you know. And I know you know. That's the other thing, is I know you know. Fatter literally has blackmailed you? Yeah. Oh, wait, no. He chanted on a panel for you to kill yourself? And said that you had tried to. Holy shit, Mo. That's terrible. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, we will be discovering some of these things again and talking about them. But first, I actually wanted to share with you what most red pillars think that they should be doing.
This is how to talk to a feminist. Let's begin.
So the history of feminism.
Be quiet.
Actually...
Shut up. Shut up.
Oh.
That was a joke. Because that's what men do in life. They silence women. And even though that was a joke right now, it's not funny in real life.
Yeah, okay.
We should listen to women. We should especially listen to feminists that think they know more about women than other women. And instead of just talking to a woman, open your ears and listen. Don't even talk. Because we have a lot to learn, men.
Oh, thank you, Lord Kiss Freak.
Alphas.
I appreciate you.
Respect feminists. Because they are brave. Feminists know more than we should. And they are brave and authentic and good. And I'm so proud of you for standing up to yourself.
He's so creepy.
This is how to talk to a feminist. Let's begin.
And then this is just the most important
So
part.
the history of feminism.
Be quiet.
Actually...
Shut up. Shut up.
Once again, that's how Red Pill
Okay.
thinks they should talk to a woman. And, Fatty is the person you block. No hello or nothing, Lord Kiss Freak. Of course, hello. Hello, everybody. And welcome, Lord Kiss Freak. Oh, yeah, no, I know he has 1,000 accounts. I know more about him than I want to know, just because he's such a freaking numbskull passing around information about himself and, having that information not being true. And it's easy to point out that information is not. It's just, all these folks are wacky, especially when it comes to somebody like myself who's done plenty of background work in real life, like, and shit, if I wanted to, there's a couple of PIs out here that are always in fucking the chroma that if we really wanted to hit up, we could just ask them and they'd go find out who the fuck, where his address was. But let me just be real with you. None of these people have any impact on the outside world outside of this ecosystem. And this ecosystem in itself is an ineffective environment other than for a small group of subverted and malcontent folks who are, in the most part, not so grounded. And it's sad to say, but this is fucking truth. This is just how it is. If I can't be seen as an actual character being played on the TV in front of you off the screen. If you can't tell the difference between a crazy person and somebody just playing a character, then you might actually have real problems. Because that's part of becoming socialized, recognizing what is entertainment, what is personal. And I guess most people who are involved in this world have just been sitting on a camera going, yeah, I like this game, and I my friends and I was talking, and I'm gonna go make a phone call, but I'm just gonna show you the phone call, and so I don't have any personal sense of privacy or anything like that, so it's just how it is. Yeah. Easy, I mean, he never wrote you back. I'm sorry, I just meant that's why they leave you alone. How much you know? Oh, true. I also the fact that literally, if they actually had to face you at any given time, I would gather, Jumbi, they would realize that you could stomp them for real, and that scares the fuck out of these folks. And also, that's why you leave the lawyer. Yeah, and you sent Easy an email, but Easy never wrote you back. No, not surprised. Not surprised. I'm still, and I'm sure you're wondering as I am, how he got into the U.S., but, that's something that maybe your wife might... I want to, make a call, just make sure that CBP knows that stuff like that has happened. But anyways, I want to say that, anyways, yeah, Wisconsin. But just to be fair, it's one of those things that, a bitch made human, meaning that somebody who has made themselves to become the angry version of themselves, like a yapping sick dog, bloviating with no life experience and lying about very easily provable things, very easily found out things. And that's where it's lost on some of these folks who are more myopic and lonely and living in this environment. And by the way, if you are currently afraid to get out of those environments, I urge you to just reach on out and say, hey man, to anybody who's like having a normal life, who doesn't see sexuality and other people as some threat to your being. Well, you would get a phone call from that, Mo, just so you know. I mean, like, somebody would give you a phone call or knock on your door if that was the real case. You'll never get an email about that, and you'll never get a text. That's for damn sure. But you know what? I mean, IC3 is a real thing, but whether or not they respond is generally about whether they take it seriously, or if it is something that it does break the law. And I guarantee you that if there isn't anything to worry about, then there's nothing to worry about. Well, to be fair, Mo, I don't think she's saying anything to you right now. So if like I said, there's two different streams, and the chats are not combined right now. So except on, and not even on screen, they're separate. They're totally separated. It's just hilarious. So yeah, the red pill loves to think that
that was a joke.
Funny to say that it's a joke when it's clearly not a joke.
Life. They silence women. And even though that was a joke right now, it's not funny in real life. We should listen to women. We should especially listen to feminists that think they know more about women than other women. And instead of just talking to a woman, open your ears and listen. Don't even talk.
Okay, yes. This is all true, but the way he says it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Does it make you in any way question the fact that you are probably
from the Raging Tomato channel
scumbag that I've met this year, and I know destiny? Or does it make...
So I love that these out of context clips of people that are supposed to be chest pounding, if you were to show them to any normal person, they would go, what does this actually mean? And why is he saying that? What is the reference here? And if you don't know, that's because there is no fucking reference. It's just a single chest pound that is out of context that only makes sense to those people watching. So this is a message to the Raging Tomato. Check your editing, lady. You're a little too deep.
You in any way question the fact that you are probably the biggest scumbag that I've met this year, and I know destiny. Does it make you in any way question the fact that you are probably the biggest?
By the way, that coming from a dude who tells people that marrying single women with children, who did that himself, and he tells people that marrying single women with children is basically against God's law and all sorts of other stupid shit, and he gets his ass kicked every time he actually debates somebody who has an education in the thing he bloviates over, which is generally religion, because what he is, unadulteratedly, is an authoritarian white nationalist who is just promulgating and spreading propaganda through code words and dog whistles and going on the whatever podcast. All of this and the associated stuff, when you're pushing that stuff, really anti-American, really anti-togetherism, really divisive. And also, we're going to come to find out at some point, he's probably part of the whole Russian shit. He's probably getting money the same way Tim Pool was. And a lot of these folks who are over in the anti-taint world have associations to that kind of shit. So don't be surprised when that happens. All right? Now, I have nothing to tell me right now that that's true. But I can only guess that all of the same scripting must be coming from the same fucking part of the world. Because it sounds to me like Russian fucking Coptic Christian bullshit. Meant to divide from a monoclastic society that doesn't have inclusivity. So here's the thing that I would suggest to this motherfucker up at the top. Why don't you go to Russia and live, or Hungary, and live in a place that has all the values you want, instead of being somewhere that you don't like, that doesn't like you. Sound familiar? No, I'd never actually wished that upon a person. But I'll say that simply because when you mirror these people, they freak out and go, see, 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 because how dare you mirror their wants? Because really, truly, these folks don't like their neighbors. They aren't to be trusted. They aren't to be given value in society. We had already rejected them as a nation, subverted them to a tiny group. But that virus is spread. And what is that virus, my friends? Intolerance, bigotry, ignorance, and pridefulness in that ignorance. Now, if you're unused to me being preachy like this, sorry. Goodbye.
This happened, and we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster.
Kamala.
Yesterday and at every other interview she's been.
You want to be president, but you can't pronounce a person's name.
I don't know what the hell's going on. She can't do an interview. She doesn't want to do them. Something's wrong.
Okay, so what's really funny is she doesn't want to do an interview, but let's take a clip from this hour-and-a-half long interview. And let's take it from Fox, who has clipped the statement altogether. And we can go look at the original. That's easy to find, which is even funnier. We can go to that same moment and find that she doesn't say this. But this is what they're showing to the crowd, and this is what the crowd is believing. So in other words, every one of those folks is a gullible son of a bitch. Every single one of them is a gullible dummy, happy to take in false information. Gullible. That's your neighbors. Now, we want to be concerned about them, but they aren't concerned about us. So all we can do is wait around and point them out and subjugate them to belittling and shame. That's it. That's what America affords you, the freedom to say, fuck you. Now, it doesn't mean you get to put them out, because they are our fellow Americans. Sadly to say, we have an immersive and integrated public, and that also includes the dumbest amongst us. So, my friends, inclusivity does include idiots. That's just how it is. I didn't make the rules. That's just how it is. Stupid people be stupid. What can I say?
Look, let me just see. We have a little video. You know, we spend all the money on
By
this
the way, if you
video.
disagree with me,
we want to use them a little bit. Let's play it just for a second. Thank you.
and you're not a complete punk ass.
Kamala word of the day is clearly story.
It is your story and the story of.
I do have a Discord you can hop in.
Really, that's the American story, right? In telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it, and both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is sadly not the only.
So did you see what just happened right there? They just overlapped obvious cuts of her saying story close together to make it seem like that's the only word she was using. And then watch what the Fox News people
is really that's
propaganda style
right?
say.
In telling your story.
We should all be quite
so
disturbed, by the way.
In the way you do it, and both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is sadly not the only story.
It's unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. It's like a child.
I'll tell you what's fucking unbelievable.
They struggle for the next thought, and it never comes. But
I'll tell you what's unbelievable. The fucking coke going on here. The intense fucking crazy ass coke that's going on here. Holy shit, talk about coke. Like, first off, these people definitely know that that's an edited fucking clip, and is that the best you got? Is that the best? The fuck is wrong with y'all? If you really want to get to that level, we got a dude who doesn't speak English clearly, who can't form a cogent sentence on your side, who's called to usurp the Constitution, been impeached, is a actual rapist, according to a jury, who owes $88 million to his victim, and he's got 34 counts of fraud that he's guilty of and waiting sentencing, which he will do time. So, the fuck is wrong with all these people? They just don't want to hear the facts. They're so used to ignoring facts and truth that they've made up their own. It used to be called alternative fact, and they just went with it as if they could revise history real time. And I'm sorry, folks, no, that's never going to happen. Not on any of our watch. You don't get to do that because there's a whole lot more people than just you. Sorry. Not sorry at all, actually. So even funnier is they think that laughter is somehow scary. They think that joy is a bad thing. That's what they're about. No joy, no laughter, no laughter, no happiness. So, you know, if they want to push that, we know who they're talking to. Miserable, shitty people. Oh, but hey, I haven't even gotten to some of the goodness. This is a piece by Toxic, and it actually kind of sums up a bunch of clips that have been around the internet for a while now. And I am shocked to find. I'm really shocked to find a couple of these people.
Old audio clip.
Defending the situation. And maybe it's because they're not actually fully clear on all of the details of it, or they're just choosing to be ignorant of it to have the guy on the panel because he's got 7,000 subs or some shit, crazy shit like that. But ethics and morality, man, that speaks a lot to who these people are, and I think that Toxic kind of put this together well.
Somebody in Portugal who claims that he was joking.
Fatty, Team Fatty.
Actually, we can prove that he's not.
That's correct.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look and tell if somebody's having a serious conversation.
True.
Or if somebody's joking. A lot of us have witnessed Fatty making jokes. The dude laughs, he smiles. It's pretty clear when he's joking. In this particular next series of clips, it's pretty clear that he's having a legitimate, serious conversation about this. And as
very much so.
See,
this clip is the one I saw that Stay Gold and many of us
it seems that Chris
found shocking.
Flow State can't tell if he's joking or not.
Yeah, it's insane, by the way.
Even as he tries to convince his own friends that it's a joke, they're not even buying it.
Yeah, and they're not really his friends. They're just not buying
it. Was a joke is you two, but I digress.
The law is, do you guys understand that, for example, in the United States, you can eat hamburgers all you want, but if you do that shit and you eat a cow in India, you are going to be arrested. Or if you go to Arabia Saudita or Saudi Arabia and you are eating bacon in front of them, that you are going to jail. For them, that shit is nasty as fuck. But you know what they're doing? They're marrying at 12. Like 20-year-olds with 12-year-olds. And they eat a cow in India, you are going to be arrested. Or if you go to Arabia Saudita or Saudi Arabia.
Let's be clear on what he says here.
Bacon in front of them, that you are going to jail. For them, that shit is nasty as fuck. But you know what they're doing? They're marrying at 12. Like 20-year-olds with 12-year-olds.
Because they all predators. Because they all predators.
No,
True. You'll believe Fatty. If the legal age of consent was 12, he'd definitely entertain it.
But I believe that in those cultures, those men are...
What?
He says,
okay, so yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, he says.
But you know what they're doing? They're marrying at 12. Like 20-year-olds with 12-year-olds.
Because they all predators. Because they all predators.
No.
You'll believe Fatty. If the legal age of consent was 12, he'd definitely entertain it.
But I believe that in those cultures, those men are...
Dead serious,
yes,
no joke.
Absolutely. When he was doing his
You're
defense, all he was showing was the
by the
joking
way.
part. He was never showing the part where he actually made a serious conversation.
By the way, a lot of these clips were capped and put together again in some long streams by LTTV that you can find with complete detail and with you know, all the context you could possibly want, as well as further explanation. But it seems to have watered itself down to the most important moments in its context. So we can see that dude is very serious. And there's many times. Now, what's not in these clips is some stuff that's been scrubbed that I'm still searching for, that I saw live, which is another example where this conversation was brought up again to challenge him. And Moby, what's happening? Oh, Moby, if you want me to play this back for you, I can. This is the first time it was brought up.
No. You'll believe Fatty.
And by the way, Moby, I was there as well. But he wasn't joking. He tried to make a joke of it in the fourth time it was talked about. And it can't be taken as a joke when he held Jay Prince's videos, thinking that he had images of his naked child on there and used it off screen as what was called essentially blackmail, and then put it out once he was confronted by MJ and them. So I'm sorry, Moby, he wasn't joking, and I'll show you the context here. This is the first time it happened.
Definitely entertain it.
Of 4 times.
So that means, like, he says, yes, absolutely. When he was doing his...
But you know what they're doing? Understand that, for example, in the United States, you can eat hamburgers all you want, but if you do that shit and you eat a cow in India, you are going to be arrested. Or if you go to Arabia Saudita or Saudi Arabia and you are eating bacon in front of them, that you are going to jail. For them, that shit is nasty as fuck. But you know what they're doing? They're marrying at 12. Like 20-year-olds with 12-year-olds.
There's this example. Predators, because they all predators.
No. You'll believe Fatty. If the legal age of consent was 12, he'd definitely entertain it.
But I believe that in those cultures, those men are...
He says, yeah.
Boom. Yes, absolutely. That's not a joke. He's not laughing. He's not making laugh. He's serious, dead serious there. So I'm just not sure what the misunderstanding is. That's his intent. And many of us saw this. You can't fool me once, fool me twice, that's on me. But no, I just can't ignore that as, like, not his intent. As well as the other times when he brought up the map of, he brought it up. He had the map of consent across the planet and pointed out where 12, 14, and 16 was totally allowable, and 16 was allowable in his own country. And then so many other examples that are just bad. They're nothing to joke about. Let me get down to that too. I mean, here's the other thing is if none of these things are something you joke about. Normal people don't joke about them. And it doesn't matter about the panel, it doesn't matter about the, You can try to reason it till you're dead in the water. If I was to take this video and show anybody out in the normal world, they'd look at it and be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? You know? And you just gotta take a step back from this quote unquote internet discord reasoning of debate broing everything and get real with it. Because this dude believes that. And platforming him, you know, and not recognizing, or at least being pointed about the fact that that's some dude who does this and who is interested in that. I mean, like the other day he said, you know, some days I like children, some days I like women, some days I like LGBT. Shit, you don't fucking joke. That's not a joke. Unless you're a bigot and an asshole. That's the thing is when your beliefs have gotten to the point of having no boundary, being bigoted or ruthless towards others, it's not a joke anymore. It's only funny in your own head, and then that's a form of psychosis. That's fucked up. Be fair. Well, that's because I never knew the viciousness of Mike TV until he turned it on me. So that makes sense, right? Like somebody turns on you for no good reason and does a bunch of despicable shit. You got to change your point of view. You don't just stay mono thought. And really, truly, when I came into Mike TV, he was doing good things, taking down really terrible people. And I never show up on a show where they're not supporting something at that time and that moment that I feel supportive of that I've already looked into. It's very simple. But when you stab me in the back and you do some really, really also illegal things, I'm going to turn around and be like, bro, that's not fucking cool. And then he immediately went bigoted on me. So I had all the reason in the world to be like, wow, that's not fucking cool. You know, pretty easy to understand that. And that's it personally, you know. Well, Moby, you can say that in retrospect, in hindsight, but, you know, that's in hindsight. That's really shallow to say. It also suggests that we should all know everything. Slow Prince JP. Yeah, that's an interesting character, you know. That situation where he was, you know, he's always been an interesting character. I've never been a fan. So even saying like, wow, it was fucked up what happened to him, you know, he has some role in that too. But it still doesn't alleviate the fuckery of what of the blackmail and shit. That doesn't, it's like because he's fucked up, it doesn't like take away the other side of it. This either or thinking of the debate bro shit, that is warping people's minds. It's not like that in the real world, in the normal world. I actually constantly deal with this shit in the normal world of like, oh, you gotta parse between things that are just gray area. Well, guess what? You can look at more than one person. You don't have to just stand on one side of a team because life isn't team fucking sports, folks. It's just that simple, no matter how much you want it to be. Life ain't team sports. Team sports are team sports. You can support many people and just pieces of things. You can have many different ideas that come from all different things and still be cogent. But if you believe that things can only be one way or the other, hey, you supported this guy, so you got to support him forever. Now, fuck off. How old are you? I know you better than that, Moby. You know better than that. Don't play team sports. Be real. Recognize when people are fucked up and when they need to be called out. And that can happen to any of us. You've met Lizard Tree Mo. I swear you have. I think you have. Unless Lizard, you can tell her if you want. Anyhow, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty steadfast about that kind of platitude, Mo, is that if you think that things are either or in the world, you're probably not recognizing that humans are multifaceted and that, you know, I'm sure that Fatty has the component of reasoning that he knows he's doing fucking wrong. You know, I mean, that's the thing. Well, I appreciate you saying that, because it pretty much is at this point, because it's like they're really have taken sides. But what he's saying is not joking shit. And if you know the laws in Portugal, if his local authorities saw any of the things he was saying, it's not like it is here. They have morality laws there. One of his neighbors could literally have him just thrown in prison for saying this shit. It's fucking wild. And apparently he's a social services agent, meaning he's like a bus driver or something. They got crazy rules about that shit because it has Catholic law in the backdrop of Portuguese fucking civil law. So it's one of those things that's kind of blown my mind for some time, to be absolutely frank with you. Also, impersonating public figures over there, really bad. And that portion of it where not a lot of people know this, but he's been handing out this name forever, and all I did was type in the name, searching to see if it matched any fucking record that matched his face, and his face did not come back with that name when I reverse searched him. And that name is a mid-tier semi-pro basketball player that when you go back in his videos he is praising. So it's really weird. Yeah, but that's not his name. That's the whole thing, Moby. It's just a game he's playing. I identified who that person was, and you can't find that name associated to his face. And when you do a reverse search on his face, that's not the name that comes up. So it's one of those things. I did it at the moment, like he had given it out just recently, and it's very salacious, weird, wild stuff that just kind of, it's pretty damning. It looks it looks bad. Optically, it's like on that edge, it's like, what the fuck? Who is this dude? And when I went back into the videos, via easy Google search, sure, I can go back on it. Hold on a second. It's going to take me a minute. In fact, hold on a second. It's been some months, so. If anybody has his name easily offhand, send it to me, please, because that way I don't have to go searching for this fucking thing somewhere in a text. There was 2 days where it was 3 months ago. If you want, I can do a whole stream on this. Anyways, the easiest thing is, if you do know his name, it's easy enough to type it into Google, and you'll find out that the only person that comes up in Portugal with that name is a mid-tier basketball player. How do I know he's a bus driver? He said he's a bus driver. And when you reverse Google his face, it comes up with a social service agent title. And honestly, this is just too buried. So if somebody has his name offhand, if you want to send it, it'll be an easy search because I know where to go from there. In any case, this is just fact. So how do I know that he's a bus driver? So how do I know his name? Yeah, because there's a thing called Google reverse search. You can take someone's picture, and if there's a record of them online, and you've done, some good keywords in there, they are going to come up. And it's not like you have to be manipulative about it. I love the two different conversations. So, yeah. Just, it's a bummer that people are out here like that. And I'm not one to be McCarthyist and say that people should be kicked off panels. I don't think so, but we should be honest about who people are and be able to bring it up and be honest about it when it is the point of topic and say, yo, bro, you supported this and this and that. Do you still stand on that? Now, clearly he doesn't anymore. He's saying it's a joke. I'll take that. I don't know how legitimate it is, so I have the right to, be in a bit of disbelief, right? Because there's plenty of examples of where he's still supporting it. Everybody wants it to be dropped because it's just uncomfortable, because people want to like him. That's the real story. That's a little more insidious. Yeah. And the whole, how do we know? Because the dude gave out all the information to disqualify any of the information he gave. That's the other portion of it. That's how it's Google, friends. A bit of searching. a bit of background. And if you know me, I know how to find things. Excuse me while I change my seated position. Yeah, it's actually not worth my time right now because I do have other things to go through, which are more important, like lightening the vibe right now and reminding you that the Mayor's Inner Circle press roast of 2000 featured this ditty right here.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that
Oh yeah.
has to have her own
Oh yeah, you know it.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
Yes, that is Rudy Giuliani.
This may be the best of all.
Rudy Giuliani in drag. So if you're like one of those people who's like weirdly opposed to, you know, the LGBTQ community for no clear reason other than you just don't like people that are different than you, then maybe you should be a little offended at this, right? Right? Like,
Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
So
Can't say I didn't try.
You want to see that again? I do. What were they thinking, friends? Really, what were they thinking?
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe.
Her own special scent. That's weird. That's very uncomfortable.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
That is right. That is our former President Trump.
Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion in corporate wealth.
Motorboating the former mayor and now disbarred lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, in drag. Just delicious. Just absolutely delicious, folks. I can't say enough about how delicious that actually is. And yeah, let's take a look at something that you guys will really enjoy. Little entertainment.
Weather. His home is a European-style villa which was renovated just before he moved in.
Just a little quaint
shack.
shack.
17,000 square feet of space with 8 beds and 11 baths. The
Good
former
for-
owner was an LA-based luxury developer who got rid of the existing 1930s.
Yeah, let's just hold it right there. Let's just hold him right there. Send that to Kamala for some. Oh no, she has it. They have it. Where do you think I got that shit? Are you kidding? You know. You know. She has that shit. Let me just be fair here. This is a stunning house. This is one of those, you know, modern castles. A McMansion on crack. And there's another version of this where he says some crazy shit, but I just want to take you on a tour with him and be snarky the whole time about how, you know, he's got people up in the bedroom that he's, you know, Cassie's up there. Poor Cassie's up there cowering.
Mansion and replaced it with their current structure, which was even larger. Although there were no listing photos of the interior that I could find, Diddy opened up his doors
because
to the
there was
large property a few
Well,
years
if you
back.
looked in the porn section probably, or in blackmail, you'll probably find plenty of photos and video. I'm more than sure.
When he was answering questions for Vogue. We can see he has a large open entryway with spiral staircase and sparkling chandeliers.
Oh yeah, it's easy to, you know, tie up a lot of people in that area, and clearly you can bend people over the bar there, you know, not unlike his outdoor bed.
Living area where there are 2 large living rooms. His decor here is very clean with lots of white furnishings and black accents. There's also plenty
That
of
way,
floor-to-ceiling
it does hide semen stains a lot easier out here.
windows and glass French doors opening up to the patios outside his mansion. The main living room features a large fireplace and personal bar. There's an attached dining area and
where you can spike
kitchen.
drinks because you've paid off the bartender to hand you the drink before you hand it to anybody else, and that way you can just, you know, likely, and I'm talking from the point of view of this guy right here, he's probably like, hey, bartender, this bar, that's for me, okay? Yeah.
With all the appliances you could ask for. Other lavish features of Diddy's custom mega mansion include a home movie theater with room for 35 guests, a fitness center, and a wine storage room. Not to mention
easier to hold people down in so they can't leave while you basically restrict and assault them, you know.
TMZ reported there's a separate spa pavilion with steam room, massage area, and full service
where you can take all your male colleagues and blackmail them by basically using African warlord techniques to screw them in the butt and use the pictures later. And also have, apparently, an enjoyable time if you're Diddy.
Beauty salon. Outside Diddy's massive villa sits on 1.3 acres of land, and the luxury amenities continue, with a 3,000 square foot detached guest house complete with bedrooms, a kitchen, living area, and more. Elsewhere, there's a lagoon-style swimming pool and adjacent grotto, which are connected by an underwater swimming
where the orgies will abound and many naked people will be taken advantage of by people who they think are influential, and most likely they'll be tossed to the side because you're in Diddy's mansion.
Tunnel that would give the famed grotto at the neighboring Playboy Mansion a run for its money. Diddy also has a compound on Miami's exclusive Star Island where he owns 2 side-by-side mansions. First is his 13,000 square foot estate he bought back in 2003, and the other is the $35 million house next door he snagged off Gloria.
And that way, nobody can complain about the screaming or the sounds of the imprisoned folks that you have in your compound next door because you own all the property.
Estefan this past summer. The rapper's
That's
original
a little tricky,
mansion
learned from
cost him
Epstein,
over
clearly.
$14 million and is a 2-story mega mansion formerly owned by music mogul Tommy Mottola. Inside, there's over 19,000
AKA the right hand of Satan.
500 square feet of space with 9 beds, 12 baths, and features like a luxury swimming pool and boat dock. Now Diddy snagged the property next door, which was the famous conga singer Gloria Estefan's property. She and her husband Emilio Estefan still live on Star Island, but this was their second residence and used for family members.
Damn.
Inside the entire mansion
talk about a
is
nice
white
second
decor
house.
to match
Jesus,
the sunshine
criminy.
and ocean surrounding the home.
If you're
as well as
wondering
the
how
exterior, which is
different,
also
if you're
a
wondering how different the wealthy live, you don't have to look very much further than this, folks. That's the second house. Gloria Estefan's second house. That's 5 of my houses. Wow. Okay, 35 million.
crisp white.
Wow.
The home was built back in 1940 and upgraded since.
Am I
featuring
wrong?
Hardwood and marble
That was the other house,
floors,
it's 35 million.
elegant arched doorways, and open patio spaces. The house sits on 1.2 acres of land and inside boasts 8,000 square feet of space with 6 beds, 10 baths,
I'm sorry.
and 240
Yeah, no,
feet
that's
of
five
sparkling
of my
waterfront.
homes. That's
One of
5
the
of my
living
homes.
rooms featured a white fireplace and large windows for plenty of views, while the kitchen is spacious with a long center island. Also
Yeah, that's
decked
about the
out
size
with
of my
same
house.
colors. Other features inside the house include a piano room, second floor loft, and a bonus private
Sorry,
entrance.
that's hilarious.
Most or all of the bedrooms
Talking about
boast
wondering
views
how
of
the other
water
half
in
lives.
addition to their own terraces, and elsewhere there's a separate tiled hot tub located within a classy courtyard. Aside from the main mansion, the property boasts another separate 2-story guest house at the front of the
Because
property.
you need that.
With 3 bedrooms.
Because you need that when you've got the full brothel in, and you're just, passing off all the working ladies to your homies for, clout. Clearly, as Diddy did.
Rooms, 2 full baths, and a half bath. The backyard has a resort-style pool and spa, which has got to be the main attraction back here, but you also have the ocean just a few steps away. Star Island is a man-made island that was completed in 1922 and set within the Key Biscayne Aquatic Preserve, which is about 75,000 acres of state-protected submerged land. The island is best known for being home to celebrities, which includes Diddy himself. So now we've checked out the home in LA P. Diddy is selling, as well as the other homes.
I'll be blackmailing you later.
After this house tour, which of the rappers' properties was your favorite?
I hit her,
I think his Holmby Hills one is the nicest, but it seems to me they're all equally luxurious. Even the one he's selling in Toluca Lake is a stunning traditional mansion. Looking at the sizes of the estates he lives in,
he's got a place in Toluca Lake? That's the valley. Jesus, why would you?
Be sure to let me
with
know
all
what
the
you
I guess it
liked
just
or
doesn't
didn't
even
like
matter
about
at that
his
point, right?
mansions down in the comments. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram to chat. And I'll catch you all in the next
I don't want to
video.
chat with you on Instagram.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Oh, by the way, Schoolhouse Rock has a new banger on, people.
Hey there, who are you? Oh, just the most important document in our country's history. You mean the
From the
Constitution?
Kravitz
Nope.
channel.
The Declaration of Independence? Yes, again. The
Try again?
The Federalist-
Nope.
What? No, even more important than whatever you just said.
Yeah.
Now sit right here
That
and
other
I'll
stuff.
tell you all about me. I'm just a little paper for the ages, a way to set the government straight. A short 887 pages on how to make America great again by forcing through the president's agenda, removing all of those who disagree, replacing with our loyal party members, and reclaim our great country. Power to the president to authorize the government to legislate morality and wrestle back normality from Marxist ideologies that infiltrate our policies like gender, race, or anything woke. We're gonna abolish the Department of Education, turn the swearing in into a coronation. America's great salvation will arrive with Project 2025. Coronation? You mean like a king? No, it's called the unitary executive theory. It gives the next president unchecked power to do whatever they want. So,
Yeah.
a king. Oh, let's not get hung up on semantics. Here's how it's gonna work. Once that we've started the transition, and no one's left to tell us to wait, we'll go through every policy position, get rid of all the language that we hate.
Language
like
that we hate.
civil rights, diversity, and unions. And pronouns to mention but a few.
Oh, this is true.
Defunding any liberal institutions that dare question what we do. I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court. Oh, the Supreme
Court.
That's a good one. Now, where was I? Abortion
Silly
will
kid.
be pretty much illegal.
True.
And reproductive rights will be gone.
They want it gone.
We'll get back to the biblical ideal that a family means a daddy and a mom with
children.
Repeal the crazy climate regulations that get in the economy's way. With everyone reporting to the stations on Inauguration Day. When we give power to the president to authorize the government to legislate morality,
Come on.
expelling abnormality like godless ideologies, protecting inequalities like gender, race, and anything woke. We're gonna abolish the Department of Education, convert the melting pot into a Christian nation. The stage is set, and we'll be going live.
You know they want
in
it.
2025. You can't seriously say all that.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Come on, let's crack me open. Page 124. Make more nuclear weapons. Page 257. End the war on fossil fuels. Page 214. No more gun violence protection. Page 298. Feeding hungry kids at our schools. Turn to page 5. Ban offensive books from the classroom. 563. Make it hard to register to vote. Page 449. Dismantle Medicare. Kill off the grizzly bear. Delete the term sexual orientation, gender equality, awareness of sensitivity, diversity, equity, inclusion, abortion, reproductive health, and reproductive rights out of every rule, regulation, contract, grant, and piece of federal legislation that exists. And that's an actual quote.
That is true.
And that, my friend, is only the beginning of how this makes America great.
And you should shiver in your fucking boots.
You'll be so overwhelmed with all the winning that you
Because there'll be one woman for every man. It's gonna be Gilead.
Wait, this doesn't sound
Oh,
great
'cause
at
of
all.
force.
No, it sounds like a fucking nightmare.
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
I guess if you wanted to, there's still some things you can do to stop it. Like what?
Like,
well, if you vote to save democracy, stand against autocracy and tell your friends and family, enough with this insanity. We fought too long to part with these essential civil liberties like privacy and equity and bodily autonomy. And what defines a family? Equality and empathy. And we're not going back.
Hell no!
Maybe we can stop this radical abomination. The future all depends on your participation. That's the way democracy will thrive.
And it can thrive, and it does thrive.
America was made for you and me.
You
so let's
and
defend
me.
our freedom
And
our
me.
dignity.
And
now
you.
raise your voice and let's keep hope alive.
Come on, keep hope alive. 2025.
Now vote.
Please, every single one of you, please vote. That's real. That's very, very real. Oh, did I lose? I lost my backing. My magic chairs. Oh, you can see my. Oh, now you can. Good. Much better. Much better. No more magic. Oh, wait. Terrible. Terrible magic chair. What a horrible ending to that. Did I have a cat invade here? Maybe I've just been restless in my magic chair. Okay. They want people not to vote, and they're scaring people away from the vote. So we need to remember that that's a thing. Anyway, so where were we? We were somewhere. We were talking about people's allowance of PDF. We were talking about. I can do some dub delay there. Hold on a second. Booyah! Okay. There we go. Now we got some backbeat. Okay. What are we looking at here? Oh! Well, there's a lot of options out here. We can critique some Ava the Good.
Why? So that, you know?
Right, but early.
Did you hear that voice? You know what that voice is? That's a dude who lives in his mom's basement and lies about it. Says he's black, but it's his stepdad. Oh, yeah! We're talking about Ben and Speak Sleazy and, let's see, and Grace and some other folks who are probably degenerate on his panel. And this is Ava the G talking about and reviewing some stuff here. And the reason I'm looking at it is because, you know, I think Ava's on to something in that she in herself is a very plausible lolcow. But she is beating the lolcowism to its punch and lolcowing an impenetrable, obvious chamber of horror cow. Which is kind of like when a bunny rabbit sits beneath a bear and chews on meat it's dropping. Let's see how this goes.
I have one of my loyal followers, XP, who's great. He has been putting in a lot of effort into putting together an edit of Ben's response to the Jacinda interview. And how
good. We're looking forward to that. Tell us something, Ava. Tell us something. Let's get to it. I do like that within the first 5 minutes. She gets to it. I'm not going to watch all that, but.
Teaser right now on my Discord. And then we're going to go into the whole thing.
By the way, if you don't like what I'm saying, you want to argue with me about something, you got something in your craw, you want to share something with me, go ahead and join Discord. It's linked in the chat. You can always jump in. Most people are too afraid to actually confront me because they think they're going to actually sound like a complete idiot.
Like, I know everyone's going to 15 years old is fine to get married to an older man and to have sex with
Ben.
And produce kids from him. I don't think that's controversial. That's generally seen as like early, but like totally fine.
No, it's very controversial, man. I'm going to be honest with you. That's incredibly terrible.
That's controversial.
Yeah, no, Ava.
It's literally illegal.
You know, it's not actually. Let me correct you there. Unfortunately, there is still consent waiver for parents, and I believe it goes down to 14. Just frightening to think about. But if you are under the age of 21 and your parents say it's okay to marry your 15-year-old girlfriend or boyfriend, and their parents sign a waiver as well, sadly and scary as it seems, that is technically legal. Now, if that has changed, or it is per state, which is very much more likely in the U.S., someone tell me, but it's a scary consideration. It is a fucked up thing. And I hope Ben is just being hyperbolic to get a response out of people. Because, I don't know if he's always held these points of view, but this is where he's changing to then. Come on, man. Time to get out the van. Let's get you out in the world. Come on.
Illegal. People want to rage even the legal age of consent, dude, which is 16 in a lot of places. It's 16 where I live. Even that people find extremely problematic. And they look at you hella sideways. I had a friend who was in a relationship. I'm gonna pull up the whole video now, but I had a friend who was in a relationship when she was 16 with a 30-year-old. And
that's fucked up. That is super fucked up.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Hold on. Because if you want to be on Ben's level, you can be in Ben's chat.
So what I'm saying is you can't. It's tricky.
Back when the age of life expectancy was like.
Well, Ava, I could honestly say the same thing about your chat. You are a lascivious backstabber who is not really truly to be trusted, at least as far as the streaming is concerned. Personally, I would gather, simply because you have attached yourself to others specifically to flagrantly make content out of them. Now, if you're open about that with them, I got nothing against you, because that's the name of the game, is being open with people about when you're going to make content with and about them, or for them, or with them, even if they don't want it to be. That's just kind of how making videos about people and things happens. But if you're thinking you're on some higher level, you're a Thorpeter. You are just as thickamoto as the rest of them. You are just a G-gen, crack smoking, fucking pipe walling, gaslighting, narrative building as any of the rest of them. And if anything, you're kind of the worst. You've attached to shit and allowed Ruby to say that Grace was hit. Thousands of us saw her on stream and none of us noticed a bruise, and that's not convenient. I would have said something. I would have been like, "You okay?" Or I would have hit her in the back chat. That came off her. I would have contacted her in the back chat, and I probably would have contacted Ben and been like, "What the fuck happened?" But yeah, you wouldn't know that. You would just assume that everybody is as naive as you are, I guess. I don't know, Ava, but you need to ratchet up that side of it. Get believable by not clinging to narrative that's bullshit and unprovable. Stick to things that you can actually prove, which you do well. But then you meander off, and it's, instead of colorful, it becomes less meaningful for what you're trying to achieve. And that's a message for me to you. I've already told her that just as much, in other words. But now I'm reviewing it, so I'm just going to be outright. Also, that forehead at the top, that's really long. That's a big fucking forehead. I've never seen, is that cornrow? I pulled that tight. By the way, that hairstyle does not make you black. It just makes you weird looking. Like a, like a predator. A little predatory. Very, well, technically, very predatory.
Just to and at the same time, take abortion away.
Yep.
So young ladies need to learn.
They go into this, and it's like they give him chances. They give him chances to
Yeah, I don't know why they are.
Of what he just said.
That, which is telling of the people on the panel. Why would you give anyone an out on that? I appreciate and understand Ben a lot more than most people do. I wouldn't give him the out on that. I'd fucking challenge him as fuck. We'd probably get into an argument. But you know what? That's how it happens. For all his insanity, that dude is actually more balanced than most of the fucking psychotics out there. And I watched this dude go from, less stress to incredible stress, and it's taken its toll on him. But if you haven't been watching as long as I have, an observation, you wouldn't have noticed, and you'd probably think it's for all the wrong reasons. All the wrong reasons. Folks are just projecting every one of their fucking worst into that story and never listening to Grace ever. And they know that. They've taken advantage of every single one of you. Which someone like myself, who puts on production and show, thinks is absolutely hilarious. No matter how disgusting it actually gets. Because G.G. Allen is just as valuable to art as Picasso. Sad to say. Doesn't mean it's more moral. But when's the last time you saw a reality TV show be moral or ethical? You telling me Kim Kardashian's moral and ethical? You telling me that they're any better? I think we know pretty clearly how bad that scene is. Oh yeah, she got famous because she had a sex tape released by her mom. So yeah, I don't know of Ben releasing a sex tape of his daughter. So that's a whole other, if you want a comparative unrealistically, and I'm just comparing the way one of these incel debate bro minds would. Well, what aboutism? They're totally unrelated, but similar enough for me to use. Yeah, no, it's an easy argument.
And we're looking at Ben saying, I'm going to start putting banners of the things that we're doing. Yeah. Ben is pro. Because at first he said it, I'm putting a banner here. This is what's going on. This is what we're reviewing. So, because at first he says it in a way
that's actually accurate. That's accurate.
Okay.
That's fucked up. That is super fucked up.
In traditional cultures, it's okay.
Their legs unless they want to have babies.
Okay.
Well, in traditional.
So
okay.
now
So if we're talking about, let's say, in the jungle now, in an uncontacted tribe now, actually, what they find is that they don't marry off women and or they don't mate women together with men in tribes until they're like 18 or 19, just like the rest of the world. One, because it's dangerous and you have a higher rate of infant and maternal mortality when they're not fully developed. Fucking tribes know this. With no fucking science and no doctors, they have learned the obvious truth of nature. So, some of this rationale is really far the fuck out, by the way.
Say, like, for example, be laws against men and women if the age gap is a certain more than 15 years between the male and the female should be illegal. That's never been part of it.
Did they make that statement?
I didn't say anything about that.
No, but
I don't know where that
saying
conflation came
it's
from.
Wrong. I'm just saying. I'm not trying. You're saying that it's wrong for an older man to have sex with a younger.
No, I never said that. What we were talking about earlier was someone who's underage.
Just give me 1 second.
Oh, I skipped forward.
Yeah, they're talking about underage kids there, Ben. I think you missed that part.
That's my bad.
Although sometimes I do think Ben is just going for the big troll. I think he's just going for the toughest thing to say.
Marriage.
Which, if that's the case, good on him, because that's ballsy as fuck.
And so the question is, how do you see this?
The ship has only sailed if you're not willing to fight.
Okay, are you for the criminalization of contraception?
Just saying, like some fucking underground. We would criminalize it after
it's criminalized in a way.
So it's a certain. Saying I'm not trying. You're saying that it's wrong for an older man to have sex with a younger.
No, I never said that. What we were talking about earlier was someone who's underage.
Just give me 1 second. Easy.
Okay, we saw. I don't know where it initially starts, but I mean, we all saw. I don't know where I recorded this, but it's around this.
So
that makes it totally
where? Generally inside the 3 people in your head that are talking right now, or like where? Where generally?
Well, what I'm saying is in traditional cultures where there is a strong sexual like onus in society, usually I'll say this because I know everyone's gonna 15 years old is fine to get married to an older man and to have sex with him. and produce kids from them. I don't think that's
pretty wild.
Controversial.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to find. We're trying to find that.
Yeah, that is very controversial, man. I can't hide it for you, buddy. That's incredibly controversial. And way to say that with a straight fucking face. Holy shit. I hope you are trolling everybody to get a rise out of them. I really hope you are, because that's some shit right there, bro. That is that ain't no better than Team Fatty. That is no better than Team Fatty. And yeah. Wow. Anyways, one of the things that comes up,
welcome everybody,
is this very interesting conversation between Ben and JLP the other day.
N-word Callum in Australia.
And I probably actually won't be able to play this, by the way. I just realized because there's too many N-bombs. God damn it, Ben! But forget about that. Let's look at kind of the same thing that happened in the 80s before we get back to the McCarthyism that I was planning on getting to at the peak here. Which is that, back in the 80s, it wasn't pedophiles. It was molesters. And I think molester's a much better term because it doesn't segregate itself any subset of language. Molesting was just considered what we now call a pedophile, a molester. And at that time, molesting was less of a fear of people than the thing I'm about to share with you, which is absolutely absurd. But this is from found footage, and I want you to think about this kind of effect on fear-mongering and how this is in the background of Pizzagate and the PDF chase, when the majority of the people we catch who are actually committing those crimes, who are actually spreading around that kind of filth and porn and degeneracy and perversion, they're the ones who are screaming about it constantly and every single day. They're the ones trying to find them, and the Mama Maxes of the world, fabricating things for virtue signals simply because they want to be able to have control. We find this in the mid-century of the 20th with McCarthyism, right-wing nationalist fear-mongering, centralized around former Confederate believers who are ultra-white Christians. It's a theme.
Some young people are attracted to the occult by seemingly harmless pleasures, such as games and music.
I love Dungeons and Dragons.
Come on.
Participating
in fantasy role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons.
Ooh.
Others are drawn into Satanism by heavy metal rock music. These heavy metal groups flaunt satanic symbols on their album covers and anti-Christian satanic messages in their music.
And anti-Christian, because as long as it's anti-Christian, as long as it's not Christian, because that's the only faith in the world, right? So it must be satanic. So this is part of the programming language that people don't even realize is prejudiced and strange. That's embedded in how we see the media and how we converse about this stuff and how we interact with it. And this is kind of a background you should know that was being done and has been done continuously with one topic or another. Fear-mongering. Who can we pick out that people will just make up a narrative around?
Symbols which refer to the mark of the beast or Satan. 3 6s in a row. 3 6s facing inward of each other. 3 Fs in a row, F being the 6th letter of the alphabet. You should remember these important dates because they will coincide with numerous reports of abductions, missing persons, and ritual crimes.
Oh yeah, my chat's all messed up. Hold on a second.
When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles.
Well, that must make me a Satanist, because I got a lot of that in my house. None of it has to do with Satanism, but apparently, I'm a Satanist. And God help you if you love Slayer. Like, goodness gracious, how backwards can you fucking get? That's the funny shit about it, is it's not really based in anything real. It's just, you know, a concept of a thought. Okay, that's the shorts. And there's the, okay, there we go. Yes, Lizard Tree, that's what I was like. Because that music is awesome. It's rock and roll. It's just dark and it's telling a tale. It's LARPing on that shit. And once again, one can appreciate things that are outside of the quote unquote acceptable norm and not be a degenerate or a pervert. Yeah, pervert. I like that. I like singing like that. By just being realistic about the fact of what it is, you know, whether or not someone's performing or really doing it. Now, black metal, not so much into it, especially when you're talking about the guys who are really trying to hurt people and or burnt down churches and stuff. That's the real thing. That's not this. LARPing spells true.
Parents must provide attention and love, protecting their
Protect
children
your
from corrupt
children.
influences. When this is
Fear.
accomplished, you
Fear.
can be
You know what I mean?
confident that children will grow into happy, well-adjusted, and productive citizens.
Unlikely.
Free from satanic and
hold on.
occultic influences.
Okay, so yeah, that didn't work out so well because most of these same people who were probably shown this video probably voted for Trump, the Antichrist. Anyways, no, he's just a shitty human being. Let's just be fair. I love saying things like that, by the way. And if you're not familiar with what rage baiting is, here's a great example of somebody, we don't know who, taking advantage of prejudice on both sides and also virtue signaling and also concern trolling and also everything all in one spot. This comes from the Derek Branch channel, or Digital Derek, as he's changed his name from now. Derek Branch is a great young channel from TikTok originally, and he's done very well here on YouTube. And this is a great example of folks taking advantage of a narrative, making up something that they know will pick up a lot of steam, and it's absolutely not only a catfish, it's just simply not true.
So guys, I'm getting tagged in this. We need Derek Branch to do some investigating and a story time. 500 likes. I guess we can trust her. Never mind. What's up with that emoji? Never trust POC? Which means people of color. And that means someone's being a racist, and that's wrong. We don't condone that around here.
Yeah, and by the way, that is the correct use of the term there, because that's a form of systemic exclusion, and also it is a bigoted thing to say. So you see how that works, by the way, folks? Things aren't all just racist. There are delineations and specific ways to call it. Just like how people have been screaming out, it's no collusion, it's no yeah, there's no fucking law called collusion. There is conspiracy to commit sedition. That's the law you're talking about. That's the one you aren't actually saying if you're a Trump supporter, because if you say it, you have to admit that that's what actually went down. But let's get to the story. Sorry.
Made by a girl named Ellie. In our small town of Pittsburgh, there was a close-knit group of friends, Bella, Sophie, Emily, Rebecca, and me. We have been inseparable since elementary school, sharing countless memories and adventures. However, our seemingly perfect friendship was about to be tested. One summer, a new girl named Kimura, Did you just use the ninja emoji?
Yes, she did.
Which, by the way, guys, it's like an emoji for like the N-word. Kimura, the black person, moved to town. She quickly integrated into the group, charming everyone with her not ghetto-ness and friendliness. At first, it seemed like Kimura was the perfect addition to the circle. She always knew the right thing to say and was always there to lend a helping hand. But as time went on, subtle cracks began to appear. Emily started noticing that Kimura often spoke behind their backs, twisting their words and creating unnecessary drama. I then found out that Kimura had been spreading rumors
especially
about
on
her
camera.
to other
It makes you
classmates.
overpronounce things.
Bella
Always better when you can
discovered
hear
that Kimura
yourself.
had been copying her homework and taking credit for her ideas. Rebecca, the most trusting of them all, was devastated when she realized Kimura had been using her to get closer to her boyfriend.
Okay, so you realize that all of this language is one assumption. It's sounds like a teenager. It sounds like something would happen in high school. But, and he'll point this out, if you look at the picture, this is at 125, but if you look at the picture he shares, these girls all have Penn State shirts on, so they're in college. This language is not somebody who's actually who's in high school. I mean, so in college. This is somebody. Wait, you see what I'm saying? It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't seem right because it isn't right. And Digital Derek here, Derek Branch is a great sleuth, great internet sleuth.
Had been using her to get closer to her boyfriend, who would never date POC, which means people of color.
It's fucking.
And you use the emoji again, it's insane.
Yeah, it hurts his head, it hurts my head. That's just fucking insane.
One evening, the friends decided to confront Kimura. We gathered at our favorite spot by the river, a place where we shared so many happy moments. With heavy hearts, we expressed their feelings and revealed what they had discovered. Kimura, caught off guard, tried to deny everything, but eventually broke down and admitted to her actions, told us to run her ones and let's fight. We couldn't believe it. We all ran.
Run her
fucking
ones?
ran? 4v1?
Yeah, that doesn't sound in any way, shape, or form rational or realistic in any, in any way, shape, or form. That's some weird shit right there. That's like, huh? Yeah, this story doesn't sound very, I'm not believing. Yes. No. I am, no. That's gonna be a no from me. A solid nerp in the believing side. Anyways, okay.
5v1? This has to be kept. We all ran and she started to drag me to the floor. I had 2 black eyes. Then she posted she wanted her fade with us. Realizing the damage she had caused, Kimura didn't care, but the trust was already broken. Our group decided it was best to part ways with her. It was an easy decision, but we knew we had to protect our bond and well-being. In the end, the experience brought the friends even closer. We learned the importance of trust and honesty and vowed never to
We learned the importance of being a white group of girls with blonde hair and keeping them girls who aren't blonde out. What is this other than virtue signaling, trying to upset people? And it's called rage baiting. Nothing more, nothing less. Just plain old school rage baiting. The easiest way to manipulate people. What do you think most of the panels are? Let's pick people that are at home who don't have a lot to do and upset them into a position where they feel they have to take one side or the other in some kind of weird-ass team sports. This is why you hear the logic being so limited to either or in so many cases, because people are debate broed from the Twitch poll scene. Their brains have been melted into thinking that life is just simply a choice of team A or team B, and otherwise, fuck you. It's like, Jesus Christ, no. You can have lots of little complexity to a thought. Stand right in the center of everything and be like, no, I don't believe in either side. I believe somewhere in the center, and here's my take on it. And because they don't agree with you, they'll be like, I hate you! The fuck is that? Oh, false equivalency. That's what that is. Right? Just straight up false equivalency. Oh, look at that. It's actually, well, it's almost time for a break because the music is done. We'll watch the rest of this time. I'll take a brief break.
People of color come between us again. Though we had lost a good black.
That's not a touchscreen. You ever reach out for the touchscreen and it's not a touchscreen?
I feel like someone made this up, y'all. It's probably just rage bait, and that's what I think too. I think someone made up the story and took someone's page.
Derek, I agree 100%.
Now, if you don't know what rage baiting is, it's basically when you make a post that you know is gonna go viral because you know all the people that's gonna be mad about it is also going to share it. You're gonna get views.
True.
Which is just a sick lifestyle to have. It seems like someone made that story up and used some random girl's pictures. On God, yep, proof. Well, guys, I'll show you some cool shit. Did you guys know if somebody writes you a message using ChatGPT, which are what a lot of people in India are doing because they don't speak real good English, so they use ChatGPT. So I use this to test if they're human or not. I put the story in ChatGPT. ChatGPT says it uses this predictable structure and flow. A group dynamic disrupted by the arrival of a new character, Kimura. Perfect friendship, subtle cracks began to appear. Our generic AL written narratives. Errors and awkward phrasing.
So here what he's doing here, he went through it with AI.
Or unnatural
and AI saying,
often found
that may be AI.
Also, the sudden switch of gender for Rebecca, her and him, is unusual. Which I noticed too. Rebecca, the most trusting of them all, was devastated when she realized Kimura had been using him to get her closer to her boyfriend, especially her. Given these indicators, this text has a moderate likelihood of being AL-generated. I even tested on another site. Look, 100% of this text is likely AL-generated. No, bro, I don't believe this for a second. Is that her TikTok tag? Whoever's doing this got her all the way fucked up. Let me type this.
Kind of seems like it, right? Yeah, because that's not her TikTok tag.
Whoa.
And by the way, you notice something about her?
But I don't see any of the friends on here.
Yeah, because it's not the same girl, Derek.
On here though, that's crazy.
It's not the same girl. She's not even old enough.
Different account. This is the real account. Oh damn, yeah, she deleted everything. Yep, she had to. I bet all that hate was coming. She said quit. This guy even used pieces of a story from a different girl. That's insane. You guys have a wrong person. It's not this Ellie. I haven't even seen the post. My black eyes from a pole jump bar. Girl, I was about to say, goddamn.
By the way, that's a fucked up way to get.
Hopefully you're all healed up.
Get a set of black eyes.
They're all up in here. They believe it's her because of the two black eyes.
That's a fucked up way to get the black eyes.
Not her, and that's what I did. I just did that.
Hold on. Can we just take a moment to say rest in peace? Fucking two black eyes. Holy shit! From the pole vaulting pole. Ow! Did she come down? Like, I'm so curious. Was it that she smacked it on the way over? Because that's one way. Did she take it to the face when she, like, how did, ow! Fuck! That had to be a fucked up moment. That had to be a fucked up moment. Holy shit. Rest in peace. Black eyes. Oh my God.
Pole jump, the reason I come up is because the original girl deleted her account. I don't have the same username. I'm only 15. Which, yeah, I don't see this girl.
She's only 15. The other girl,
she's wearing a Penn State. Someone's out here being diabolical. Yeah, guys, I think that someone's setting this girl up. First reason is because ChatGPT says it's fake. Look at the TikTok watermark. It doesn't look like that. See, here's mine. That's what it looks like. It doesn't just sit in the middle like that. And a lot of girls have an name.
This is doctored shit. And this is one of the reasons you got to be careful of what you look at and what you bring up. You can't, it's, oh, you'll be watching us, huh? Is she live right now?
Hi, Mel.
Or just like these alleged women that go on these dates.
These alleged women.
What's the talking point?
Wow. Okay, alleged women. I've never heard that one before. What is a alleged woman? Hey, can somebody, by the way, why is it right-wingers don't know what a woman is? They have asked me so many times what a woman is, and it's like, bro, if you don't know what a woman is, I'm sorry that you haven't been able to have that experience, but, yeah, that's not, that's embarrassing for you, not for me. So I don't know. I do not know why you, yeah, I wouldn't be asking that out in the public, because that means you don't know what a woman is. Alleged women. Okay.
They don't like you and you're not getting any booty.
Yeah, I think if people were more upfront about their intentions, then
true. I know, Sarah, I'd agree with you on that.
Can make a decision going forward.
Okay.
And I think that the more you can inform somebody, like, here's my intentions, here's what even when I date, I tell people, listen, I
always
don't
date with intention. By the way,
always get married. I don't want any I'm just hanging out and having a good time.
Reasonably fair with people, because otherwise you're just fucking yourself over too. You're not doing yourself any favors.
And they still respond very
not being honest with your intention or what you want out of other people or what you want out of the relationship, or
and they still choose to continue on and press on, and then it gets sad, towards the end when and then they're like, when I thought it was gonna be forever, and I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I specified up front, and you're very well aware of my intentions and my time commitment and my accountability to your feelings are 0. I told you that up front. So, they always start up, but at least they can make.
Okay, so I got to tell you something. If this is a commentary from men to women right here, you can't expect us to also not look back at you and be like, oh, so emotionally and personally, I don't have to be accountable to you at all. In response to saying that you don't have to have any accountability to us. Now, these things are trust grown. I'm going to see what she says after this, but that shy away of exclusion to say, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, and I'm also going to project into this because I didn't hear the rest of what she said. But it sounds to me like she's saying, I have to say, yeah, it sounds to me like she's saying, you have to give a damn and show me you give a damn before I should ever give a damn. And that's just not how healthy relationships are founded or work out. It sounds to me like, maybe she got some damage. We all have damage, but maybe she hasn't worked it all out yet. Let's see.
Vision in the beginning to say, like, am I willing to get into this,
See, I'm way too brutally honest to the point where it just pushes people away, but I'm also like, you know what? They deserve to know going in the boatload of crazy they're getting. So I will tell them on day one.
They're not,
and then we feel like shocked when it comes up.
Right, and it's like...
Okay, so, and she's got a great point. This is the other side of that. Beetle Babe is saying, basically you go in totally earnest and honest and give them everything that you said you would give them as far as emotionally, and then they freak out because it's too much. And that's just kind of how people are. Everything is gradation, slow movement, careful. And sometimes we want to get wrapped up in it, but we should always care to not completely lose ourselves. These are things in retrospect that I would have done differently, personally. And if I have any advice for anybody, it is to take your time. To go with what feels good, but to take your time and really evaluate it. Sometimes things work out, but you never know. 2 years down the line with somebody, things can change. Life changes. Viewpoints change. It's just how it is. It doesn't mean you need to be flippant, but rather careful with your own heart and, more importantly, careful with others.
Like, at the very least, I told you and informed you.
Right.
And if you choose, Chaotic Clubhouse hit the buy me a coffee drink.
Thank you, Lizard Tree. I
And he
appreciate
said,
it.
this can get you a beer at a store, but not at no bar. Why? Because you won't be able to tip. Thank you, Chaotic Clubhouse. That was ever so thoughtful.
That was a great
kind of
comment.
you. I appreciate that.
always tip
and
at the
yes,
bar, by the
ladies
way.
and gentlemen,
Always
the Buy Me
tip.
a Coffee link is dropped in, but also Michelle's is dropped in as well. She does a lot of hard work behind the scenes. If you like Moderator Monday, then you love Michelle, because Michelle is the one that pieces them together with the topics, the people.
Oh, so I can blame
Like,
her?
We go through a lot of work, but Michelle
Okay.
does a lot of heavy hitting on that
Oh, I
end.
can blame her. Oh,
so
good. Okay,
please, Her
good.
link is dropped by the Nightbot ever so often, probably every 10 to 15 minutes. So if you love me, then you love Michelle even more.
Can I
If
be
you
frank
hate
with
me,
you? Lizard Tree, I am definitely giving Sarah this look right now. And I'll tell you why. She is absolutely in denial over the Team Fatty situation. So it may take someone like you to say, yo, Sarah, that's real. Because she's gotten the information in the videos and she doesn't want to hear hide her hair because she's benefiting from dude being on her panel. And that's, her choice. But it takes away from the enjoyability. And I also have just heard some rhetoric around her that it is, becoming a little more exclusively, excommunicating, the McCarthyist shit starting to come up. It's because it's red pill adjacent. She's her own pill, obviously, right? Tomato pill. But, and all respect to her, I'm a supportive person of platforms, but as soon as I see people that are starting to do a little bit wacky because maybe they're feeling themselves because they got attention, I don't give a fuck about attention. You all know that. It's just fun to point out the bit of wacky that is taking itself so fucking seriously. And yeah, especially when I like someone, when I think that they've got some really neat performative capabilities. Oh, Lizardtree, you never heard about that shit? Oh my God, that one little clip that I just played, that is one of many. That is just the best one where he's just not laughing around it. There's no, ability for him to run from saying it's a joke. That's the first time he said it, and you could clearly see he's dead serious. But there's a whole lot of that, and I could get into it, but as you well know, I'm just ADHDing the stream, and I got so much content to cover that's just one little hit that it's just like, let me just reinforce that for all of us who were actually there when that was said, because I'm not going to let motherfuckers gaslight into pretending that that's not real when we all fucking saw it. So I'm sorry. It's just so disturbing to me that folks will hide from that, and because he's got subscribers, they think. That stuff is disturbing. And that's really what you get from people who are not performers trying to put on shows. It all becomes a little battle royale of some weird supremacy they've made up in their mind that just doesn't exist in the real world. It's a delusion of extreme proportions.
You actually love Michelle even more. And if you love Mod Monday, then please go send Michelle some money because she puts those together. We love her for that. Yeah, Michelle wants tipped, and just the tip. Thank you, Tom Space.
Okay, just the tip.
I'm just gonna go tinkle.
But why would you sure you don't want more than that?
Reasonable.
Let me be fair.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say there's a second definition
of
to tip to improve performance. There's a second definition, which is it kind of means pay it forward.
Okay.
I'm gonna improve performance for the next.
I've never heard that thought. Protecting children has to be the highest priority.
And I
one of them.
$100.
It's definitely got to be in the top little section of priorities beyond breathing and not getting eaten by bears. That kind of absolutely. Lizardtree. I think that a sensitivity to just fucking, not normalizing perversion perversion isn't a good word. Degeneracy. Complete fucking absolute degeneracy, or perverts in the bad sense, not the good sense, because there's a line there, but actual deviancy. Normalizing that shit is fucking out pocket, complete out pocket. Giving psychotic, you know what I mean? That shit. I don't understand how people just, yeah, I do. They're lonely. They see somebody who's popular and they feel that they can't afford to cut that person or parasocial situation, like a Discord, out of their lives, because then they wouldn't have a social life, right? That's when all this becomes incredibly problematic. So, anyways, most of these streams are incredibly boring, by the way. You have to actually know the people and watch them for long periods of time. That's one of my other arguments, is a lot of this shit is incredibly boring. Oh, by the way, if you didn't know already, if you haven't seen this amazing clip, I love this.
Look,
I love this.
I think for far too long on the issue of gun violence, some people have been
being a neocon as I am.
False choice to suggest you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want to take everyone's guns away.
Yeah, it's not neither or.
I'm in favor of the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
And I'm in favor of assault weapons bans, universal background checks, red flag laws. And these are just common sense. These are just common sense. I thought it was so powerful.
Lizardtree, there's two different options. You actually have to go to the one that is... There's two different titles. There's Trolls for the Unhinged Mind, and the Trolls for the Unhinged Mind is the horizontal stream. The vertical stream is Morons of the Internet. Did he know? Did you know? Actually, it's Did you know? So there's two different streams, two different titles. So if you've got the vertical on TV, if you go back to my channel or pull me up. There should be 2 live going on, and the vertical stream is morons, and the horizontal is trolls. I don't know why I get so much joy out of that. That's just makes me laugh. So what she's about to say here counters everything that, they're going to take away our guns. They're going to... My pleasure, Lizard Tree. And thank you for being here. I missed you, Lizard Tree. Lizard Tree. Yeah, what she's about to say here is one of the things that I actually appreciate about her, because as AG, she was the very first AG to carry a sidearm in solidarity with law enforcement, and we called her freaking Cop Mala. Everybody was freaked out about her because we voted in a Democratic AG and she's carrying a gun. Well, turns out she's a badass.
At the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate,
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yes.
Oh,
yes. I hear that.
Can we run that?
These are just common sense. These are just.
Can we run that?
It was so powerful at the convention when you said you have guns. No, at the debate. At the debate.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
Yeah, bro.
Yes. I hear that.
Yeah, bro.
I probably should not have said that.
And by the way, you may not have stand your ground in this state, but damn sure bet in the state of California you don't step foot in somebody else's house. That's why breaking and entering doesn't happen as often as you think it does out here. Maybe at the stores because they don't have armed security most of the time, but not in people's homes. Why? Because we're all fucking armed out here. Like crazy arms. People got money and weird collection tastes, so folks have all kinds of strange things. Trust. You walk into people hippie motherfuckers' house and they open up their armament. Hippies. Don't get it twisted. Because if you have it twisted, you're fucking twisted and you've never been to California. The majority of the state is rural, by the way. And where it's not rural, it's incredibly densely urban. The 2 places where people have the most guns. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah. Breaking and entering, terrible idea in Los Angeles. Also, getting into a fight at a club in Los Angeles, terrible idea. Motherfuckers will follow you home, find out where you live, wait for 3 days till you've forgotten all about it, and then kick your ass. And not even them. 3 of their big buddies are just looking to do something fun. I'm telling you, LA is crazy that way. Unlike everywhere else, it's not immediate. You just don't know. You don't know. Okay? Cali is a different kind of place. And when I say that, I mean like it's got everything you got plus. So if you've never been here, come visit. It's a wonderful climate. Really, truly, you can find a place for everybody. There's rural places, there's shit kicker places, there's places that look like everywhere else in the country, except we have great weather. Incredible weather. Oh, but it's all burning down. What the fuck? Do you realize how big California is? When you put it together, it is the size of Texas. Just a little bit shy of Texas, but 7 times the wealth of Texas. So yeah, anyways, enough of that. I love my state. I've been everywhere in all 50 states, and I love mine. Not to say that anywhere else sucks, because that's the thing is states around the country all have beautiful things about them, except Ohio. Anyway, I'm joking. Cleveland's fun. Cleveland is fun.
But you have been a gun owner for a while.
Dayton's a good time.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
But here's my point, Oprah, is that I'm not trying to take everyone's guns away. I believe in the Second Amendment, but we have to agree that, look, I did last fall a college tour with college-age young people, so I also did trade schools. And packed audience every time in their auditorium, and I would ask, please raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill.
And this is some scary information, by the way.
Almost every hand went up.
Yeah.
It was bone chilling.
Yeah, this is the way our kids are living.
True. By the way, if you disagree with anything you hear, or you've actually got the nerve to confront anything you don't like, feel free to call in. The call-in is in Discord, and the quality is high quality listening. And essentially, I'll talk to anybody almost, you know, as long as you can actually speak the same language. I'm happy. All right. What are we looking at? What are we looking for? Okay, got that chat up there. I'm just trying to find a better way to get both chats in one spot. Okay, that's okay. I can deal with it. Yeah, so Kamala will break out guns blazing. Oh, Josie got
because Israel.
Did Josie get this taken down? Does that say, what does that say over there? So I don't want to watch that if Josie had it taken down. So let's put that there. And let me bring you back to a simpler time when the world said no.
You see this? We want this. We love this. We need this. But this, yeah, we don't need this.
As a member of the African American community, we would like to humbly decline your offer. Since you don't want your own race, maybe the Hispanics will take you instead. So sorry, you have been declined.
Yeah.
Thank you for the referral on that, but the Hispanic community, we're gonna have to pass on that. You could check the Asians though.
As a representative of the Asian community, after careful consideration, unfortunately, we cannot take her.
Yeah,
she
that's
will
a
also
problem.
be banned from ever taking out Chinese again.
Ooh, she caught
will
a
offer
Chinese
up
food
2
ban
bans.
along the way.
After a not so thorough examination and as a member of the Indian community, we would also like to humbly deny this offer. Maybe the Egyptians would be interested.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but there's no way. Gotta pass this one back to the white boys.
Bruh.
No.
Bruh. That was painful. So that's what happens when you're an asshole and try to make a competition between people that, you know, it's about the people. Oh, okay. That's enough. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Everybody's gonna reject you. Everybody's gonna be shitting on you. And that's fine. Truly. Because that's what you get for that kind of thing, right? That's what you get. You gotta expect you're gonna get something like that. So, let me see. I need to take the dog out for a minute. I will be back shortly. And in the meanwhile, let me give you... let's go with the fan favorite. Stand by. I'll be right back at the end of this video. Until then, if you haven't seen it, this is a lot of fun. If you have seen it, it's a lot of fun. It's me touring the... Oh, you know what? Actually, I never watched this one. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing Dakar Hip Hop Orchestra. Just some raw footage from back in the day that I filmed at a rehearsal of ours. This doesn't do it justice. Here we go.
Over here, y'all. Do we rock the mic? Over here, y'all.
I'll be right back.
Over there.
Today's our CD release party. It's our first time. All right, cool. And we're gonna play the music from Unfinished Symphony right now. It's called Repus 2 in A minor.
Are endless as I've been this freak styles to recreate this, those who debate this, taste this as you face this, being to know. Oh, so I stand with this hip hop orchestra as I pop lock to concoct, drop on my knees, backspin in my chambers. Shall we what you saw? So I'm meant to be what it really places I should be. When it's all we go through me. Gentle voice and every sound so shaggy, shall we what you saw?
if you're wondering, yes, I am mixing this concert. It's one of the greatest times in Los Angeles music history, because everybody you see on that stage helped to perpetuate what you know as modern music now. There isn't a single member up on stage that isn't formative or important to the music of today. There's David Chegwin, percussion, so many people that made up the backbone of popular music today, production, all come together with a single focus and love, led by the one and only Double G Jeff Gallegos.
Because it can produce such clean, round, low notes.
A very magical time in music history in Los Angeles. I'm very proud to be a part of that. DJ Hall, DJ Mason,
Paul and Mason, y'all, give it up.
the Megadot himself, Lonnie Marshall, whose brother was in Red Hot Chili Peppers. Lonnie actually had a song that won a Grammy. By the way, these concerts are free in Los Angeles every summer, downtown LA. That's Oliver Charles, Ben Harper's drummer there. Also the son of Chili Charles, the famous hand player and drummer. Too bad it cut off before the audience screams. Let's pull up one more piece that I love to remind people. It hypes me up, honestly. This is another band, and this is my mix as well that's on this recording. Great time period. This was produced by will.i.am and Will of oh God, I'm blanking on the name. I can't believe Will Dog Abers, Grammy winner. Very famous salsa band. I can't believe I'm blanking on their name right now, but we actually produced this in the same studio that the Guns N' Roses double album was produced in, and actually in the place it was mixed in with the same engineers who were mixing that album at the same time. Lots of cool stuff going on. And this is by the band Burning Star, and many of you have heard this. This is a call to arms, if anything, a call to get together. And while I'm taking this brief break, pause for the cause, I like to share some good stuff with you. So, by the way, Quincy McCrary of this band currently out with Jack White, last I heard.
All night all day, I'll put my vibes on play. Never stop until they say okay.
Those words you said, true in fact. Don't delay it, talking at. These is why we co-created Burning Star.
We walk like warriors in Babylon. My word is born. I know we gonna spawn, but still we got to keep it on.
Word is born, right upon. They bring the war, we bring the corn, just like a stormy rain to bring the sand and drink all over the sea. Warriors.
discipline their deeds, and the chosen are few, so it's our destiny to lead. In physical form, I stone this world with conviction. I love the righteous and poor, and keep our lessons non-fiction. So, listen and heed, you must build like a slave, to live like a king, in these lands of the brave.
Where the warriors run, never fear from God, running for the experience, and the taste of this time to go. Warriors, come out and play. Warriors, come out and play.
I love this song. You might recognize the lead singer there as the voice of Let's Get It Started in the chorus of the Black Eyed Peas fame. All right. Let's get back on track with the skullduggery and the fuckery, shall we? Okay. Where were we? Where were we? So much to look at. So much to do, so little time. So many videos. Hawk Tua girl. I'm just going to say it. Hawk Tua. Oh, are you familiar with this lady, by the way? Or maybe, ooh. Let me see. It's this, there's that. Oh, scandalous. What am I looking for here? What are we really looking for? By the way, if anybody's live, I'm just scrolling around for some more fun. Oh, this is something I found that maybe you guys will find interesting for a brief moment. This is called Remove Cat Before Flight by Romain Gento. So I'm guessing it's one of these people in the flight here. And they're in like a glider, or I'm sorry, it's a light plane. It's not a full plane. And they're up off the ground. They've just taken off. And, you know, if I was in this plane and I was just taking a nap and suddenly, you know, I look out and you look up in that, you can see the ears up there of a little kitty about to look over the edge like, what the fuck? What is going on? He's like, oh my God, no! Oh my God! Where the fuck are we? And then he's like, oh, cat! What the hell? Nope. Uh-oh. And the cat's like, meow, help me! Please, someone! And he's like, uh-oh. Buddy, what are you doing here? Yeah, emergency landing, gotta land. Extra member on board. Oops. I'm so glad that the cat, like, isn't fully freaking out and he's staying in place, because, you know, and not trying to get in their lap or something like that, because that would suck. A cat is like, I don't know what's going on. Cat's doing fine. Yeah, cat's like, now the cat's like, oh, this is kind of badass. Oh, I'm just hanging. Like, has it happened before that you fell asleep in a wing and... Poor cat. Imagine waking up to that and you're like 4,000 feet above the ground. That would suck. That would really suck. Cat hung on for dear life and took it like a champ. And even when, this is even more amazing, the cat waits until the airplane comes to a complete stop. You gotta love that. You gotta absolutely watch this. The cat's like, are we done? Oops. Oops. He's like, no, fuck this, fuck you, I'm out. Yeah. Poor cat. Anyway, everybody loves a funky cat video. I do. I don't know about you. Back to the skullduggery and the fuckery. Let's see what's going on in the world. Let's see who's live. A lot of people live. A lot of skullduggery. Let's go back to the sip and stream and see what they got to say.
Because it helps, because it's like, oh, it's one less person I have to go back and forth with. All I have to do is say, did you get a hold of that person? Did you message them? And do they have the prompt now? And okay, they're good to go. Perfect. Thanks. That's all I need to know.
What is she talking about?
And she's
production?
taking off that small little piece of admin for me. But just keep in mind, there's 100 of you and one of me, right? Or actually, there's 2,200
okay,
of
teacher.
you and one
Sarah.
of me.
Sarah.
You know, so if everybody and their brother decided to reach out to me,
I'm gonna close that down. I'm gonna just, you know, I normally don't just close it down, but I'm gonna close that down. She reminds me of she has a very Disney rounded head. Yes, she has it, and the eyebrows and the yes, she is very, very princess. Very, very princess. Yes. I get that. I get some of that too. Oh, here's a real skulldug fuckery bit. If you've never seen the high-powered podcast.
Sorry for the male that's gonna come out that woman's womb, cause she is surely gonna fuck him up and then act like she ain't have.
I didn't even have to go. I didn't have to do shit. I just had to turn to the queen maker, Princella. This chick is insane. And if you want to talk about extremists, this lady has been all over the map. Originally, she was a full-on man stan. Like a Hebrew Israelite kind of, and then in the Sarnator crowd, and then she has since become a gay, I believe, if I'm not incorrect. Nothing wrong with that, but she's become like a anti-male, anti-black male, also anti-female liking black men. I don't even know where to go with this. It's beyond MGTOW. It's beyond all that stuff. It's kind of a wow. It's an all over wow, frankly. And yeah, here we go. You ready for this? Oh my God! She just ended. I'm just gonna put it somewhere.
I don't care what they want. I only care what they respond to. See, my focus is a little bit
she
different
pulling
from
up?
the other guests. There's what women say they
By the way,
want,
that was
there's what
Rollo
women think they
Tomasi's
want, and then there's what they
boss
actually
in the
respond
90s,
to.
if you didn't
I'm
know.
not an
That's where Rollo
academic,
Tomasi
I'm
gets
not
all
a
his bullshit from.
theoretician. I'm interested in what works on the street when it's time to date.
That's the
and
pickup
mate.
artist, by the
And
way.
what women actually respond to is not what they say they want.
So what do they respond to?
They really respond to a guy who's a challenge, a guy who's a question mark, a guy who keeps them guessing. You see, in the beginning,
So she's trying to use this as validation for whatever points. I'm looking forward to finding out what goes on here.
Even ugly guy who goes out there in the real world and tries to be a nice guy.
This should be interesting.
So no more Mr. Nice Guy.
You can be pleasant. You see, we've got to define our terms. By nice, I mean accommodating. When you accommodate, you get what the commode gets. You get the crapola. You have to learn how to say
Okay,
no
so
to a woman.
you're hearing the language of what we hear today in the red pill. Like, when you're accommodating, when you actually respect a woman. Shut the fuck up, virgin. He ain't never touched a vagina.
You got to learn how to say no to a woman. So the reason why women are struggling with men is simply because a woman has the inability to govern herself.
Women. I'm sorry. Let me. Lizard Tree, do you have an inability to govern yourself as where's Lita? Lita! Yeah, I don't know a single woman. Maybe it's just me. That I don't know a single woman like that wouldn't have the ability to govern. What the fuck is she talking about? She's a woman. Is she saying she doesn't have I don't know. This is amazing cognitive dissonance.
Conquered their own nature, so men then figured you out. You say you want all this other stuff.
Men have figured nothing about women out. It doesn't matter how much we think we've figured out. Men will never figure out what the fuck is going on with women. Let me just be very real with you. Very, very real. Like ridiculously real. Doesn't matter if he seems like he has. He doesn't know. He doesn't have a clue. He's just winging it and acting like he knows. Okay? Yeah, Emily, right? Yeah, I know you're good. I know she ain't speaking for you. For God's sakes. Jesus Christ.
What you actually respond to is low down, dirty men who treat you like shit. That's
no
what you
projection
respond to.
there at all.
You
None
like
whatsoever.
That. You like to chase and beg men. You like to be abused.
Once
you
again,
say
Lita,
you don't
Emily,
want
anyone?
to be abused,
Is that
but
true?
that's what you giving your attention to.
And so by somehow
you
I don't think
giving
so.
your
Somehow
attention,
I just don't think
you
that's the case.
are training males like Pavlov dogs on how to treat you. And they have figured out that you like to be beat down.
Oh my God, this hurts my head. This hurts my head. That's insane. I mean, her audience likes to be abused. Yeah, I mean, apparently, is this coming off a little like she's a dom, right? Like she's doming the crowd? She had 700 people in her chat, by the way. Just so you know, on average, Princella has 700 to 1,000 people in her chat. Normally, all women. Very angry, disgruntled, and confused women. And it is concerning to me when I hear her talk like this. It's like, are people really buying this? She has a cult. No, she has a cult. Absolutely. It's very much a cult of personality. And she sells a book, too. It's like $50. And it's paperback, which makes no fucking sense. Anyways, oh my God, there's so many things. She, for a while there, was talking about how testosterone is the reason that men are aggressive. And it's like, okay, well, first off, testosterone isn't what makes you aggressive. A lack of testosterone makes you aggressive. And estrogen causes stress levels in males to rise. And actually, excess estrogen is what causes, if you didn't know this, a heavy amount of aggression. A flood of testosterone with adrenaline can cause aggression. And there's a whole mixture of these things. And she started talking about brain chem as if she was somebody who had studied it all, a neurologist. And it's like, I've got plenty of videos of neurologists talking about that exact subject, about how that works. Dr. Helen Fisher, if anybody's watched my material, you'll see. Yeah, she'd say men can't. Oh, she says men can't love. Yes, she says men are incapable of loving, which is absolutely insane. Although it is not a drive, it is an incentive that is built into literally all of us, because the feeling of love, the feeling of compassion, the feeling of desire and drive for that is in the same exact chemical base as addiction, as pain, as longing. It's all the same chemical. It's just about where it diverts to in the brain and how we respond to it. It's an amazing thing. And if you watch, once again, if you watch my show at all, we've covered this quite extensively with Dr. Helen Fisher, talking at length about how love in the brain is created, how it is not a drive, but an incentive. You know, same with sexuality. And she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's just playing and preying on an uneducated, very disgruntled audience. But let's watch more.
Figured out that you like to be mentally, emotionally, and physically abused in order for you to have any type of respect for them. That's what they figured out, because that's what you respond to.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
So my question again, at what point
and if you have,
women
get out of that
start to
practice,
see
please. That's not healthy
that
for
they're
you.
not victims?
Wait, what? Wait. She's saying that they're not victims because they have put themselves in that situation out of a desire to be in that situation. Oh my God, she's very abusive, clearly. She's got to be abusive as hell. Because that logic is like that's self-circling fucking logic right there. Oh, that little sip of liquid move. Instead, wipe the mouth. Oh yeah. Talk about some self-serving goddamn bullshit. Woo! By the way, she can't have a conversation with anybody that legitimately can tell her otherwise, and she never has. She has never actually had a conversation online with anybody she knew who could debunk her. And it's amazing because she has conversations with so-called doctors and such, but it always turns out they're a doctor of religion. Or I got booted for actually pointing out, this guy isn't a doctor at all. He's a doctor of religion. It's not the same thing. So he has no clue about brain chem. I got booted for that. It happens.
That they are active
By the way,
participants
people on the internet
in their
hate
own
facts.
demise.
They really do.
You don't care
What
about
you doing,
your
buddy?
safety. You walking around here not using your brain and telling the world that you don't want to use it. You don't want to think. You want your opponent to think for you. You want a man
Okay, so that
who's
language.
objective.
So she thinks that a man is your opponent, like it's team sports when you're in a relationship. You against them. What the fuck kind of thought? What are you, wrestling? What kind of horrible upbringing did this lady have? Holy shit. Wow. Yeah.
Stop it. Get some help.
Seriously. All right, let's keep watching.
Is to conquer you. You want him to think for you. You don't want to think for yourself. So when you give your life over to a man, the one that you didn't want to govern yourself,
first off, anybody who's been with a woman long term knows that as a man, you just stop thinking about what you want anymore, and you just make sure that she's okay and you're happy. And that's literally what ends up happening. No, it's not. But that either or. That team sports, that fucking embattled gender battle bullshit, we left that behind. It's so old. And the fact that it's all wrapped up in this weird religiosity and strange psychology is not just hard to unwrap, but it's kind of swamping of the ability to parse any of it for a logic center. It's just fear-mongering. And this person clearly has had some problems.
Complain and tell him how to run your life when you had agency over yourself and didn't want to run your own life.
Wait, hold on a second. If they had agency over themselves, then they would have run their own life, but they didn't have agency is what you're claiming, so they didn't. So they let that person control them. But now you're contradicting what you said literally 2 minutes earlier. See, this is the thing, is she actually is literally just hyperbloviating, which means making it up, just bullshitting out of her ass. That's astonishing to just hear someone making up foul shit. Wow.
Want to govern yourself.
Why would you do that other than to try to control other people or make them fear shit?
Responsibility
it's very
for
strange.
you how to govern you. If you don't want to think for yourself, you
To all
don't
the
get to
cloud
now
watcher.
tell somebody else how to think for you. Because if you wanted to
Don't be
think for you,
afraid.
you would have kept that
Feel free to
responsibility.
call in.
But you don't
If you have
want the
something on your
responsibility.
mind.
You're freely giving it up. So my question now becomes again.
I mean, if
at what
you're
point will
if
women
you're sure
realize
of
that they are
yourself and
not
you got something
victims?
on your mind, you should be able to just call in without fear. Don't cope.
You want to
Don't
keep
be a
talking
bitch.
about victim blaming, but your desires, you desire all this stuff you complaining about. Men done figured you out, ladies. And the
No, once again, I refute that claim. Men in general have not figured out women, and women have not figured out men. Don't even try to go there. That's just never going to happen. We will always be changing. Each one of us, will be, just a step beyond. And that's because we're all different people. Each and every human is their own. There is no monolithic thing about gender. There is no monolithic thing about sex. There's no monolithic thing about sexuality. Okay.
The reason why you're losing is because you can't conquer your own desires. It's that simple.
Yeah, okay.
You want to be.
Hey, Bex, what's
bent
happening?
over
Good to see
a
you.
balcony.
Thanks for coming into the short stream. There is still the horizontal stream.
By a man.
I have this up now just to
And
reach
you
some new
don't
audience,
want-
and if you want to listen to it in the background, it makes it a lot
because
easier.
you like the sympathy.
It still
that
has
you
all the
get
same
when
fancy shit,
everybody
though.
Tell you, he should not have done it. You like that attention because you like attention and sex.
By the way,
So
if you're not
anything-
familiar with Princella, this is Princella the Queen Maker, aka the High Powered Podcast. I'm sorry, I forgot which camera I'm in right now. And she doesn't believe men have the capacity to love. She believes all women have trained men, Pavlovian style, to control them. And Emily believes, as I'm starting to, that her audience enjoys being abused. I mean, we kind of gotta assume based off of how she's doming them and the way she's fear mongering the language. This is some shit. If you're not familiar with this, Bex, this lady has an average of 700 to 1,000 people in her chat at any one time, and it's normally all women and very angry. And so yeah, let's listen to a little more of the language.
That gives you attention.
Oh, hey, Bex, welcome on into
are going
the
to
horizontal.
go with it. So it benefits you to be a victim because you get sympathetic attention. Everything
By
that
the way,
you
she just
do,
contradicted
ladies,
herself
is about
again. That's the third
attention
time.
and sex.
She's like,
sex.
It's not a 180 at this point. It's like a 90-degree
and
angle.
Attention.
So she believes that women only want sex and negative attention is what she's saying. And she's also saying that because of this, somehow women have given up their agency, meanwhile training men in Pavlovian fashion to objectively subject them to emotional abuse. Make some fucking sense out of any of that, because it's just like none of it works together. It is just the weirdest. I mean, I understand where she's going with it, but it never lands. It's just like this kind of like, I pull this thought and I'm going to pull that thought. We're going to put this thought together and then it's all going to no. That's not how, fuck. What the hell? By the way, Bex, my Discord is open.
So how can you be mad
And
at
if
a
anybody
man
hops in there, just make sure to let me know, because sometimes I'm not looking at it.
who is designed by nature to seek opportunities to have sex to pass his genetics along?
Okay, she's talking as if we're all still cavemen and like we're all still. By the way, that's not a thing. Once again, drive is not to procreate, but to survive, and incentive is procreate and sex. There is no like base drive of Emily, she very much has a cult. It is a whole thing. Which leads me, by the way, to really what the focus of today in the peak. And I was going to get this before I went to the break, but we're here now. And let's look at Joe McCarthy. Now, if you're not familiar with McCarthy and McCarthyism, well, this is how Joe ended up losing favor with the country right here. This is the end.
In early 1954, with his power at its peak, Senator McCarthy takes a gamble. Armed with the flimsiest of evidence, he takes on a respected institution, the U.S. Army. He claims it is infiltrated by communists and that senior officers are turning a blind eye.
My pleasure. Anytime. Think about that.
June 9th, 1954.
McCarthy was accusing the Army of coddling and keeping communists and communism as a practice underneath what we know as the practices of the Army. Oh, put your best channel suit on? Why'd you pull that back? That was hilarious. Fräulein Beck's Faktor. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I got to actually mod the. Here, I'll mod the other one. I'll also mod your alt here. If I can find where my actual chat for that is somewhere buried in the pages. You put your best channel. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind. Yeah, I'll mod the other one too. Where is... There it is. Standard! Welcome to the mod squad again! Yeah, Bix! Good to see you. Let's see, is this keeping up with... There it is, yes. My pleasure, of course. Always, Bex. We know how it is out in these streets. People get wild up in here. You should have seen how the night started. It was a slow grinding, like, I don't know. Emily Lizardtree can explain it to you. There was some slow grind problems in chat earlier. That was just like, I don't even know what. I don't know what to say. I'm not saying. I don't know. I'm gonna keep talking and hopefully you guys can figure it out. Thank you for dealing with that. By the way, earlier Lizardtree was rough. So yeah, Joe McCarthy, who is trying to turn America in on itself, sound familiar, by dividing the country through fear. And this was active, and people really did lose their livelihood. They really were canceled for just visiting a communist party and learning about them and never going again. And sure enough, just because you were on a record for visiting a meeting, you could have lost your job. You could have lost your livelihood. Many people hurt themselves because of being called a communist or commie. Now, nowadays, we could compare this to the kind of rhetoric being used from the right-wing Trump supporters, white nationalist Christian folks, who are not too dissimilar in language and behavior of Joe McCarthy himself. Let's take a look at this, though. You know, socialism is actually embedded in the system of democracy when it comes to firemen in schools. Sorry. So sorry. No, don't worry about it. I mean, it's not communism, it's socialism. We should support that. Socialism is the basis of a healthy democratic distribution system. We're not fully egalitarian, we're not fully equalitarian, but there is a socialism to our capitalist practices. Socialism is the alternate and response to capitalism. And somewhere in the middle is what we do. Although I would say we are a little more conservative and need to be a little more liberal about it for the health of people and the nation and the well-being of all. When you go too far, it becomes almost communism, but it's never that, because communism is not part of the capitalist system, whereas socialism is part of the capitalist system. And most people don't know that because they aren't educated enough to know the fucking differences between these things. I have some information and a video about that I'll share with you guys coming up here. Just great little explanation of what these things are. Although it does come off as a very liberal side, and normally I like to share like just more academic stuff on that level, but this lady says it so perfectly. And welcome into the new viewers who just joined us. Thank you.
and the Communist Party.
And if you're here to talk shit and join, come on in. If you want to talk to me or you have a beef with me for some reason or you dislike what I say, the Discord is pinned, but most of you don't have the cojones to disagree because you know that I'll start pulling up video and facts and look up the information in real time and take your asshole and make it pucker inside out and probably about this big. But it's okay.
If it were in my power.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing is even the conservatives are liberals here. They keep calling Marxism and stuff like that, and Marxism is the actual, like they keep calling liberals Marxists, and Marxism is the abject polar opposite of liberalism. It's just uneducated folks claiming things, and it's fascinating because it's just a bunch of jumble of words oftentimes. In fact, we'll hear in the video that I'll share in a bit, the person in the video say exactly that, like they just grabbing words out of thin air and they don't know what the fuck they mean, which is sad to hear them. And the cognitive dissonance from these adults who are just absolutely sure of themselves when they don't know what the words mean. And they want to tell you how things are. That's you know, Dunning-Kruger. Called Dunning-Kruger. People have become too sure of themselves because they're in echo chambers, because they're, you know, being told, yes, queen, and they ain't no queen. And nothing wrong with yes, queen, but be a queen, okay? Yeah. No, but okay, so liberal is to believe that we have the right to these freedoms. Liberty. Even our conservatives are liberal-minded, and they don't realize it because they want the liberty to the free speech and the guns and all of that, to the point where libertarian in our country is almost fascist because they are autocratic, I would say. I mean, it's our country has been plagued with a lack of education for some time, and it was warned about in the 80s, and now we're seeing the outcome of it, and the influence programs of Russians and Chinese subversion and propaganda infiltrated through social media is quite apparent. So yeah, it does not surprise me ever that people are just not very educated on the subject, sadly. And also, as Nightbot reminds you, if you like, I do take trinkets. Throne has coffee and all sorts of shit. I don't normally shill, but I just saw it come up and I'm like, you know what? I never mentioned that kind of thing. But yeah, if you don't have to, it's not necessary for the show. I take tips and I take, and because I don't make a living off this, I'm not trying to make a living off this. But if you want to send me some socks or a magnet, or there's a lot of cheap options on there actually that you know, if you like what you see and you want to shout out, feel free to patronize. I always appreciate it. And every dollar that goes to the program in tips, I save up and buy a new piece of gear. I'm currently saving for a new Streamlabs switcher that'll allow me to do some more fancier effects and stuff like that. But, you know, not necessary. I'll probably end up buying it before I collect the money. Because this is just art, folks. This is a performance. This is a show for you. I'm not here to sit and dribble like I ain't got nothing else to do. Because trust, I got a lot of fucking other things to do. But I love this. I love being here with you. I enjoy sitting in front of the camera and talking with you and talking about subjects and sharing my thoughts. And I really appreciate that you're here to take time with me too, because it is a two-way street. It is a show, but here's what it isn't. It isn't a VC. Now, you may jump in the VC and you're going to hop on and have a conversation with me. You may debate. You may have a different idea set. Well, my friends, this being a show means that there's a little bit different set of rules. It's not personal here. I'm never going to get personal unless I start shouting personally at you. And you can take it whichever way you want, but no matter what, this is a performative space. We're doing a show. Take everything with a grain of salt. Take what you will positively, if you can. And if you can't, piss off. That's how it works. There's plenty of other channels, millions of them actually. And, you know, here's the thing. I don't like drama, but I will fucking take it all day just to prove that that's a lonely disengaged, antisocial motherfucker who has nothing else to do but cause problems with other people's lives. And normally it has to do with all the things that folks are projecting into life. Alley Cocktails, what's up? How you doing, Allie? I was just talking shit. We're just sharing some of the McCarthy meetings.
Reckless cruelty.
Thank you for being here.
Do so. I like to.
By the way, how's the new stream setup looking? Is it smoother than it has been recently? Because I know I've been real choppy, and I finally figured out some shit and some stuff, and I'm running both streams at the same time. So if you do want to listen, the other stream is the Vert stream, and it's tonight it is called Morons something or other, and this one is called Trolls. So, oh, thank you, Allie. Good to know. Sweet.
But your forgiveness will have to come.
Oh, dope, Beck.
From someone other than me, Mr. Chairman.
Millions of Americans watch.
He was just bathing, yes, and bathing.
So did you hear?
No sense of decency, sir. At long last.
Have you no sense of decency, sir? Now, that doesn't sound like much now. That statement alone brings McCarthy down because the entire conscience, the conscientiousness of the nation was brought to focus on his cruelty, insensitivity, and willingness to deviate from a union, to turn our nation against itself from the inside out. He was doing the enemy's bidding. And all it took in this case was for the nation to have a come to God moment, essentially, when the Secretary of Defense said, let's hear it from him again, this very famous line.
Millions of Americans watch.
He was just bathing, yes, and bathing. Senator, may we not drop this? Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator.
Which essentially was, if you want to take it the way it seems, he ate himself alive. This is called...
I think we should keep in mind when we refer to
Joseph McCarthy on Democrats.
We refer to the administration, that there are definitely two groups of Democrats as of today. Number one, there are the millions of loyal Americans who have voted the Democrat tickets. Individuals who are just as loyal, who hate communism just as much, and love America just as much as the average Republican. That's one group. On the other hand, there is that small, closely knit group of administration Democrats who are now the complete prisoners and under the complete domination of the bureaucratic, communistic Frankenstein which they themselves have created.
So do you hear the language here? Does any of this sound familiar to what you're hearing right now out of the right wing and Trumpers, and this language that has been developed by the Russians because it was used against them? It was used against us, and they saw how it tore our nation apart. You think this is an accident? I don't. The similarity to what this dude did, to what we see in those who want to find power in this behavior on YouTube and the streaming panels alone, is a great example of how it waters down through society in tiny little ways. You see, the folks here won't affect the outside world, but the outside world has dribbled into here, so we get the extreme of it, the most, or the furthest reaches of that experience right here. And we get to watch it front row. That should scare most people. I think it concerns me. I don't want to be a fear-mongering like these guys, but it's up to us, every single one of us, to not allow this language, to not allow this behavior, to shame it, to point out how this is not American. We already dealt with this. And dealing with it again is a matter of the national memory being faulty. We've got to practice what my ancestors, who said to me, never forget about World War II, about the concentration camps. We need to have our attitude about this as well. Never forget what McCarthy did to this country and how it's being mirrored in the Trump right wing, in the white nationalist Christian agenda that is no different. Because it's the same people.
Ladies and gentlemen, they shouldn't be called that administration Democrat Party. To call them Democrats is an insult to the millions of loyal American Democrats. They shouldn't be called Democrats. They should be referred to properly as the Commie-Crat Party.
You can see how dangerous this actually is. This is a interaction with Joe McCarthy on Face the Nation.
Face the Nation, with correspondents across the country questioning him. Live from Indianapolis, New York City.
This is November 1954. This is from the, I'm probably going to get in trouble for where we're watching this.
How do you do?
No, I guess it's from Face the Nation.
Senator McCarthy, on the eve of this historic special session of the United States Senate, called to debate a motion to censor you.
Yes, it's from Face the Nation.
Millions of Americans are wondering what it's all about. To direct their questions to you, our panel of newsmen is now assembled nearly halfway across the continent. Here in Washington are William H. Lawrence of the New York Times and William Hines, Jr. of the Washington Star. Standing by nearly 800 miles away in Indianapolis is Jeff Cadieux, Indiana manager of International News Service, with a question of interest in the Midwest. Come in, Jeff Cadieux.
Yes, Cadieux, come in.
Cadieux. Senator McCarthy, several weeks ago, you predicted that the United States Senate would censor you, and several days ago, Roy Cohn told us in Indianapolis that the cards were stacked against you. How do you feel about that now? And if you feel the same way,
sound familiar,
Senator?
Now, from New York, Frank Gibney of Newsweek magazine has a question of interest on the Eastern Seaboard. Come in, Frank Gibney.
By the way, remember how some people can't deal with multiple questions?
Senator, do you think it was Eastern liberal Republicans rather than the Democrats who got you in hot water?
Well, Senator, there are the first two questions. Mr. Cadieux in Indianapolis wants to know if you still feel the cards are stacked against you.
I would love to run a show like this.
I think that the opposition has enough votes to censure. The
and they
Democrats, I believe, will go pretty much down the line on this.
Yeah, because you're a vicious threat to democracy.
Liberal and, quote, Republicans will go along with them. I think they've got plenty of votes to do it. In fact, I was talking to one of my Democrat friends the other day. He told me very frankly he was going to vote for censure. He said not because of the silly reasons given by the Watkins Committee. He said, but because you labeled the Democrat Party as the party of communism.
And so one of the things I find very interesting about McCarthy is that he well knows, and quite obviously knows, he's in the wrong, on the wrong side of history, but he does not care because the power and influence that he has gathered has filled him full of egomaniacal pride, so that he can't let go of his position. Does any of this sound familiar? Because we can just easily drag this over to the idea of clout in streaming. It doesn't matter if you're on the wrong side of history, so long as that people are watching you, right? So long as you can pull the wool over people's eyes long enough, you can get away with them watching you. And you can make some money off of it, maybe even. Which, by the way, there's no money in fucking streaming unless you've got a sponsor. You've got well over 100,000 subscribers and on average over 1,000 viewers. Yeah, it sounds, when I started going through this material last week, I started to hear all the same rhetoric. And it occurred to me, there is no difference than this motherfucker than many of the people on panels. And I would compare Andrew Wilson most to him, because the same arguments come out of both of them. And one thing we don't need in this fucking country, one thing we don't need in the national dialogue, one thing we don't need is another McCarthy. Never again. We aren't going back to this.
I explained to him that I felt that there were millions, I've long said, good loyal
Andrew Tate is another
Americans
one.
in the Democrat Party.
But thankfully he's not an American.
That doesn't have any effect.
Well, do you feel in regard
and
to
he'll
Mr.
be doing
Gibney's
some
question
time.
that the liberal Republicans are at the basis of this move?
Well, Flanders is one of the men who introduced a resolution. He calls himself a liberal.
So you understand that
Morris another.
he's actually saying that he's even against some Republicans.
One independent, then Fulbright, the third, who's a Democrat. It's hard to tell who's at the basis of it. I wouldn't be up for censure. This is the fifth investigation of McCarthy. They wouldn't be conducting this fifth investigation if I had not been fighting communism.
Well, Senator, on August 5th, when the Watkins Center...
Sound familiar to somebody else running for office currently? Well, if I wasn't scary to them, they wouldn't be investigating me for... This playbook is old. Now, it's 80 years old. Almost 80 years old. This is 1950. I'm sorry. Let me correct that. That's 70-year-old playbook. We're watching something that already happened. It's as if we have, as a nation, amnesia simply because we weren't all alive at the time period. And it's very concerning. It's very concerning because it's as if those of us who do recognize this history and recognize it as part of something that we can't forget, and we should never forget as a nation that we've already dealt with, we've already been through, we rejected that and moved on and went into social change because of it as a response. Which, by the way, this is one of the great things about this. This era will have a reactionary response from Gen Alpha and the next generation. They are going to be way more liberal, way more open, and way more into transhumanism. Simply because of the last vestige that we see right now of a few folks who wish, really truly, and this is their want, I believe, to bring about the end times for their own interests. And what do I mean by that? I mean that these folks are accelerationists. They wish to see the end of everything they fear because they think that Jesus will come save them. They think, because they've bought into a fraud's plan, and I mean across the board, they believe that they're saved from some annihilation. Alicat says, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it, as they say, 100%. And let me say, those who wish history to end are the enemy of humanity and the antithesis, the absolute antithesis of the life that if you believe in God, you had been given. You're supposed to enjoy life. You're supposed to love the life that you were given if you're actually of that belief practice. And let me take one further, because I have an extreme belief. I believe in the absolute. I believe that we're all part of one living large entity that allows us free will, and we're all part of it like an amoeba, and we return our energy and information when we're done. And then at some point we come back. Now, whether that's a concurrent loop or whether that's a timeline, that I can't know. But I have faith. I have deep faith that what is happening is what should happen. That we have the ability to take part in it. That we have the ability to change it and make waves. Because that's what the universe is, waveforms. So change can happen based off of our motion, action, and choice. Now, it's much deeper than that, and there's some other complex things involved, like, neutrons making plans at the beginning of time for something you do now, which does suggest some lack of free will, but in actuality, time isn't straight. In fact, all time is happening right now. We're just too tiny to recognize, so it's slow for us. See, time is relative to size. So a giant concurrent loop, possible. We return with more information. Or multiplexed loops where you return to where the information is needed. Like a video game. Which is very much how the universe is developed around us. And we could get into that deep topic at any time, because I'm always fascinated by physics and quantum physics. And just the idea that light itself is the is matter reverberant, meaning that matter has struck and its reverberant is faster than it and becomes light. And you see matter because the light reflects off of it. It's an amazing thing. I feel like it's something aligned with what you're saying, Aaron. Alcat says, I imagine it like mandala. It's my favorite symbol. Absolutely, absolutely. Much of what we see in fractal math is very correlative to what we see in the web-like universe. Because the further you go in, the more repetition you get. The further you go out, the more you see the scale of the repetition. And that repetition actually causes differential because there is never quite the same pattern. It's all made up of the same math, though. So that pattern is constantly slightly shifting, making a larger image. There is an immense amount of information. Actually, Josie Kins just had an astonishing stream. And there's a video of, if you're not familiar with Josie Kins, she is one of the world's leading researchers on DMT, beings and altered states of consciousness, specifically around the DMT environment, which has been shown to very likely alter consciousness to the point of seeing a fifth dimension. And in that fifth dimension, it is consistently reported a certain set of characters, a certain set of experiences, and visuals. And one of the things that's most striking about that dimension is the fractalin background, is the fractalin warping of all the beings. Symmetrical beauty. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ad infinitum in the absolute. Only broken down in the layer beyond, which is white noise. All information shared as once, as described in the Akashic. Anyways. I got pretty far off the language of the communist deviations, far from the language of the accusatory defamation of Americans. But I want to point out really here that this language that McCarthy is using is no different than we hear on Speakeasy, than we hear on Neve, than we hear on Andrew Wilson, that we hear on whatever podcast, that we hear on Fresh and Fit, that we hear on any of these channels that purport to be social arbiters. You hear this from the fringe element who cling to authoritarian wants while living in a democratic republic. To each their own. But if you're trying to destroy your neighbor's world because you don't like the world, then we got to stop you in your tracks and tell you to shut the fuck up and sit down. And let me remind you, by the way, Alleycat, you missed this earlier. Just go back. We should treat them the way they would want to treat others, which, you know, and I'm just going to play a second of this because we already saw this earlier. But reminder, this is really how the red pill behaves in general. Wow, that was a lot of material ago. It would be, goodness gracious, did I just... Oh, here it is.
This is how to talk to a feminist. Let's begin.
So the history of feminism. Be quiet.
Is actually... Shut up. Shut up.
That's how you talk to these folks.
Okay.
That was a joke.
And then you say that afterwards. Oh, that was a joke. And see how they like it. Because that's generally what these motherfuckers like to do. That's their whole game. What? I said I would marry a 12-year-old. It was a joke. Bullshit. Bullshit. Just like McCarthy isn't joking.
Censure committee was announced. You said in a television interview these words, I'm fully satisfied with the committee. They seem to be good, honest senators.
Oops.
Censure committee was announced. You said in a television interview these words, I'm fully satisfied with the committee. They seem to be good, honest senators. Now you're not saying that any longer. I'd like to know what caused you to change your mind.
See, I miss this kind of direct reasoning and conversation. And then the guy, you see, he waits for him to ask him the question, and then he answers. He doesn't just start talking over him to correct him. This is how people have a conversation, by the way. Even if you're a fucking authoritarian piece of shit trying to tear the country apart for power, or the language we use today, clout.
That I made that statement, I had only objected to one of the senators, Senator Ervin. I objected to his being appointed. I said I thought that he would be prejudiced. He was on my government operations committee, so I knew something about
Look at this guy's paperwork.
However, I didn't know that Senator Johnson, for whom, incidentally, I had held quite a bit of respect.
By the way, he's talking about future president or vice president and then President Johnson.
Leaders that would meet himself loathed McCarthy, and that he felt that no more than 6 Republicans.
Oh, sweet.
Less than disgust.
Good deal, Ali. Thank you.
Well, I may say that I don't think there's any American, nor you, Bill.
It's so funny how the right wingers just don't jump in mine. I guess I don't have enough pictures of Trump happening.
The other man.
I don't look white enough for something.
Ervin, I didn't know this at the time the committee was appointed. According to your paper, Bill, the New York Times, Ervin said that if they challenged me, I could be disqualified. He gives the reason. He said, I've written many letters deploring the activities of McCarthy.
Well, now you've said that you did
I don't like
that,
I don't like to take too much time answering, but I'd like to take the third man on the committee, the chairman.
All right.
The chairman.
By the way, did you notice what happened there? He had finished his statement and finished his thought. Then the guy interjected with his question, and instead of continuing to repeat that, he said he's not going to hear me. Okay, all right, because McCarthy unreasonably kept moving, and you see the dude's like, okay. Now we don't even have this kind of civility in conversation in a panel. People are just screaming. People are just yelling at each other. How can you find out that the dude is an authoritarian piece of shit if you never shut up?
During the Munt hearings, left the room. I didn't know that at the time he was appointed either, and he should have told the Senate, of course. He left the room as he was leaving. I was coming in. I shook hands with him, as you'd normally do with a senator you hadn't seen for a couple of months. He rushed out almost in a lather and met Constantine Brown, whom you all know. He's the correspondent for your paper, and told Connie Brown that he was very much disturbed. He hoped that the cameras rather, and the television would not see him shaking hands with me. He said if they did, he could never explain that to his papers. So there you have 3 of the 6-man jury, 2 of them saying we loathe him, we could be disqualified, the third saying I can't do anything favorable, or I couldn't explain to the liberal press.
All right, well, that's 3 of them.
Okay, so you notice how he had to add in, even back then they were calling it liberal press when it was convenient to their logic. So that's the other portion, is we should not forget that this is just all picked out of McCarthy's playbook. And for those who are playing it out, like, on streams and on panels, hopefully this, will get around and people start using the language and start saying, you're not Senator motherfucking McCarthy, and none of us are going to go back to McCarthyism. And especially when you add in Gilead, Hurricane Barrow, what's going on? Good evening, good evening, good evening, and salute to you. And welcome on in. We were just talking about McCarthyism and how similar Joe McCarthy is to not only Trump and also the language, but how his behaviors of, spreading mistrust and defamatory language in America did the same thing to divide America. And the response to him is what we're at right now. How he got censured and taken care of in the end, and then ended up, taking care of himself, essentially, drinking himself to death. Which I wouldn't wish on anybody, by the way. I had a very good friend do that, and it's not a pleasant thing. But this man up here, not him, not the guy on screen, but McCarthy, Joe McCarthy, he did the same thing that we should not forget as Americans. As U.S. citizens, we shouldn't forget that this playbook has been used on us before, and it fed into our enemies. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened to your laptop, Pero? Did it drop out somewhere? Or? That sucks.
He handed down a unanimous ruling. I'd like
fear-mongering,
to ask you about
Allie,
the
yes.
other 3 individually. Do you think the case of South Dakota was biased against you?
I don't think I would care to discuss the other three at this time.
Well, I think that it's a part of the story. The
oh yeah, fear mongering.
The committee.
Should I call it fear mongering?
The committee put out a
McCarthy and fear mongering.
Why are you unwilling to talk about Case, Stennis, and Carlson?
Let's talk about them then, if you would
like.
I think maybe you're right that you make a good point there, Bill, that they should be discussed. Rather than discussing them and telling you what I think about them, let's take the report. In the report, you find they say McCarthy, and I quote from page 29, should be censured because there's no justification.
Ooh, that looks good. McCarthyism and fear-mongering.
By him toward the Gillette Committee.
Nice, I like. Thank you.
This is very important, and they all signed this. Now, the ruling, in other words, here they say McCarthy should be censured because his criticism of the Gillette Committee was not justified. He didn't show any justification.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you go to page 296 of the...
Oh, that's even better.
That Watkins, in a fit of childish anger, banged his gavel and said they weren't interested.
History repeats.
Well, let's leave the adjectives out for a minute, Joe.
Let me finish my answer.
Hold on a second. History repeats. Politics
and says, I quote him
in America.
The only matter this committee is interested in is whether a resolution had been introduced authorizing
politics
the Gillette investigation
in USA.
And second was
politics, please to be USA.
So you find the sixth.
Ooh, let's see what that does.
Report saying McCarthy should be censured.
Because there's magic words you can put in there, and then suddenly you're tomfoolery.
Of the dishonest Gillette Committee.
Who knows? And
then you find them upholding the chairman.
Just overnight, you're just suddenly tomfoolery.
In which he says you can't.
That'd be amazing.
But bias is something.
If you say his name 3 times,
you're talking now
he appears in your
report
chat.
That was put out after the investigation.
I've heard.
What I'm asking you very specifically is, do you think that Case, Stennis, and Carlson, or any of them, was biased before the committee started its deliberations?
I don't know.
Okay, so you see what's going on here? This is very similar to Russiagate and all that. Trying to throw question of people's intention, even though they're civil servants and well-intentioned, just by the fact that they otherwise are Democrats, or maybe they said they don't agree with you, or it's anything to throw off anything to throw off the actual belief in people's honesty. Meanwhile, this guy's being incredibly dishonest. He made up the lists. He completely made up the list in a lot of cases. Just out his ass, pulled it out his ass. And of the other stuff that actually did affect people that he sent to the FBI, he ruined their lives for going to a meeting or just practicing their right to believe in something that isn't Democrat or Republican. Oh, you fell out of your bed because you were mopping your floor. Oh, no. Oh, what you saw on the Peril, are you talking about Team Fatty getting people just pushing aside Team Fatty's stuff? Grace and Ben are the blame with the selfish. Well, that's a whole other topic. I mean, beware getting caught into the Thorpe web of belief syndrome. It's the entire game of watching the Thorpes. Better to be an observer than to be an active participant, because the moral play is the audience. I've watched the audience turn over about 4 times now, and every single time it is a mixture of save Gracers, save Bens, hate Bens, and hate the Thorpes, or AKA Courtney supporters. It's always the same. And as they each come in, they miss the fact that the whole thing is playing up how distorted the world is. Even if it is at its root, it is still being distorted further for the show, because they are putting on a show, with the root being their very distorted life. And that really does sell tickets, by the way. Sad to say, humans love to watch drama, pain, suffering. Otherwise, we wouldn't have reality TV. So be careful, Peril. It's easy to get caught up in these things if somebody doesn't say, hey, man, that's their whole game. That's the whole con. You want to call it a con? It's not. It's a show. Very wild show, and it sometimes gets way too close to show, so like ruthless true socio drama. You know, full reality TV. But most of the time, 95% of the time, it is being performed. It's performative wildness added onto reality to make that reality look as disturbed as possible.
New York.
And then you got people like Ruby who just play into all of it and decide to just project and do some real crazy shit and attack Grace like on stream to her face, telling her that she believes that her dad raped her and that it's okay, she still likes her even though this is one of the craziest things I've ever heard, most disgusting things I've ever heard anybody say to anybody else. It's okay, I don't hate you because you got graped by your dad. Sorry, but this is some, how unempathetic of a statement and just self-unaware, just not fucking aware. Holy shit. Crackhead shit. What the fuck? Ladies, gentlemen, if somebody said to you, I don't hate you because your dad raped you. First off, I'd say, well, why do you hate me? And second off, what? Fuck you. And which is actually what Grace said to her. So, yeah. That's real. That was real. That was where you could see it on Grace like, oh my God, this bitch really just took it there. Like, have you not been with us for the last week? No, of course, because Ruby really thought that Grace got hit in the face. Never asked her if she was okay, apparently in the moment. And none of us ever saw Grace with a black eye. Even though she was on stream that day, before she went to see Ruby and after she with Ruby. It makes no sense. And a black eye doesn't just disappear the next day. It's called fantasy. Lying. To make oneself's virtue seem more important. People kept warning you about, oh, a second, let me turn my head. Oh, sorry. Oh, why did it do that? Come on up. There we go. Now I can read. People kept warning Pero about them, and I'm doing the best I can to stay away, but Ruby's attractive, always keeps me around. But she's different to talk to. That speed dating show was a scam. Oh, of course they all are. I mean, honestly, these are shows that people are working to make an income off of a lot of the time. You know, which is interesting because in the bottom of YouTube, which is anybody under 100,000 subs, by the way, streaming, under 100,000 subs, and if you don't have at least, and I mean this, at least 1,000 people in your chat, you're not making any money. You can look at Social Blade. It'll tell you the ranges of kind of income, and you should expect that it's at the lower end. If it says 0 to 200, it's 0. If it says 200 to 1,000, they made 200. And many channels, you'd be 100. False piety. Oh my God. Yes, Bex. Oh my God. Hold on a second. Oh my God. In the picture that comes up. Oh, fuck yes. Thank you, Bex. That's yes. That's a big yes right there. Oh, a second. I'm gonna. Oh my God. Oh, why won't it let me go to that? Oh, because it's on the main. Okay. But she's difficult to talk to. Oh yeah. Ruby and Grace beef was a skit to get more views. I don't think that was a skit. I think it had been, talked about, and Ruby played off of them well. That's about it. I don't think it's a skit. I think that the Thorpes have the ability to know what upsets people. I think they know what gets people driven. And they do plan some of this stuff, and they do talk this stuff out off stream. Over 100 synonyms for false piety. Yes, no, I'm pulling that up in a brief second, actually. I have that already in my list. And we'll get back to the McCarthyism as well, because this false piety is very real on YouTube. People that don't actually have any real righteous behavior, and by righteous I mean just like common respect for others, common value of equality, common respect for an individual as themselves, to be themselves, which is the root of our nation. Ben Franklin was a freak, for God's sakes. The way they were united together last week was weird ASF. Well, yeah, well, I'll tell you what it is. That's druggy behavior. She just, it's clout, weird-minded shit. And Grace knows exactly what that shit is. And Ava totally used Ruby, and Ruby probably recognized real quickly, oh, these people really, there's just no ethics and no morals. And I'm not making any more money without them. Because but this is the other thing. Once again, if you have less than 1,000 viewers and less than 100,000 subs, you are not making money except from those donos. And that means when you hear people like Speakeasy or any of the bloviators out there that just make shit up out of their fucking ass, go to their Social Blade. You can even see how these people buy fucking subs. It's really easy to see. Nobody gets rounded numbers every single day and then it stops. Especially when there's no actual content being made for that to drive anything. And you can go back and see what drove that stuff. And oftentimes it's just lump sum stuff. Ava the Junk is at least the mature one, even though she still hates you for no reason. Well, Ava is a spin-off who is trying to do something that she needs to still figure out. And the spin-off shows need to recognize that spin-offs don't work without a tethered or very clear route to the original show. And then it has to be very strong on its own. I think she could be strong. She's not yet. She's too busy making it personal. To me, Grace calling out Aphrodite was one of my favorite. Oh, that was a good. That was pretty fucking good. I remember that. Yes. I mean, there's so many things that they play into people's worst fears. They play into the audience's worst responses. They know exactly what gets people hyped and watching, and that has actually made them money. That has drawn them interest. The only reason I found them is because somebody asked me to see if that was a directable situation. No, it is not a directable situation. Yet. I guarantee you they will format to something after all of the trauma. If they can keep going. And Grace is way smarter than you would think. Yeah, I mean, like, Pero, there's a lot to this stuff. If you're not a performer, there's a lot to this stuff. If you're just some person who's, sitting in front of the camera going, I like playing video games, and which is a lot of these folks farting in their chair, jizzlicks and the like. Forgot to mention him earlier in the McCarthyist fucking era. Oh, Aphrodite is Bex, you want to explain who Aphrodite was? I mean, she has another name now though, doesn't she, Bex? She's part of the offshoot of Krama, and she was also in Black YouTube. You missed it. I was actually covering Pero, I was covering Princella a little earlier. Oh, this looks great. Hey, wait, is this copywritten? What is this? What was that? That's hilarious. Oh, that wasn't the one you were meant to. That was whoa, weirdos. That was yours. I just realized, Bex. Oh, Rose Starfire. Yeah, that's right, Rose. Yeah. No, that's great. I want to play that again. I'm actually gonna keep this as a motherfucking clip. This is my clip for motherfuckers that are weird. Weirdos. 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 Yeah, that's great. I fucking love that. Thank you. All right, I missed the other. Can you drop that other clip? Because I pulled this one up. Fan fucking tastic. Thank you. That was rad. Hey, I actually, no, that was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic. So I got a choice. You can either, I gotta take a restroom break real quickly. So you got a choice. One's in chat if you want to hear my music video, my actual music video, or two's in chat if you want to hear one of the other opening theme songs. Yeah, by the way, feel free to drop your links in chat for each other. Oh, did I just miss that? Damn it. Oh, I'm on the wrong fucking one. God damn it. See what happens? Oh, why isn't it letting me do that? Oh, there we go. Because I was already there. Okay. That's 1/3 of chat. That's good enough for me. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up the word thing too. We'll hit the word thing. Oh, yes. I gotta use dissembling, falsity, duplicity, deception, quickery, sanctimoniousness, insincerity, dissimulation, deceit, imposture, uncloseness, affectation. Wow, I love that one. Hold on a second. I'm gonna pull this one up. It's actually, will that come up in my? It'll definitely come up in my Google, so that's okay. Wow, I love this. I'm gonna just read this at random. That's rad. Thank you. I love that. You know I love that shit. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quickly. Take me a couple minutes at the most. And what am I doing subscription-wise? No, I don't want that. I'll go back to here. And shibby, my friends. By the way, if you're ever like, how many videos does he have? Currently 470 some odd and counting. This is probably 2011. No gray in the beard. And just enough time for me to go to the bathroom. This is called Like Nothing Ever Happens. And I've been looking at the wrong camera the whole time. So I will be, oh, and the microphone is like way off me, so I'm breaking up. I'll be right back. Stand by. I'm still here, just using the bathroom. Oh, and I should press on this, huh? Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Light travels farther at nighttime. Hope crushes all of the loneliness. Driven through life gives off sordid crimes to falsify identities with really bad lines. I told you they fail, you fall out, carried off in the wings of a butterfly. Won't count the mailman to pick up all the mail, forwarding your addresses to people you don't even know. And the dance it goes on, the dance it goes on. Oh, like nothing happened. Like nothing happened. Father betrays then really shuts up. Landscapes unfold all this bitterness. Riding through the tall glass loosens it all. Buzzing at the edges, shoving down the Tylenol. Wouldn't it be the truth if it were all lies? Perspirated by some overweight guy. Don't look out there, 'cause there's really nothing to see while we're waiting here for people we don't even know. And the dance it goes on, the dance it goes on.
Wow, thanks for watching, folks. I really appreciate you taking the time out to check out my very first ever music video. Yeah, that's the first one. So subscribe up there. Write things down there. Hopefully I'll make more of these if I actually make more music out of my old music. Something like that. Thanks very much. Hope you're having a groovy day. Stay fuzzy and happy. Is that? So, here I am in ancient Korean airport. Really amazing. Not far from Seoul. And this is how you spell Incheon. Right here. In front of the entrance access area. And I just took a shower. Free shower over here, which was amazing and awesome to do once you hop off an airplane after 7.5 hours. I highly suggest, if you're passing through this way, the Korean airport is fantastic. And service. I lied, I need some coffee. In any case, we're on to Tokyo today, so stick around. So you may think New York City's big. You may think Los Angeles is really, really big. But Tokyo, my friends, Tokyo is astonishingly never-ending and huge. And this is what it looks like. We're in Shinjuku right now, and this is what it looks like out the window. Towards that direction, you can see Shibuya and many other places. And I'm gonna go explore, so yeah, come on along, let's go, woo! You ready to step out, Christian? That's what I thought. Shibuya Station. Shibuya. Mind the gap. Hey, so hold on a second. We gotta stop it here for a second. Look at the advertisements. This is the one spot. So this is the spot everybody knows is Shibuya Crossing. Crossing for humanity, man.
Crossing for love, man.
Deep in the sea of people. You know, you are deep in the sea of people. And yeah, this is also one of the largest electronics districts. Up the street is one of my favorite shops called Don Quixote. All sorts of stuff. Y'all, what's happening? I'm here in Tokyo at Billboard Live, and we're going to do a show in about 10 minutes. And the view outside, it's pretty spectacular. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Tokyo, amazing. Thank you so much. Osaka tomorrow. Check it out. Backstage here at Billboard Live, just minutes before the show time, and here's our support staff. Say hi, Anna. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? So everybody ready for the show? You excited? I'm very excited. It's going to be a good show tonight. So I think we give them the time. 7 minutes, gentlemen. All right, see you down there. Jason. Here we go into the booth. Time to go to work. How you doing? Actually, we got like a couple minutes or two. Say hi, everybody. This is my support staff here at Billboard Live. So, in the darkness, hiding. Here's their little support staff off. Ooh, look at the video stuff you guys got going on here. That's dope. Very cool. Owen V on the wall. Fancy. There's our monitor lady. Say hi, Midori. Oh yeah, spotlight on Midori. Midori! Yay! All right, everybody ready for the show? Yeah, awesome. That's what I like to hear. Hey everybody, so second day in Japan, actually the fourth day in Japan, but the second night of our shows, and we're here at Billboard Live in Osaka, which is another amazing venue. Not that they all aren't amazing. And by the way, you notice how they both look pretty much the same?
The
food
and just
generally the
culture, but
two different
insight into what goes on.
Two different venues.
Living of the people of Osaka in particular, because this is a special kind of place, and in the sense that it may seem like I'm just in some kind of normal club.
Okay, last one. Sometimes I just like to go through this. This is lighthearted. We'll get back to Joe McCarthy in a hot second. Don't you worry.
So
don't you not worry.
In South Korea for about 8 hours. In the where am I? I'm in Incheon Airport. I don't even know if that's how you say it. It's Incheon, probably Incheon.
By the way, that is the same airport I just showed you in the other video. This is the time I had figured out, or one of the times I had figured out that there was free showers and a hotel there. Now the hotel isn't free, but the showers were, and they were glorious. Actually, you paid like $10 and you got like a whole suite to yourself for an hour to shower and, use the bathroom after a 11-hour flight.
What time it is? Slept for a couple hours.
Yeah, something you need. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the music, by the way.
We have landed at the Karatana International Airport. The local time is now 8:56 p.m.
Oh, thank you. That looks positive. It didn't seem like I lost any viewers, so that's good. Good times. Made a lot of good friends in Indo that time. And, Thank you, Bex. I appreciate that.
And we're actually in what's called Southern Java.
I have a lot of music. That's the only one I ever actually took the time to make a video for them.
Pull your attention to the amazing amount of motorcycles and trucks and things that are just whizzing by on the little highway right here. And all I gotta say is the food here is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Well, it's because, if you're there passing through after the long flight that it takes to get to Incheon, it's just worth it to go. And once I learned that it was there, I was like every single time like, yeah, bro, shower time! Anyway. Because, let me just put it to you, frankly, I am a self-care whore. I will whore for self-care. Does that make sense? I'm a whore for the bath bomb. Men, let me just tell you something. Manly men, bath bomb. Because that shit is the bomb. It makes you feel amazing. Self-care, people. Self-care.
Makes me feel really blessed, really lucky that I am who I am, and I get to do what I do. And by the way, Jungle Kitty.
Yes, that is one of my original songs. Thank you for asking, by the way, Allie.
Gotta love the Jungle Kitty. Sorry.
Thank you. That's very kind. By the way, talk about cool back roads, right? Like, this is Indonesia, just like a broken apart temple. Needs some work. This kind of stuff was all over in Jakarta. Yeah, the cat did like for real lizardry. When we were there, that was very much the vibe. Like, yo, that cat, watch out, bro. That little cat might kick your ass. You know, like its owner was even like, oh, hello, cat. I'm so sorry for being in your way. Yes, Mr. Pierre, you have just eaten dinner. Now you're at my feet telling me you love me. Yes, sir. I love you too. Yeah, okay. Sorry, the tippy tapper is the little fuzzy animal at my feet. And welcome to those of you who just joined us in the shorts. Please feel free to like and subscribe if you haven't already done so on the way in.
Bouillabano.
Bouillabano. Sirsuk. Stanky ass fruit that tastes so good in a smoothie because it's got all the other fruit in it.
There's a lot of fresh fruit sitting here. This is the kind of guy who's all up and down this street, all over the place. It's really amazing here. Very simple carts, very simple foods, making awesome stuff.
All over the place out there. And it's really, really a good time. Also very loud because the generator was sitting right there with the LA on the corner. Can you imagine that in like LA? Or in any of our major cities, just a generator sitting there growling away next to the fucking
is one of the largest,
stand.
or actually the largest Muslim country in the world. And we're just about to come on the noon prayer. And if you've never heard it for yourself, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see that the whole world comes to a stop when the prayer happens.
And actually, there is a mosque apparently. Hey, ha, what's happening? This is my last day in Jakarta. We're going to take off for Japan, Tokyo tonight, where we stop in through Seoul again in Korea. So it'll be my second time stopping in Seoul, Korea. I'm standing in Jakarta outside of a fantastic restaurant.
Different tour, by the way. Not the same tour. Similar routing.
We're here at Lowy. My mouth's full of food.
Lowy, a huge restaurant that they cleared out to make a venue for us because the laws wouldn't allow them to put this act in another venue for many reasons.
Like nothing else.
I was with an artist named Mayor Hawthorne in the county at the time.
Surroundings with you, how beautiful it is here. It's fantastic. Everybody's really cool, and this water fountain.
I could have slowed that down a lot because it's kind of.
Get a chance. This country is amazing. The people are amazing. The food is amazing.
Everything is amazing. Subscribe, like, and subscribe. Yes, true. All right. Well, you know what? That brings us back to. You know what that brings us back to? It brings us back to Earth. Lots of videos on my page if you like to watch videos. And one last one before we go, because the flying Jake is amazing. This is real. This happened right in front of me. This is somebody I was on tour with, and Jake fucking flew. Motherfucking, I called him Eagle the rest of the tour. That shit is a 9-foot expanse. He flew like 15 feet on that jump and landed. It was like his second try too. Ooh. So yeah, I don't just do one thing. I got all kinds of stuff on my page. That's why the algo hates me. It doesn't know what to do with me. Although I do have some videos with tens of thousands of views, but they're the old stuff. Also, my beat's pretty dope, right? All right, that's that there is Flying Jake. That's right. Good dude, Jake. All right. Where were we? We were watching Mcarthy. Yeah, we were. That's like videos back, several videos back. Let's see. How Keem films the police. How did I get? I must have just passed by that one. Face the Nation, Joe McCarthy answering tough questions, having a hard time rectifying why he was going against both Democrats and Republicans.
Senator, perhaps you'd like to name us 6 senators who you think...
And why are we looking at this? Why? Here, let me get back into frame. Hold on a second. Hello, everybody. I'm AronMSound. If you didn't know me, welcome back. And hi, how you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show, if you're not familiar. I'm not calm. I'm AronMSound. This is a show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation, and by way of which take it someplace that most people don't want me to fucking go. So, in any case, this evening, I am comparing all sorts of bad behavior, from the team fatties getting away with claiming they want to marry 12-year-olds and people thinking it's a joke because he said it was a joke after the fact instead of looking at the information and seeing how serious he was about it, repeatedly so, over the span of 2 years, or other people who think that they can be authoritarian and act like ruthless, careless, troubled individuals and still pretend to have piety. And since I've got the list right in front of me, let me just pull this up. The unctuousness of their behavior, the hypocrisy or bigotry, phoniness, tartuffery of people like Speakeasy, like Neve, like many of them who will claim to want somebody kicked off platform, and then later, when it's convenient to them, have them back on the platform, because they don't realize that the show portion would be to never say that. And yes, this list is absolutely amazing. Double dealing, two-faced, bad faith, pretense, affected piety, sham holiness, hypocriticalness, show pretentiousness, false profession, lip service. Fucking love it. Thank you, Bex. I am going to print this out and put it right up here so that I can just read the list all day. Holy shit. He was serious about it, and he's still doing some pedo shit along with Jay Prince, a.k.a. Jay Petty. Shout out to LTTV for exposing him. Yes, shout out to LTTV for keeping the material that many of us saw live. If you didn't know, I didn't come into YouTube in the Destiny sphere. I came through Mike TV and many others. That was one of the first places that accepted me willingly and said, yeah, you have something to say. Welcome up onto the panel. You know, and that's kind of what happens here on YouTube, and you get welcomed in, and then you find out that some of these people are real skeezy, and that they were just bringing you up there to have a laugh. Meanwhile, you know, I'm thankful for that, because it exposed me to a whole lot of people I would have never met, including Lizard Tree, including Lita, including Bridget Moten. Fantastic people. And good people will stick with you. Good people will see through bullshit. And see, earnest people will see when a situation is honest. Yeah, I come through a whole other sector. I was there watching Fight Club because Lita had me watching Fight Club. I was there because a bunch of the people that I was talking to at the time and I was on panels with were also on that panel. And it shocks me when I see people who I believe are pretty well balanced in most cases, like Flow State, supporting him when it's just a clout grab or oh, he wants to keep in good faith with somebody who's got a bunch of subs or something. I don't know. I don't know the actual logic behind it, but I know that it is confounding and unctuous, semi-imposture, quackery, speciousness, affectation, and sanctimony of glibness. Thank you, Beck. This is amazing. I'm going to keep essentially lies to cover up the reality of wanting to have somebody that they believe has more subs than them. For views, no less. For views. They're not that fucking important. Your ethics, your fucking
name the senators, but if you had 6 who were
reputation means more.
I'm going to strike that. If you had 3.
And by the way, let me just put a shout out to those that have no built reputation, no accountability, no background, and no accomplishments in life. You don't got to worry about it. That's why some of these people are out there freely talking all this crazy fucking shit. Now, in my case, as you well know, this is a show. So why am I saying this shit? Why am I saying this crazy shit? Why am I behaving this way? Because it is a clear mirror. Almost the opposite, 180 degrees, everything else we see here. So if I can have a tiny little bit of influence with one of you, who later goes on to choose to watch more shows like this, or a bit of the taste of the background, or the music, or the creative influence, it's taken by somebody else because they like what that is. That's all that needs to happen to change these spaces. Spaces to creative mindset. A more open mindset, a more positive or friendly mindset. Butterfly wings flapping create typhoon, my friends. One of the greatest lessons I've ever had in doing large-scale production and concerts is to know that the most powerful of all rumors is the whisper. Someday I'll tell you about that and how easy it is to convince an entire crowd that something amazing is about to happen because they'll convince themselves. So, knowing that, a whisper in the back of a crowd could affect thousands, tens of thousands, and spread like wildfire. Think about what it does when you have mass media communication affecting it, when you can actually reach out, when you can actually speak negatively to a whole group of people. Quickly, how quickly that fear set spreads, because fear spreads quicker than happiness.
Prejudiced against me, then the fair thing would have been to have found 3 who were in my favor. That still wouldn't be in accordance with American rules of justice. Even in a justice court.
Once again, we're covering Joe McCarthy's similarity to the behavior and language of our nation being separated apart by a very similar behavior and playbook.
Said that he didn't think it was necessary for them to be unprejudiced. He said it was all right. I think he used the word impartial, not unprejudiced.
He used the word senators and not jurors, didn't he? There is a difference between...
Do you hear the behavior similarities? Dude's not even talking about them in the real context. He's talking about them in the way that he wants to. I compare this to the use of or misuse of words like collusion instead of conspiracy, which is what the actual crime is. Or, people on January 6th, they didn't commit an insurrection. Nobody was charged with insurrection. No, that's because it's called sedition. That's the charge. Only a military person who's leading the charge can be charged with an act of insurrection. And still, that charge is sedition or conspiracy to commit sedition. So try to play with words all you like. Reality of law will come to bite you in the ass, because all you got to do is look it up. And if you're looking for a specific, become a lawyer, ask one. They'll tell you what it is if you pay them.
Between a juror and a senator, isn't there?
These men were acting as jurors.
He used the word senator in that quote. You have misquoted him on 5 or 6 occasions about that, Joe.
Oh, misquoting people. Surprise.
He said that those 6 jurors.
He said those 6 senators.
Bill, let me finish.
All right.
The 6 senators were acting as the judges and the jury. He said it was unnecessary that they be unprejudiced. Unnecessary that they be impartial.
Okay, if you've ever watched Tomfoolery, he talks about this a lot. It's hard to not have a bias. In other words, to not have prejudice, which is bias. Now, that doesn't mean bigotry or bigoted, to not have a prejudice of belief or a bias. And he expects impartiality to be without bias or personal prejudice. It's impossible. We all have our own set of thoughts, and we all have our own ideas. What he's saying is an unrealistic expectation. Oh, Ruby, she's in the other room. Little Ruby is I just saw her. She was eating dinner, actually, when I went in to get my coffee. I don't think she likes my yelling when I'm in here, because I'm loud, by the way. If you didn't know. And obviously, I don't growl like this. Actually, most of the time, I'm like, Ruby, come here, girl. What are you, Ruby? Anyways. No. I have a cat named Ruby Roo. Spazzing out with her crinkled teeth. Yes, she is actually. But you know who just came up on my feet? Oh, my big boy. Who's normally my backrest in here. If you guys didn't know, this is normally, if you ever see me leaning forward, it's because this one right here is like in my chair as my backrest. And at some point I could just, and once he's asleep, I just lean back against him. It's a pillow. 2 cats and a dog. Anyway. Homer! Yes. Homer!
Than I ever heard from a chairman of a committee.
What he said.
Now they were the jurors. They were the judge and the jury. I don't care what term.
So do you recognize the misrepresentation of a situation that is clearly not that? And he's saying this on TV as if it's fact, and he's being called out immediately. This is the kind of discourse that we actually need now. Yeah, the cat kitty is running away from Diddy too. All the kitty is running away from Diddy right now. Has been for a while, but right now particularly, all of the kitty running away from Diddy. Someone clip that, please. All of the kitty running away from Diddy right now. It's true.
Saying basically that a senator doesn't come to Washington unbiased. A senator comes to Washington having taken points. Wasn't that what he was saying?
No, that was not what he was saying. In the report, they say I had preconceived notions about General Zwicker. In Watkins' statement, in the report, he says it made no difference whether or not the jury, by the jury I mean those 6 senators, whether they had preconceived notions. Now I just ask any American who's listening to this show whether they would like to sit before a 6-man jury and have 3 of them prejudiced against you to begin with.
Okay, so this is incredibly hypocritical and short-sighted and so shallow and fucking self-absorbed and not self-aware. And it sounds exactly like the Andrew Wilsons. It sounds like all of the red pill weirdos who, turn around a situation without recognizing that they've done something wrong. That's why they're generally on trial. That he's being censored. Yes, Pierre. What can I do for you, my good boy? Are you coming to say hello, or are you just trying to wrap yourself in cables? For some reason, my dog Pierre loves to wrap himself in cables. He also likes the smell of my feet he's basically a mop with teeth. So he does clean while he's down there. And if you ever hear tippy tapping, it's because he wears tap shoes. Am I going to cover Kim Porter's book named Kim's Last Words in the future? I don't know about that. I'll look into that. I'm not familiar with that. I don't know who Kim Porter is, actually. Cameos. Yeah. Pierre cameo. Mini cameos down on the ground. The hypocritical behavior that we see on panels is not new. This mindset of conveniently flipping a situation as if you're the victim for doing something wrong. Yeah, Pet, hold on a second. Speaking of which, do you need to go out again, dog? Is that why you're trying to get at me? Okay, stand by. I'm going to let this play for a second. I'll be right back.
One of them who says, I'm afraid to do anything favorable for fear of what the press might do to me. It just doesn't tie in with American jurisprudence.
But isn't this thing in the nature of an indictment rather than of a jury verdict? The jury comes up tomorrow, doesn't it? The 96 men in the Senate are the jurors, aren't they?
You had a 6-man jury. They said originally they would just find facts. They changed that rule during the middle of the game, of course.
Senator, to
I don't think you and Mr. Hines are likely to agree about
I don't
the
think so.
makeup of the committee. To go to the heart of one of the charges, which is that you failed to appear before the Gillette Committee. Some of your supporters have argued that, in your defense, that they didn't perfect their record, and that since they simply invited you to testify and never took the step of subpoenaing you, that they have no right to censor you on that grounds.
Number one, Mr. Lawrence, they did not invite me to testify, and the letters are all on the record. Gillette wrote a number of times and said, you can appear if you desire to appear, if you want to appear. The only invitation was extended when I was up in the Northwoods, sent to my office after Mr. Cotter, the chief counsel, knew that I would not be there to receive it.
My dog is a shameless beggar.
3 days after the letter was sent, knowing I could not come back from...
And so I figured I might as well grab a piece of salami on the way.
In that 3 days, I would not get the invitation. So there was
Kim Porter is Diddy's mom.
Until about 17 months after the investigation was going.
I will definitely.
And then the invitation said.
Definitely take a look at that. That's got to be interesting.
December. It was sent the 21st. One of the days was Sunday. They knew it impossible.
What about the point that they should have subpoenaed you as a legal defense on this?
They have said in their report that they could have subpoenaed me if they wanted to. Apparently, for some reason, they did not want me before that committee.
Well, now, Senator,
Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, ex-wife. Oh, okay.
If I may pursue it, Senator, I hold in my hand, which is one of your favorite expressions, that your testimony before the Army McCarthy hearings on June 11th...
which is what brought him down for censure.
That, I would like to make it clear that my appearing on the stand should be no precedent in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, or 50 years for forcing senators to appear. I want it clear that I appear here upon my own volition. If I had been subpoenaed, frankly, I would not have appeared. I think that under the...
Sound familiar? If I had been subpoenaed, I would not have appeared. That was unthinkable at the time period. Now... we've seen it in action. Nobody had tried it, but if you're wondering where the idea came from, it came from McCarthy. It came from the guy who split our country in two over the fear of something that not only wasn't true, but something that never took hold here. Not for real, had no chance to, because we are a capitalist, freedom-loving nation, and despite the fact that we haven't had any restriction on it, we don't see a mass amount of communists. We do see some people that want more socialized medicine and stuff, but that's not communism. It's not Marxism for certain, because Marxism is the opposite of liberty, essentially. The complete control by the state. Anyways, let's go back to some other McCarthy stuff. And actually, is anybody live that we can just pop in on that is absurd right now? Oh, Tom. What's going on with Tom?
Sorry.
Did he just start right now?
Bullshit. Show us where you got proof. All right. If you just say I don't know, just say that. Okay.
True.
Brian?
True. If you don't know,
I don't know about this.
Very simple.
Just be
Good
honest.
point, Tom.
Don't act like you know about shit. Okay. Just be honest and say, I don't know about this. Can you show that to me?
Yeah.
I was unaware of this.
You
can just say that.
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys are always so fucking defensive. Like, calm your jets. Cool down. All
Relax.
Right? This is how you
Everybody
learn
calm.
things, is by just saying, oh, I didn't know that. Can you show me where you got that? Yes, I can show you. So, because this isn't new information. Trump has literally said that Milley should be tried for treason because he went to China behind his back. Trump has said that other generals should also be tried for treason because they were going in
meanwhile, he's the one
negotiating behind the scenes and changing shit with Afghanistan and all of this stuff.
Because he couldn't be trusted, and they didn't trust him.
Over and over is that these people should all be tried for treason.
Oh, Andrew Wilson on the Whatever podcast.
And what do, in return, to reverse the question, what do you bring to the table for your guy?
If I'd only known. Oh my God! If I had only known, I don't live that far from Santa Barbara, I would have driven up and trolled the fuck out of this stream. Oh yeah, No. Hold on a second. Yeah, if I'd known this was going to be live, I would have trolled the fuck out of this stream.
Loyalty and a good personality. And
loyalty and promise.
Would you guys date?
Yeah, those girls aren't in college and drunk at all on a Saturday in Santa Barbara. By the way, Santa Barbara, in Isla Vista, IV, incredible party town. Clearly, high-end entertainment here. Andrew's involved. Ooh, what does Osmongold have to say? The man who lives in a rat's nest.
Yeah, and see Trump's last tweet, his own personal pump and dump scheme? No.
Oh,
all
yeah.
right, all right, we're gonna watch it. Here we go.
Here we go. Trump and pump and dump.
No, wait, no, they're real ones. They've got to be real ones. He's holding something real.
Hello, everyone. I have something incredible to share today. We are announcing the launch of Trump coins, a true symbol of American greatness.
There it is.
Jesus Christ.
Trump coins are designed.
These are going to replace the dollar if he becomes president, by the way.
God.
I hope you guys know this.
I've seen a lot of coins out there using my
that wouldn't happen.
very beautiful face.
Takes so long to make a coin, by the way, or a dollar bill to get it approved.
RealTrumpCoins.com is the only place to get an official Trump coin. Very beautiful face. Very beautiful guy.
Oh my God!
How is it possible that this guy can exist?
We can do all of this and more, but patriotic New Yorkers must get your asses out to vote. How to get up? Harry, get up, Harry! Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch.
Wow.
You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry. Get up, Harry. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Harry.
Who's he talking to?
Who the fuck is Harry? I know.
Who is Harry? Who is Harry? I'm not Harry. I have hair, but it's limited. It's not like extensive, like in all the wrong places. You know what I mean? Who else is out there that we can snipe away at and point and make fun of? Well, let's go back to Tom. Let's see what Tom has to say.
I mean, if you guys,
people we control here.
We're getting under the skin now. I promise you, the people who just have to say, "Oh, everything's fake" in order to run away from shit, you're not gonna get under my skin. No shot.
No.
You guys, the people who have to just like,
you'd have to really,
just pretend
you have to be like
that
Smith.
they live in a fucking
you have
different
to be an
universe
idiot,
in order to get away with the dumb shit they believe in. You're not getting under my skin. That is not the. You existing gets under my skin, but the fact that you guys say the dumb, retarded shit that you say doesn't that's not surprising to me. I'm
I
here
have to
all
agree.
the time. Joke's on you,
none
Tom.
of us are surprised.
I don't have a brain, so I can't lose
Facts. I don't know who said that, but we're there with them. True. These are facts. Those are the facts, folks. Absolutely.
Yeah, and then this is where they go every time. This is
did
where
I
they
freeze
go.
or something?
Brian just takes a massive fucking L, and then he just spams Trump 2020. This is as good as it gets from them. Like, they could provide something that says otherwise. They could turn around and say, well, no, actually, Tom, this is how we know that that's not true.
Am I frozen?
They could say, actually, Tom, why that's not true, even though Trump has admitted this, and even though Trump says
folks.
that they should be tried for treason, we're going to still pretend like that didn't happen, and we're going to call that a CNN talking point, even though Trump says that it happened and everybody else admits to it. We're still going to sit here and cope and pretend it didn't happen because we didn't hear Daddy Trump tell us yet. So if you can show us that Daddy Trump said it, then we'll believe it. But any other source in the world, we're not going to believe any of them. Not one of them. LMAO, yeah, debate them out of their feelings instead. Yeah, I can't debate you guys out of your fucking feelings. Like, everything's about your fucking feelings, your victim complex, how everything's against you, and then as soon as you start like having some sort of intellectual challenge,
black
you just
screen right now.
Spam Trump 2024. Like,
actually, this is exactly why I just set up the rig the way
I
did.
He didn't say Trump 2024.
He did.
No.
Oh God, Trump
never heard that one
I'm
before.
gonna cry.
That's so smart.
That's why I have the system set up this way, by the way, which is it's very complex. But I have multi-streamed on 2 different computers. They're not on the same computer, so I don't. Like,
it did happen.
That's how I get all the visuals.
China was trying to go to war.
It isn't moving smooth.
China was trying to go to war.
Thankfully,
correct.
so.
There's a
situation
link in
is
the description for anybody who wants to jump on. It's an open call-in show, so you can hop on if you have
anybody
any
can call in.
or if you have any questions, you're welcome to jump on. There's a link in the description for the Discord, so you can jump on there.
And we're sniping
Discord,
Tom.
I'm
We're
happy to go
sniping
make
Tom over here.
like a Twitter space instead and pull you on the Twitter space.
Sniping like a motherfucker.
If that's what you'd prefer.
Yeah, I want to hear some conversation between a moron and Tom
to make it easier.
Because that's what tonight is about. Morons of the internet.
If
repeating history. Let's see McCarthy.
I don't know what you're saying, but it's fake. Yeah.
I don't know what you're saying, but it's fake. That is the most based thing everywhere.
That's one of his.
Everywhere.
Medina is one of his 7 last names, but
the
he's
original
Mexican,
conspiracy
so
theorist.
One.
Here we go.
Unlock the secrets of your family history with My Heritage, the #1
If you don't know who Joe McCarthy is, this will be a great explanation.
19 billion records at your fingertips and AI-powered
come
tools
on, bro. Thank you for front-loading it, though. I do appreciate that he front-loaded that shit.
Unlock the secrets of your family history with My Heritage, the #1 family history the American way of life that spies had infiltrated even the highest levels of government.
True,
and
it
that
really
only
did.
He was brave enough and smart enough to stop them. What most people didn't realize at the time, however, was that this was a reputation built entirely on lies. His investigations
absolutely
produced little
it was.
evidence of espionage, instead accusing people based on past associations, family histories, or aspects of their private lives.
By the way, if you're just listening in, make sure to go on over to the short stream.
Who had done nothing wrong. It has become known as McCarthyism, a toxic mixture of character assassination.
And if you're watching, obviously the horizontal is a better space.
Gossip to ruin people perceived as a threat. For McCarthy, this extended to anyone that opposed him on anything. His political
Harvey
enemies were subjected
Tomstein.
to insults, ridicule, and allegations that they were
Come on. Tom is a good dude. All that stuff is so overblown and crazy.
And attention, moving from one fabrication to the next faster than they could be refuted. Even many members of his own party eventually became fed up with him and worked together with their opposition to bring him down. But the legacy of Joe McCarthy has a long reach, and the country is still feeling its effects today.
Absolutely. We're feeling it in the way that we experience the politic of the extreme right now. But I mean, it's everything that we're experiencing.
Joseph Raymond McCarthy was born on a farm in central Wisconsin on November the 14th, 1908. Initially dropping out of school at the age of 14, he later re-enrolled at age 20 and eventually graduated from Marquette University with a law degree. He first won elected office in 1939, becoming a circuit court judge. McCarthy proved to be a masterful campaigner, making an effort to visit the homes of every potential voter, later sending them personal notes recounting their talks and having a knack for remembering names and faces. He practically oozed charm and charisma, though he wasn't above muckraking even back then. One of his campaign planks was attacking his incumbent opponent's age and the amount of time it spent on.
So I just changed the title of the short stream to Joe McCarthy was a streamer.
World War II, he was exempt from military service, but recognized that serving in uniform would help with his future political aspirations. He joined the Marine Corps, primarily serving as an intelligence briefing officer for a dive bombing squadron. He never saw combat, but volunteered to serve as a rear gunner on several missions. On one occasion, he
actually, how about this?
Using the
I know what
dive
I'm going to change. Oh, did somebody pop in?
Riddle the palm trees and empty ocean with bullets, earning the nickname Tail Gunner Joe. Apparently, McCarthy never realized that the nickname was likely invented as a way to mock him because he embraced it. His Marine Corps career would later cause
Joe McCarthy,
Diddy, would later embellish his military service while on the campaign trail.
Trump.
He played up his war wound, which was actually a broken ankle suffered in a fall that wasn't combat related,
and
he inflated the number of combat missions he had served in order to get himself awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and the Air Medal. McCarthy returned to Wisconsin after leaving the Marine Corps in 1945 and immediately began preparing to challenge for the Republican nomination for the Senate in the next year's election. His opponent was incumbent Robert LaFollette Jr., one of the elder statesmen of Wisconsin politics, so it seemed the little-known McCarthy had an uphill battle for the nomination. But McCarthy won after a campaign marked by ugly personal attacks made against LaFollette, combined with...
Oh, Tom lied to you about what? What did Tom lie? Pero, I'm interested to hear. What did Tom lie to you about? Or what do you think that Tom lied to you about? My dog is trying to dig a hole somewhere through some vinyl, by the way, right now. Shorts in the title and election live chat or something? For some reason, the pinned comment of your Discord isn't hyperlink, only phone. Oh, weird! I've been noticing that does that between the chats for some reason. was. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's not. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, if you want to call in, you'll have to hit it in the about apparently, because for some reason, and I've been noticing this about the shorts, you can't put a hyperlink in there unless you just put it directly into the chat. And yeah, I'd have to do too much to do that right now. So actually, no, I wouldn't. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up. I haven't looked in over there. If somebody had hopped in, I wouldn't have known at this point either, because I haven't been looking in a while. But since you mentioned it, yeah, unless you just do this, it doesn't go hyperlink, I don't think. Yeah. See? How weird is that shit? And even that doesn't do a hyperlink. It makes no sense whatsoever. It's so backwards. I don't have a limitation on it either. Super weird, right? Odd. But anyways, if you do want to call in and talk to me about this, or you have something to say, or you just want to talk shit to me, or you feel like I'm completely wrong and out of my mind, well, here you go. There is a about section that says my Discord, and it'll bring you right in. And yeah, oh, thank you. I appreciate you, Allie. Yeah, because I don't know why that. It also does that in Tom's and other chats as well that I'm not in. Yeah, feel free to hit the Discord link in the vertical, and it'll take you directly into the green room, and then you'll have me pulling you on in as soon as I know you're there, which you may have to actually in chat say, hey, dude, hey, bro. Anyway, yeah, McCarthy.
That is selling.
Starting to sound a lot like
a company would sell a
Andrew
product.
Wilson.
McCarthy, at 38, was now the youngest senator in Washington.
Oh, no problem.
Senator McCarthy showed little interest in the day-to-day functions that made up the majority.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, you just got trolled. No, that's not so much a lie. Pero is, you know, Tom's tough. Tom's rough. A little mean. It's a little mean. Hold on a second. I need a close-up for that one. It's a little mean. It's true.
Of Congress. What McCarthy liked most of all was attention, especially political rallies attended by cheering supporters and newspaper headlines. What he needed was a winning issue that he could attach his name to, something that would cause people to pay attention to him.
And I want you to pay attention to what he's saying here is what McCarthy needed was a winning idea, something to connect himself to, a winning thing that people would follow him for. Didn't matter what it was.
And brands. After 3 mostly undistinguished years in the Senate, he eventually settled, almost by accident, on communism. By 1950, fear of communism was widespread. The Soviet Union had quickly established itself as the US's chief rival for global influence, closing an iron curtain around its Eastern European satellite states, attempting to force the Western allies out of Berlin through a blockade, and successfully exploding their first atomic bomb in 1949. At the same time, America was rocked by Mao Zedong's victory in the Chinese Civil War, setting up the communist
So there was a lot of
the
fear
Western
over communism on the planet. People were really scared that this might somehow come to the U.S. because it had made its way to South America.
Which would eventually see a US-led alliance fighting the Chinese to a bloody stalemate on the peninsula. It seemed like communism, which was apparently diametrically opposed to everything Americans stood for, was on the upswing everywhere. This fear of communism abroad,
as far as Americans were concerned, they really felt that.
Fear of the Reds staging a similar takeover to the one in Russia had already caused a Red Scare in the US during the First World War, which saw hundreds of people rounded up and deported because of their suspected links to left-wing organizations plotting social revolution. Now America was poised for a second, even bigger Red Scare, this one penetrating every aspect of American political life. And Joe McCarthy would soon place himself at the very center of it. In a speech given in February 1950 in Wheeling, West Virginia, McCarthy claimed that the US State Department was infested with communists, waving around a piece of paper that he said was a list of 205 members of the Communist Party currently working there.
By the way, totally made up. Totally made up. And we never actually got to see that list. Why? because it couldn't be founded. And that's really where he fell apart. He kept asking for people to provide him with the information that he wanted. Sound familiar? Provide him with the information he claimed to already have, as if he was trying to lead people into some trap. I mean, it's the weirdest thing in the world that he thought he would get away with it. And he did for a long time. And it did actually hurt people. But in the end, when he was confronted with the hearings, that backfired on him. He couldn't run from the truth. He couldn't run from his own lies. Why is this not updated? Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. The worst thing is that now Naomi on Sarah's stream is on Sarah's stream after I'm no longer around there. Shake your head. Or I don't know if she was on Fatty's stream because his stream was attached to Sarah's stream along with Princess. Oh, there's another real fascinating winner. And Neve, he's probably a nice guy, but you know, about as bland as a fucking cracker without salt. And heavy on the cracker. I've been calling him Prawn Trader, though, as part of the performative aspect of the Thorpes, because it's just funny. Anyways.
Reverberated around the country like a thunderclap, confirming the public's worst fears that there were communist agents in the government either spying for the Soviets or plotting the downfall of US democracy. Now supplied with the headlines and attention he craved, McCarthy went on to expand upon his allegations, despite privately admitting to not knowing anything about communism beforehand. This was his ticket to the big time, and he knew it.
So did you hear catch that? He didn't know anything about communism. He found the topic and ran with it. Does this sound familiar? They don't know anything about women, but they're gonna run with the topic and be as slanderous and mean as they can, defame anyone, fucking talk shit all day about shit they don't know. Did you have a beef with Princess before? Oh, no. It's just a silly, I just like making fun of him because he is bland as fuck and boring. And essentially just, you know, use the Thorpes instead of sticking around. And went the OPC Dawn route, which is anybody who's following the framer to make content or produce, other than the fact that, you know, dude just is funded by his dad, so he's able to throw $25, $100, here's $1,000, blah 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 around. He's not really a producer. He's just a dude who wants to involve himself, literally to. I mean, it's like a weird high school thing, like. The PTA mom who throws more money in an event so that she can be in charge. And that's not how this stuff is. If you're not a creative person, if you've never created anything other than maybe, you built a structure, that's great. But, you know, did you do any art? Did you put a play on? Did you direct anything? Did you film anything before? Have you made any music? Do you know how to actually form a structure of a story? Can you make a character? Or are you just talking on the fucking camera like a schizo? With shit on your face, hanging over a toilet, proudly, and that's your idea of content. And I'm not joking, I didn't make any of that shit up. That was fact. Yeah, I don't jive with all that, and I call it out when I see it. Called it out at the time, was waiting for it to fail. So were they, by the way. It's just some people you can't expect how insane they're going to be. You just hope that it's somewhere in between.
Never publicly showing his list of 205 communists at state.
Never showing the list of communists.
57 a few days later and up to
Where's my...
a few days after that.
What
Nor would he say where the list had come from. Historians believe that he pruned his list from an earlier list compiled for a House of Representatives committee by a former FBI agent that was tasked with finding flaws in the State Department's security screenings of employees. Most of those flagged as security risks were not associated with communism. They were labeled such because of other so-called weaknesses of character. Like
he's just one of those dudes dudes who
drunkenness.
just seems like I could get up on a panel and, you know, make fun of him and he would take it. Not really come back at me.
Who had previously been a member. But this didn't stop.
I feel bad for him. But at the same time, he is prawn trader.
A lot of them were card-carrying communists, but that they were also disloyal agents working against America. If you're curious to explore your family's history and uncover hidden stories, then you should definitely check out today's
returning that
sponsor,
fire, by the way.
MyHeritage is the #1 family history
as a turnaround against
people. It's
people.
an incredible genealogy platform to build your family tree and discover your origins. They've got more than 19 billion records that you can search for your old family records that you probably thought were lost to time.
Commercial.
Already cool figure. You just have to upload a few recent. And now back to today.
He's so good. I'm sorry, but this guy has won so many channels that are so big. All of them are fascinating, well-written, well-edited, and always correct. I mean, it's amazing how many but he also buries the commercials in the most amazing ways. Like he put the header is the commercial, but just long enough so it's one blank, and then the second section where he embedded the commercial, you kind of can't miss it. That's genius. Come on, that is just production heaven right there. Holy shit, this guy's good. So yeah, once again, if I'm not seeing, if like you ever jump into the Discord or anything, just somebody scream at me if I don't see it.
To be poorly prepared and presented, and the committee ended up ruling that he hadn't substantiated any of them. But McCarthy wasn't really trying his case in the Senate. He was doing it in the court of public opinion, and out in the countryside he was
which is what the Andrew Wilsons and the panel McCarthys basically
all directions, hoping to hit upon a major case like Auger Hiss, a diplomat who had been accused of espionage the year before, helping to make the career of then Congressman Richard Nixon in the process. It didn't really matter to him if he hit innocent people caught in the crossfire. He would privately justify it by claiming it was in the interest of national security. All 9 of those he publicly accused in the Tidings Committee hearings would have their careers negatively impacted, some never working in government.
So really, there were only 9 people in government that he accused, and none of them were proven to be communists, but their careers were still affected. And it was when he got to the army said, "No, sir, fuck you. Do you have any decency, sir?"
McCarthy lied a lot. He lied about where he'd gotten information from.
And that's the question we should be asking these panel schmucks.
Or photographs to make them more
do they have decency?
He was able to get away with it for years without anyone.
They're too busy tearing each other apart. Which is why it's so easy to just point at them and be like, "You're a fucktard, you're a fucktard, fuck you, fuck you." In normal life, you would never do this shit, and if people found out you were doing this in their surroundings, you'd probably be ostracized. Because people can't trust you.
Meaning editors would have to rush to put his latest outburst in print without being able to fact check it or put it in context. When someone would refute his accusations, it usually came a few days later and ended up on page 14. Meanwhile, the front page was covering another McCarthy headline as he smoothly moved on from one target to the next, never publicly admitting that he was wrong about anything. The sheer amount of copy devoted to McCarthy gained him support from the public. The where there's smoke, there must be fire fallacy. This was also in the pre-Vietnam, pre-Watergate era, when the American public had a hard time believing that someone in a responsible position of power like a member of Congress would knowingly deceive them. What made things worse is that most of McCarthy's victims were unable to sue him for defamation or libel, since speeches given on the Senate floor are protected by the Constitution.
So just to give you some perspective about how far we've come, people really had a hard time in 1953 believing that their congressmen or senators would fuck them over. Now, everybody just assumes that's the case. Or I should say, a whole side just assumes that's the case, and yet they are trusting in a convicted fraud. If that isn't the fucking most insane, deluded thing, I don't know what is. And we are living in that time, not too dissimilar than the fear state of McCarthy. And the fear state is not being included as a righteous white person or a Christian or somehow in your group by voting for a dude who tried to lodge a coup on our nation. It's pretty simple. The similarities aren't to be missed.
Almost from the moment he got there, Joe McCarthy was disliked by many of his Senate colleagues. The man was brash and rude in public and in private, especially when someone wouldn't give him his way. He had little respect for the Senate as an institution, and bureaucrats had no patience to wait for his turn for committee assignments or for debate on legislation, and refused to take advice from anybody. But they largely put up with him in the first few years of his notoriety because they were afraid of what he could do to them. In the run-up to the 1950 election, McCarthy campaigned widely on behalf of candidates that he supported, giving speeches to adoring crowds about the evils of communism and the shortcomings of various elected officials opposed to him. He was even more prominent in the 1952 campaign, giving the keynote speech at the Republican National Convention. Modern analysis shows that it is unlikely that McCarthy gave Republican candidates much of a bump in either of these elections, that they would have likely won without him. But there was a perception at the time that he had a vast grassroots support network across the country, that he was unleashing on people who crossed him based on the poor electoral showings of outspoken McCarthy opponents like Senator Tidings, who lost his re-election bid in 1950.
Is any of this sounding familiar? Does it sound like what we've seen in this recent phenomenon? Because history absolutely repeats itself, people. I think it sounds incredibly similar. I think there's a clear parallel between these moments in time.
McCarthy's threats extended
and we
beyond
should
the
not
walls of
forget
Congress.
the McCarthy
He waged
era.
war against anyone who said anything negative about him at all. He made up insulting nicknames he used in public for people or organizations that opposed him, calling
sound
the
familiar?
anti-McCarthy Milwaukee Journal the Milwaukee Urinal. He attempted to exert influence on the FCC to silence his critics, who gave as good as they got, labeling the senator a dime store Robespierre and a mediocre lawyer with an easy conscience. The culture of fear that McCarthy helped to create caused a dangerous reaction, the ratcheting up of the so-called security state. Multiple congressional panels, as well as investigative bodies at the state and local level and within government organizations, now saw communist infiltrators everywhere. Thousands of people were investigated and had their careers tarnished by the merest hint.
Trump derangement syndrome, but communist derangement syndrome, CDS. That's what we should start calling this, the deranged Trump followers.
Of an association with any group perceived as being too left-leaning.
Red
Many
freaks.
Were dismissed from government service based merely on the
that would have been a bad thing back then.
Using
Don't be a red.
spurious of evidence to justify it.
They're
People
proud to be
were
red.
being purged not because of their actions, but because of their beliefs, their suspected beliefs, or the suspected beliefs of someone they were related to. The purge was extended to include homosexual men working in government, the
Sound familiar?
Lavender Scare. The official reason for this purge was that closeted gay men were vulnerable.
Because that's Project 2025.
Whether or not that was true, they were still an easy
That's in Project 20. That's one of the many things in Project
McCarthy,
2025.
who faced accusations of homosexuality himself.
We heard
his
earlier.
Status as a lifelong bachelor until his marriage in 1953, seemed to take vindictive pleasure in rooting out what he called nests of sex perverts.
Sound familiar? Nest of sex perverts? Rooting them out amongst us? Except he wasn't serious about it. He didn't have any information. And it's normally the folks that are doing most of the wacky stuff out here in the world that we find looking after all these people. It's not folks who earnestly are pointing out when there's somebody fucked up. And it's interesting because people will support that fucked up person. The mirror of the time period, very much like McCarthy.
With the Republicans gaining the Senate majority in the 1952 election, McCarthy now had his own committee that he could use to continue investigations of suspected communists, the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, or PSI.
Imagine if we had that now
from New York
with the Republicans.
Roy Cohn,
They've tried.
Serve as PSI's chief counsel, and over the next year, the
Roy
two would form
Cohn.
a close working relationship. McCarthy growing to rely more and more on Cohn to the point that it eventually destroyed him. McCarthy's next target was the Voice of America, the state-owned radio station that broadcast into foreign countries, particularly behind the Iron
So
Curtain.
there's a
McCarthy
familiar
claimed
sound here because
two broadcast
this is a lot like Trump and Giuliani. What brought McCarthy down is a similar thing that is brought Trump down. His trust in his lawyers. Because ignorance of the law is not an excuse of breaking it.
recently opened were deficient, and he suspected it to be the result of deliberate sabotage by communist agents inside VOA. When that accomplished nothing except the destruction of morale within the agency, McCarthy moved on to the Overseas Libraries program maintained by the International Information Agency. Roy Cohn went on a much-published whirlwind tour of Europe, examining the card catalogues of the libraries looking for books written by supposedly pro-communist authors. McCarthy presented a list of titles he said should be removed, and the State Department complied. Some libraries actually burned the books in question, prompting a quick.
So if you're wondering about book burning, one of the greater periods of book burning in American history was during the McCarthy era, and now we're starting to see the call for that again.
Became the United States Army.
Extreme censorship for personal and religious interests.
In the Marine Corps. He was also a growing critic of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had been the top army general in Europe during World War II, and many wondered if his sudden zeal for finding communists in the army had anything to do with trying to tweak Eisenhower's nose. In the fall of 1953, McCarthy's committee investigated Fort Monmouth, home of the Signal Corps, claiming that the sensitive communications laboratory there had a communist spy ring within it. When that didn't pan out, McCarthy then turned his attention to the case of Irving Perez,
and mind you,
been drafted into
the Signal Corps is a group of people who basically transmit top secret information via numbers stations or encrypted code. And at the time, you would have had to have been like looked at so severely and just so hardcore by the government. They would have talked to every relative and everybody. They knew exactly who those people were. The idea that there would have been infiltrators would have been very unlikely at the time. At least en masse. Because there's always going to be a, double agent somewhere, but a whole group of them? Absolutely silly to think. But he did.
Army, and had refused to answer questions on an army loyalty questionnaire, resulting in some of his superiors questioning whether he was a communist. McCarthy certainly thought so, and dragged Perez and his commanding officer, Brigadier General Ralph Zwicker, in front of his committee to grill them. His treatment of Zwicker was particularly bad, at one point yelling that he had the intelligence of a 5-year-old and wasn't fit to wear the army uniform. This grave insult
sound like any of the panels we hear all the time? It's very similar. Excuse me.
To a man who'd received the Silver Star for his heroism on the beaches of Normandy.
Because they don't have any respect for folks.
Army Secretary Robert T. Stevens, who decided to strike back with a little dirt of his own, G. David Shine. Shine, a wealthy heir to a hotel fortune, was on McCarthy's investigatory staff as an unpaid consultant. He and Roy Cohn were close friends, traveling around Europe together and frequently going out drinking. In the fall of 1953, Shine was drafted into the army. Cohn immediately attempted to use his influence to attempt to get special treatment for his friends, from pressing for a commission as an officer to trying to get him light duties and extra liberty passes. Cohn reportedly stated that he would wreck the army and destroy the career of Stevens if his demands weren't met. Stevens, surely with tacit backing from the White House, made a public accusation that McCarthy and Cohn attempted to improperly influence the army to gain special treatment for Shine, and the war was on.
So in other words, sounds exactly like Trump, working things in his favor, but when it comes to respecting the law, unless you're in public and then you say you respect the law. McCarthy was a... Sorry, let me look up the list again. McCarthy was a mockery, casuistry, perverseness, duplicity, and deceptive quackery of spaciousness. An imposter, deceitful, and dissimulating, dissembling, unctuousness. I love that word, unctuousness of this guy. Once again, thanks, Bex, for that list. Wow, I love this list.
1953, America wilted from the start. It was one of the first major government hearings covered by the new medium of television, with ABC covering what turned out to be a 3-ring circus gavel to gavel. This was the first time most people had seen McCarthy at work, and by and large, they weren't impressed. His bluster, his bullying tactics, his name-calling were all on full display. He had a particularly acrimonious relationship with the Army's lead counsel, Boston attorney Joseph Welch.
speech.
The decisive moment came on day 30 of the hearings when McCarthy attempted to
The famous
discredit
words.
Walsh by revealing that one of the attorneys at his law firm had once belonged to the National Lawyers Guild, which was at the time labeled by the FBI as being a Communist Front organization. Welch replied that he already knew about this, which is why he asked the man to recuse himself from the case. When McCarthy continued to attempt to smear the man, Welch lost his temper.
Let us not assassinate this lad further, Senator. Look, you've done enough.
When his rebuke of McCarthy
You've
was
done
finished,
enough.
the gallery burst into applause.
That's much what
When
we
the
need to
hearings
say to
finished,
people.
The committee assigned no blame to McCarthy, blaming Cohen alone for improper influence. He was forced to resign rather than be fired. But the public relations hit that McCarthy took from the hearings, as well as an investigative piece done around the same time by celebrated journalist Edward R. Morrow, was severe. Then the shocking news the popular Wyoming Senator Lester Hunt had shot himself in his office came out. It would be revealed later that McCarthy and his Senate allies had attempted to blackmail Hunt by threatening to reveal details of his son's recent arrest during a homosexuality sting in Washington if he didn't resign his office. This wasn't even the first suicide that could be attributed to McCarthy. An engineer at Voice of America, despondent that he would be publicly smeared in front of McCarthy's committee, threw himself in front of a truck. His Senate colleagues had finally had enough of Joe McCarthy. In December 1954, they voted 67-22 to censor him, one of only 9 senators in history to be handed the harshest rebuke that body can give to one of its members.
There's 10 now, 10 or 11.
His influence evaporated almost overnight. Journalists no longer paid attention to him, refusing to cover his speeches or print them on the front page. His Senate colleagues shunned him. When he gave a speech in Congress, it was to an almost empty chamber, and those who were there made it a point to not pay attention to him. He wasn't welcome at the White
Talk about
House or
ostracization. That's
Washington's
rough.
power brokers. His speaking invitations all dried up. The few he did give were sparsely attended. Certainly, the Republicans wanted him nowhere near the campaign trail. In 1954 and 1956, he was persona non grata as far as endorsements went. McCarthy became despondent, rarely attending Senate sessions and blaming everyone but himself for the loss of
And this
his
is what we
reputation.
need
He'd
to
always been
do in our society. Again, we need to suck the air out of the space so that the extremists who don't like our way of life, who don't like the American dream, who don't like their neighbors, who don't believe that everybody is equal, who don't want to include everybody because they don't see themselves as the same. They are not like us. They are different because they have made themselves different instead of being part of the great experiment. They wish to end the experiment. And more importantly, they wish to distort it and to take it away from you. And my friends, if I'm standing and alive, I will never stop speaking on this subject. I will never stop pointing out the nefariousness, the duplicitousness of these people who choose to veil their true intentions. White nationalist Christian who aren't part of the full plan, who are welcome to be part of the American plan, but they don't get to usurp the process, the equality, and the freedoms and liberties because they think that they're more than the rest of us. They are not like us in that they don't have respect for you the way you have respect for others. My friends, it is nothing less than the greatest challenge again, not unlike McCarthyism. We should take this incredibly seriously. There has never been a time more dangerous than now to democracy. And if you hear someone say that we're a republic, not a democracy, they don't know what they're talking about. Republic is the kind of nation we are, how it's formed. It is a federal republic, a constitutional federal republic. And in that constitution, we are guaranteed inalienable rights, the right to vote, and an organized representative government. That, my friends, is democracy. And whether or not you know it or like it, because some of them don't like it, is what gives us power. It's what gives us our identity. It's what gives us the ability to be free and to gain liberties like no other country on earth. My friends, we should be proud. And we should fight for the liberty of our neighbors, no matter if you agree with them or not, because I will fight for their liberty to freely speak this bullshit just as much as I will fight to stand up to it. Whereas they, the other side of this coin, want you and I to not have the liberty to say anything. And they would take it away from the most inflicted upon, the most victimized first. They would take it away from our children. They would take it away from our future. We are the patriots. Those of us who believe our neighbors are just as good as we are. And that together we are stronger in our diversification, and that we shall stand up to the McCarthys who raise their head time and time again to take away our democracy, our unity, our diversity and strength. My friends, there's nothing more that we can do, nothing more powerful, nothing more important than to see that low bar come in and scream out as loud as we can. Look up! When you did approach her, what was your response?
She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest. Like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Everybody, oh my God, this is like I don't know how I got here, but I know what I did to get here.
But, okay, it was an accident. Okay, it was an accident.
Whatever.
I think your mother's been trolling you.
She was just like taking on board what I was saying, to be honest, like, because I think she understood that, okay, like, I've said something, you know, I've said something that's upset a lot of people.
Everybody, oh my God, this is like 8 pounds. Thank you all so much for being here. Make sure to hit the like on the way out. If not, hit the subscribe, and I'll be back most likely in the afternoon tomorrow. Probably going to be an ADHD stream with a lot of just interesting strangeness. We'll see what comes about of me talking shit this evening. Always looking to see who picks the bait. And just a reminder, we're better together. We're better unified. Fuck them if they can't take a joke, because people do like to be offended. I'm AronMSound. This is the show known as Lookup, where I interject myself into a conversation that people don't tend to like me to be involved with, and by way of which take it somewhere, well, they never expected it to go. Thank you for being here. Be safe or have fun, whichever comes first. Good night, all.